Okay, let's jump back into it then, shall we? And then immediately pause, because I need to figure out what is going on here. Oh, before I even do that, let's just break the flow a little bit, because I am certain I have a control scheme that I don't like. Is it shoot? Yeah, see this? Shoot selected. Shift and spacebar, that's what I use for pausing. That's why I accidentally shot something last stream, and I couldn't figure out why. There we go, hopefully that's better. So, no, I didn't want to exit that. Bring me back, please. Right, where last we left off. God knows where I'm going to get this one for the future. We pinned ourselves in this tiny little location there. And it doesn't look too hot now, does it? I barely have any space. I don't even have access to rocks, or stone rather. And I'm currently having to defend the base and feed the base, very manual. Everything is manual. But now that we have Gotlap, getting on track like a pro, which is to say getting this railway on the track within 90 minutes. We actually did it in, 77 minutes? Really good rate for Gotlap, given that we're also doing Lazy Bastard and every other achievement in the game. What do I do now? Well, unfortunately, I still need to keep my production going and relying on my crummy pipe walls, but that won't be for too much longer. I will soon extend out and grab these stones, and we will beeline towards getting bricks and walls. And then once I have this walled off, I'm going to put up some basic turret protection, and I'm going to go on a pilgrimage to get oil. We are desperate for oil here. Are you done with Star Sector? Oh, heavens, no. Star Sector resumes tomorrow. Rumors of Star Sector. Who believes rumors? Anyway, let's get back into it. I need to get back into the fray of doing glorious hand-feeding meta. I should probably make sure that everything is still chocked up with coal. Coal is good, last I checked. Actually, can I just do all of you with coal? Yes, and that should still leave me with enough coal to fill up all of you. I need to keep a keen eye on any biter bastards that are on their way. You also need to be always topped up with coal, glorious coal. Oh yeah, these guys look fairly coalless. They're as coalless as Kamari Ronso is hornless. Am I going to be enough? Please don't use that. I need that wood for power poles down the line. So the time pressure is slightly off, but other new pressures are about to appear. I want to restructure my science a bit here, if I can be allowed to do so. Right, these guys are going to need quite a lot of transport belts. 50, 50, 50, 50. They're also going to need the inserters, which I never have enough of. And the inserters, of course, need bleeding sprockets, which we're again working on. You guys need plenty of that, and of course more sprockets. Everything, of course, needing more iron. The iron hunger is real, and I'm really looking forward to enhancing iron and making sure that we 100% mine this area as dry as we can. Right, they're coming. They're doing a two-pronged attack, south and north. That's one of the buggers down. I'm glad I double-walled in these areas. But yeah, this is the big weakness in having to defend myself. Oi. Weird way of doing that. God, I'm almost out of ammo. Right, the ammo situation needs to be sorted as well. Get those sprockets up. I need them quite badly. How about the pipe situation? Pipes are holding for now. But only for now. They're not currently attacking me right now, are they? Good, good. Right, so something about sprockets and these things going and more of you. Right, that all sounds almost agreeable. 50, 50, 50, 50. Keep going with the sciencing, because I would really like to get access to advanced material processing. I'll graciously speed up the amount of iron that we process. Once I have that, I'm going to need walls. And then I'm probably going to want an automobile. Creating an automobile isn't too difficult, but I think I'm going to need that to do a bit of exploring, and I need to figure out how exactly I'm going to claim the area. Now, I could have set down a radar long ago, but the radar chugs through energy, 300 kilowatts constantly, and that really means passive amounts of fuel consumption and pollution. You got to mine that coal, you got to burn that coal, so I'm not too keen on radar, frankly. I'd like to be more keen, but I can't be. 100, 100, 100, 100, and that should keep the science flowing for a good wee while. That's right. I'm also really wanting some additional ammo right now. couldn't help but notice that my ammo is largely non-existent. So let's just have that as a backup. And I also would not mind at all having some repair packs. Oh, I've got repair packs. Cool. I'm just not using them. I don't repair the pipe wall. It's actually cheaper, I believe. I haven't run the numbers, but it feels like it's cheaper to just let the pipe wall die and replace it. Alright, keep those coming in. Keep the nades coming in, because they're really my only real defense. And then, shall we build another one of these? Depends where we can build it. How about here, here, here? No, those can stay, but I believe some of these are not fitting in. Actually, no, those can't stay. And you can't stay, but the rest of these can. Iron remains the most vital resource right now. Yeah, most vital. They're all really vital in their own way, aren't they? Because of Lazy Bastard, it's so difficult to just have everything you want at the ready, at your own beck and call. For example, I already need more small electric poles, so we'll just set that up. That's going, this is going. Let's just make sure science continues to flow as best it can, even though it's not that good. And we need to get more coal as always. Good, science going better than I thought. Roboports and robots are not locked behind space. However, one of the achievements that I have to get involves not having logistic networks set up before I research another planet's stuff. So we can have very basic logistics, but I can't have, say, active requester chests, buffer chests, the good stuff. So yes, I need walls badly. I'm going to want an automobile beyond that. Energy distribution I think I can get away without. It's very expensive for what it offers me. I'd love the tool belt, but that's just a nice to have thing. I can't have nice to have. I need to get vital. And what's vital is military science. If I get military science, I am going to want to get Flammerwaffen as soon as possible. It thankfully only costs 50 military science pack, and military science pack you pop out 2 per creation, so that's good for me. And what's good for me is good for you. Tastes good, feels good. I believe I'm running out of chests again. Yeah, what else is new? Right, more wooden chests, please. We love wood. Surprisingly, I'm not out of view. Alright, that's enough out of you. You keep on going, please. How's my ammo looking? That's really good on ammo. Excellent. Do it more, because I know I'm going to need more down the line. I'll keep with this going, because I'd like to set this up so that I can actually do big batches of things. Like I said, time pressure's largely off. We've got 6.5 hours to beat the game. How could anybody not beat this game in 6.5 hours? It's beyond me. Might not even be possible. You guys need to keep on making me those circuits. I would like to make another batch of assemblers, another row of 8, so I can have some really well organized loads of that. That might be a pipe dream for a little while. Really looking forward to getting better smelters here, because the diggers are actually not working all the time due to these things not being able to smelt fast enough, so I need to bring this out and get that built up there, and that's going to require a few things, not least of all some more electric mining drills. I don't want to put science on the back burner for a while, but it might have to be at this rate. Right, speaking of, I'm going to need more miners. Could you be my miner, please? Need a whole lot more of these as well. Sprockets, sprockets. You just always need more sprockets. Please keep making those. And I think that's more or less the same things that you need to get more assemblers, right? Yeah, it is the same stuff. So more assemblers, more miners, and we're going to get this stone mined out. I gotta keep a lazy eye on the bugs. But how are we going to do this? I think it's the first thing we're actually going to do a smelter array for. I don't know if I need to fully mine this out. Probably not. But maybe. Be my first usage of transport belts. It was coming eventually. So I'm thinking I do something like this. And then as this comes down, it smelter arrays in here, and then I end up with a lot of bricks that I turn into walls. But I will also need bricks. That's something to keep in mind. Please keep the research going. I'm really chugging through the research, which does feel good. Better make note that I will need this, though. Piercing rounds will need steel, but I think I have some throwaway steel. I certainly have grenades. I have no walls. I need to get on that, though, so that I can have my beloved Flammeroffen. Cribbins. Yeah, more steel going to be needed. How much steel do I have right now? Virtually none. Okay, let's just prepare for the future. I know I'm going to need a ton of this stuff in the future. How are you coming along? Not good enough. More. Well, I don't have more. But what if I did? You just keep giving me all of that iron. Now, this is a situation where I do wish I'd actually set up some kind of array for this, because it's getting quite painful going around and grabbing all the iron manually. Not least of all, refilling them. For now, though, it will do, because it has to. I'm also going to need... I'm going to make you do the last of that. How many of that? 25? 25 of those has got to be enough for a wee while, right? Keep those rockets coming. Keep them coming as well. How goes the fight against time and biters? It's pressing, but it's always going to be pressing. There's something I need here. What is it? It's not pipes. I have pipes. What in the dickens was I just thinking I need? Not something I need a ton of. I don't know. I can't remember. I was just about to do something and I've forgotten what it was. You! I need these. I need a fair bunch of these. That's going to require some actual copper. I might actually want to increase my copper production. Oh boy. Wow, they just cleaved right through that, didn't they? I guess that's what I get for not repairing all this stuff, but I don't think repairs are a good idea in general. Costs too much time, but look at that, almost destroyed my... Okay, I thought something else was invading me there. Yeah, good enough. God, I can't wait for walls. Need walls. Need walls badly. But the thing is, I'm going to need some protection for those walls, which is all the more reason why I'm going to need some ammo set up, even though I don't particularly like the ammo economy at this stage in the game. I do think that, in general, ammo turrets are pretty bad on Deathworld. But we don't have much of a choice if I need autonomous defense over here, and I am going to need to. Maybe I should position that so it can do a bit better on autonomous defense. May the factories grow aplenty. I'm trying to make it grow aplenty. I'll take some more of this. Don't want to build this too far down because the biters keep coming in from over there, however. Right, how many of these things we're looking at? 4? 4 is insufficient. I need something like 12 of them, which means I do actually need to ramp up my copper production, whether I like it or not, and I don't particularly like it. What bothers me is having to do this whilst always keeping an eye open for more of those biter bastards coming in. And they are bastards, and they are coming in. Alright, it's making good noises, but soon I'll be on military science pack. Ooh, Iron Throne, 20,000 plates per hour. That's a good sign for production, probably. This thing's dug out already. Then don't disturb me. Yeah, there are more that we can place, but who's got time for concerning about themselves with that? Keep it flowing, keep it going. You, make me more. You're going too slow. You also make me more. They're coming. Oh, lordy, they coming. The bastards actually went for the pipes. That's not very nice. Do I still have pipes to ground? I don't. So this is why I'm really needing walls, and soon. Or I need to turn off the factory for a short while. That's not unthinkable. What else is needed going forward? I guess I could do some cheap red science. I will need automation too, because flamethrowers are no good to me if I don't work down oil gathering. Lamps aren't necessary for anything currently, so yeah, give me radar, because I will at some point need this, and it's going to be very fast. And then we work our way down, so that means automation 2, fluid handling, oil processing. Once I have all of that and my car, then we're going to go out and secure the oil. But I need to have this place able to defend itself at least a little bit. Oh, that's right, the pipes to ground situation. Because they knackered mine, didn't they? Very unfair of them to do that. Pipes to ground are expensive on iron. Yeah, look at that. Took no time at all. Dancing with the biters. This is great. See, Alpha's a sick man. He just got back from streaming a whole lot of Elden Ring. Can't say it was going too well for him. I mean, I'm not familiar with the game. For all I know, that's how you're meant to play it. Just didn't look like it, you know? Nice, I didn't destroy that pipe to ground. Like I said, pipe to grounds are pricey. Maybe I should, maybe we should actually hold it off with regular pipes. Pipes to ground won't interact with that, thankfully. I still want to set up my stone. Still don't really feel safe enough to do so. Yeah, give me all of that, please. Continue to give me more sprockets. We always need them. And I will try my best to head on out now. I'm going to need energy over here. I worry about this energy not being particularly safe. Geez. Perhaps I need the wall up first. I hadn't really considered how I'm going to tackle this. But these trees need to get out of the way. These trees look damaged. Is my pollution so high that I've actually begun damaging trees? That's kind of cool in a way. There is the idea that I could just turn off the factory. In about 5 or 10 minutes, the pollution would die down, and the attacks would actually just stop. The pollution isn't so high that it's going to keep spilling over my my fellow dwellers of this world. But going slow is bad, because I do really need fluid handling set up. Yeah, if I get fluid handling and oil gathering, then I need to put down the pump, and that will instantly give me the ability to make oil, or make it into petroleum gas, but I don't need that for defense. What I do, however, need is to get my Flammewaffen. And in order to get that, I need to discover flammables, which is locked behind actually putting one of these things down. So we're still at the mercy of doing this. That's an additional 150, 200 research. Yeah, jeez. Remember how long 200 research once took me? I remember. You've got to go, my friend. And the way I see it, I am going to need some turrets in here. Probably just 4 of them set up like so. And then I can have you in like so. Why am I doing this before I have the wall? Clever buggers. Going for as far away as possible. So they know I can't respond in time. Fortunately, the biters have developed a taste for pipes. Yeah, I can't wait for these pipes to go. See, pipes, they just get disintegrated in no time. You got a problem placing this? Yeah, you do. Walls, on the other hand, have inherent defense against physical attacks. And it's good. Biters only do, what is it, 5 damage per nibble? The small biters, at least. Is that going to be within range of some of this? In range enough. Yeah, biters only do... The small biters only do 5 damage per nibble, and the walls have an inherent, I believe... Well, why believe when we can check? Walls have an inherent -3 and -20%, so they're going to do less than 2 damage per nibble on the wall, and the walls have 350 health compared to my pipes, which have 100. So this is the reason why I still want walls, even though they're going to be quite pricey in a lot of ways, including pollution, to set up. Yes, I must extend the wall out here. The wall, the pipe wall. Now, if I'm going to be picking these up, I probably want them somewhat repaired. And then, how am I doing on ammo? Well, the answer is not great. Take half of that and put it there. Take half of that and put it there. Half and half. Half and half. Half and half. And that should hopefully be enough to keep this thing defended, at least until I can get some proper walls going. Once I have walls, I probably won't want to spend ammo defending all this stuff. How do I actually power these? I haven't actually left myself place for power poles, but that's a marginally in the future me problem. Seem to have lost all my own ammo. I also noticed when reviewing my own VOD that I, for some reason, made myself multiple assault rifles. Don't need multiple. But I have them. Yeah, I suppose just in case. Dual wielding, maybe. And as expected, I don't use the grenades there. All right, that's all well and good. How do I power this stuff? By offsetting this, of course. Not like that, but like that. I miss forced build already. Is this too much stone? I guess it doesn't really matter. Power, 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 power. Notably, the gun turrets don't require power. Hopefully I have enough ovens right now. Oh, whoa, my instincts told me it's time to check. They come on a timer, but it's not a known timer. Not to you, at least. I think it's random between... oh, crivens, I need to refuel. Big refueling time is here. Yeah, somebody better than me would know, but it's random between, I think, 4 and 10 minutes how frequently they attack. Let's keep all that tanked up. Oh, crap, that's not good, because I need to actually get my smelters going as well. More coal for the coal god, please, and let's not have these things break. A good reason to have iron chests is actually to make them not die to my grenades so much. It'd be quite horrifying to lose my my stuff to that. That's still not enough coal. I'm going to have to grab my backup coal. Just to make sure these things are going to work fine for me. Alright, how many stone furnaces am I going to need or want? I have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I guess something like 10 will do. Actually, is it slower to make these, I wonder? Hang on. If I'm doing smelter array, I actually need a little gap here, I think. No, I don't. I absolutely don't. I do, however, need more inserters. Of course. It's yet another lazy bastard problem. Can't just make things on the fly when I need them. Everything needs to go through the necessary processes. Fortunately, I seem to have tons and tons of the... Well, maybe perhaps too many of them. Anyway, for now, give me what you have. And you guys keep getting to work making me those circuits. It's of vital importance. Shouldn't need more than I already have now of you. Couldn't help but notice my science has stopped. Science stopping is bad. However, they're stopping because of complete lack of these items. Like I say, I wanted to get these things set up properly so that I can make vast sums of 1, 2, 3, bish bash bosh. But bishing, bashing, and boshing isn't working out for me right now. I guess I'll slam these in, and then maybe just go on a quick hunt for scrambling a bit of my iron. These central ones have most of the iron because they have multiple things feeding into them. I do apologize for my significant lack of attention to chat right now. This game is absorbing all of my attention. But if you really, really needed to ask me something, you can always tag the message with my name, and that makes it highlighted for me, and it's so much easier for me to notice it that way. Alright, I'd love to get this started now. Would love to. Where the heck are they? They're up there. And now they're gone. I'm so glad when they just eat the pipes. I'm not so glad when I run out of pipes. Fortunately, it's easy to lay the pipe work. We would never try and distract you, says Chumra. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. I think. That is not enough coal for this, but that'll have to do for now. Right, now if you could all be kind enough to begin operations. That's going to be another big chunk into my available power, but we'll make do with that. So keep that defended. I'm going to spread out more defense for when I go away and to secure the oil. That won't be happening until I get pump jacks, which is another 100 green science. Hello, Jake, says Big Royal with Cheese. Great to see you return to Factorio. Am I misremembering? Were you not saying that you were not interested in Space Age? What changed? You are not mistaken. I said exactly that. What changed was I became interested in Space Age. I suppose the main issue was that before Space Age, I had just done a 100% run of this. You may remember it, or you may not, you don't have to. And then Space Age came out, but it's similar to the RimWorld fatigue, right? I've already done so much. Do I really want to go through it again? The things on offer in the expansion did not interest me enough for me to want to do that. That has, of course, changed. And now I'm actually rather enamored with it. Where are they coming? The same place? Getty! Jengs. At least they're just eating pipes, right? They can eat pipes all day. Right, so... Wait, what the... Get moving! I don't actually like using so many inserters, at this stage in the game. They do consume power and cost things to make, but I guess this is the world we're in. Right, and now I need to make with this. And it actually needs rather a lot, and it needs to put it out into a chest. And you need to actually make the walls, please. Walls are important. There we go. In addition, I am going to need the bricks themselves. I feel really bad putting those in wooden chests. Wooden chests are so incredibly flimsy, and that's high-value stuff to lose in some horrible situation. Power fluctuating wildly, but that's okay, I guess. Wow, good amount of copper. What's a man to do with so much copper? The answer might not surprise you. More cables. More cables to make more circuits to make more of you, and you always need sprockets, and you usually also need iron. Terrified to see this has stopped. Keep base science flowing, it's needed for absolutely everything. And keep these flowing as well, please. You have stopped because you are mined dry, so let's not even have you as a distraction. Trust me, I will go out and begin actual automation at some point. It's just now is not that point. You see the problem, right? I can't stray from the base. The base is under constant pressure. Look at this freaking cloud. We can actually see the values of pollution here. Which is why turning off the base is a legitimate idea, but I really, really need some... well, I need all this stuff, don't I? How are we doing on steel, by the way? Not well enough. Where are they? Whoa! Wriggling around like insects in there. Is there still more? You bastards. Very rude of them to attack like that. But yeah, this is what I'm looking forward to walls for, not having to deal with this nonsense anymore. Speaking of nonsense, am I just out of pipes? I am out of pipes. Fortunately, I'm never far from more pipes. I need to get that armor-piercing rounds made at some point as well. I guess that's what you're doing right now. I need these. How many? I don't need many. Just make me a fat stack of them, please. We'll go over the details later. And what did I need all that steel for? What am I making steel for again? There's a good reason I've forgotten it. I don't know. I need some steel chests to keep those protected. All right, no, the foundry things. Of course, how could I forget? Right, you please make me these. They need the bricks, but I'm working on the bricks. And I have bricks. That's good. I think it needs more bricks than steel, which is more good than bad. Okay, this actually seems like a reasonable setup. I just hope it doesn't get absolutely bodied. The bugs all seem to be coming from me here rather than there, which is good in terms of not chewing up too many of my resources. So we're actually not under too much time pressure at the moment. That will surely very likely change soon. I am going to make myself some more space by actually getting rid of you, because I would actually quite like to migrate this north a bit. Why? What did I want here? I don't remember, but I'm sure there was a good thing that I wanted here. Doesn't mean I remember it, though. This really should be more organized than it is. But it ain't. Just want to keep my science flowing. Remember, we have to get to oil processing. 109, that'll do it. And then I need to make a pump jack, but I have more than enough to make that right now. And then we have to set up our base for defense and build an automobile. I'm under attack somewhere. Oh, good freaking lord. How much ammo did that cost to defend against? Lots. Well, that is a damn shame. They actually got through as well, but they didn't damage anything here, but good grief. That is why gun turrets aren't so good. The cost in resources to defend against that attack is just much too much. Probably more than the pollution it's taking to get all this done. Alright. Let's get the steel furnaces going. I guess I can do a quick comparison here, right? It mines and then it stops. Then it mines, then it stops. That's because this thing is only processing at half the speed that it should. Whereas these are now going mondo fast. So this thing doesn't have downtime. So I want to move away from the ovens right now and move into the steel ovens. However, that requires bricks. Could I be grabbing these bricks faster? I think I could, but I don't want to... Where are they? If they ever do another one of those pincer attacks, I'm in for a very bad time. The walls are also explosive retardant. I believe we can check that again, if I can remember where. Of course, it's down in research, isn't it? You there. Yeah, physical, but also against explosions. My explosions do, I forget how much damage, but it's a 10, then 30% reduction. Where are my explosives? There you are. My explosives do 35, so it only does 25, then minus the percentage on that. So yeah, much better for keeping my own base alive from my own reckless grenade throwing. But yeah, just trying to ratchet up production as much as I can so that I'm ready to leave, as it were. That means I also need more steel. Matthew, steel. I wish the exclamation thing would go away a bit faster once I kill all the threats, because it stays there making me think that I'm still under attack. Alright, keep the steel flowing, because now I'm at the I need steel phase. Which is a real phase, and I'm in it. Could you please get rid of all this ore, and it would appear that when it comes to coal, I also need more. These things are more efficient on the coal per item produced, but I think they still consume it at the same rate. And look at that, these guys are running dry. Gib. I can't believe you made me play Star Sector. Now you'll make me want to play Factorio. That's why they call it influencing, right? I influence your very thoughts. Your participation is mandatory. Your objections futile. Do I actually have any additional steel to speak of? Okay, now I really do want to turn off the factory for a small while. That will lessen the burden of attacks, because if the factory gets overrun, I'm just dead. Because I will not be able to... And I do mean seriously dead, because if I cannot... Well, I suppose if I carried a spare boiler and spare steam engine, I could always rebuild. But yeah, if power goes down, you will never have the power to create more items without breaking lazy bastards, so you need to have power and assembly without it being destroyed. Right, so unless there's stuff that I really want to research before I bugger off. Now, there's things I'd like. Actually, I might as well get Fast Inserter. That thing's relatively important. And I would really like Projectile Damage 1. That's actually a higher priority. It's a massive difference in the amount of damage that you do to the small biters. You might think 10% isn't much, but it compounds with a gun turret. And small biters have 15 health. One bullet does 5 damage. How many bullets does it take to kill a small biter? Genuine question for chat. If you answer 4, you're correct, because the biters have inherent health replenishment. So they will out-heal that third shot, and then you'll need a fourth one to finish them off. And that's not good. Did I ever get those pipes? I think I did. Please continue making me more good ovens. We like good ovens. I wonder if it ever produces these faster than we can consume them. Where? Oh dear. Not... Wow, they never come from that angle. Oh god, they almost got my, my coppers. That is bang out of order. Can't wait to have a wall. By the way, I may have mentioned that I need this. Gonna need some wall for that, okay? That's not a lot of wall. I need something like 400 for this perimeter. But needs must. Right, how many of these things am I making? Honestly, not that many. 15 doubled, 30, that'll be fine. Needs 1, 1, and 2. That's also fine. So it'll make me that so I have enough for my Flammerwaffen. And it all should be relatively well. And again, I know if you're a seasoned Factorio veteran, or even just somebody with a bit of experience, you know of all the great ways to ramp up production, make a proper smelter array, organize things better, automate better, enough of this hand-feeding nonsense, but we just cannot balance the defense of the base with everything else. Hey, look at that! Look at that freaking attack! Claims that I shredded it are a bit over the top, because I certainly didn't shred anything other than my iron reserves. It's 4 iron per magazine, and these things have already slaughtered through much of their magazines. Clearly they need this. I wonder if I have enough bricks right now and I can actually move over to focusing on more walls than more bricks. Because I think by now that'll be enough of those to keep me going, but walls is a bigger priority. Alright, with that in mind, I'm going to disable the brick laying, and instead we shall have more wall making. There we go. That should be able to eat all the stuff that's coming in. Certainly eats all the stone coming in, which is a good sign. You guys are low on coal, which is a bad sign. Let's go and grab some more. The pipes, they're just the meal starters. Oh. I don't like how true that probably is. Top everything up on iron, on coal actually, with this in hand. Where are they? They're in the corner. Thankfully they're close to me. Boom! How close are we, you might be wondering, to medium biters? Very, very close. We need fire to deal with that. I think I need to unplug my factory pretty soon. Is there anything I need to get done before that? I need to research flammables and flamethrower, and then we're relatively good. The problem is I also need my my walls still being made, and that's a considerable problem. How are we doing on those walls? Oh, that's right, I was meant to be restocking. That's fine. Do I have enough of my steel things for you? I don't seem to have any steel things on me right now. I thought I was making these. Where are they? Let's try and be efficient on those, please. Means I don't actually need all of them working, but there we go. I can also add the remaining ones down to the copper, and then we'll have everything upgraded. No need for regular old crummy stone ovens ever again. One could hope. While I'm at it, let's make sure everything is topped up on coal. I also want to make that car. Right, do I turn things off or not? How do I turn things off? I guess I have to turn off all of my smelting array here. But I really need to set up... Oh, that's right. I could turn everything off except for the stone production. And then that will be very light on pollution, all things considered. How are these guys doing on coal anyway? Ah, they're fine-ish. Am I going to suffer at all for doing that? Of course I'm going to suffer, but I desperately need my walls set up. And the thing is, once I have my... Jeez, I don't know what to do here. I need to go out and get my bleeding oil. But this base needs to be defended. I think I do have to turn off production. Bring them to Fulgora for proper... yeah. Fulgora will be a good day. Right. Cut these guys off, please. I know they're not going to like it, but who will? Cut you off as well. And we're just going to let things chill out a bit. I really think we need this. Otherwise, the attacks, they won't cease. And the costs of defending my base are going to be more than I could handle. This needs to continue, though, because I do need these walls. And I guess I could start by erecting the wall over here, because this is the only place that still produces any threatening pollution now. I suppose the boilers still do. And I still will need some kind of defense. So yeah, we're going to chill out for a little bit. Let the pollution dissipate. Yeah, they never come from over here anyway. Famous last words, but it should be safe for now. Train? Yeah, we have a train. We'll hopefully keep that train around forever as a memento to what we've achieved. Had more walls than I thought. That's a good sign, right? I think it's a good sign. Anyway, look at that pollution absolutely swarming over the biters. They're coming from both ends. Good thing I put up that wall. Let's see how that wall handles the situation. Look at their wee health bars in the walls. These guys just cannot nibble through it. Oh, I love you, wall. It's also really fast fixing walls, he says. Very slowly fixing his wall. I'm going to need more of these tools. That timing was brilliant. But yeah, they shred the outer wall. The pipe wall wouldn't have handled that. That probably would have been game over right there if we had not had the all-powerful wall, which tells me complete the wall, don't be a numpty. There we go. Down to the last 7 bits of wall to complete the perimeter. Very good. Now we will just let... is that another... Oh my god! It costs so much freaking ammo to kill them. Whereas one grenade just, pow, takes care of all of it. But yes, hopefully the big attacks will... Oh my god, they're immediately assembling. At least they're close by, easy to spot. Right, I'm going to replace my... I'm going to need more of these fixer malarkeys. Keep my wall in working order. Wish I could have bots take care of that. It's very threatening seeing that up there, isn't it? Very clutch, very nice. Very thank you. I think I'm going to need my... gonna need my coal miners still going. Oh, couldn't help but notice these guys don't actually work. Right, hopefully that will disperse quite a lot of the pollution, because it's just that and this going, and that's not a whole lot. I'd be happier if I had things like efficiency modules, but I don't. Yeah, because otherwise I could run out of power here entirely, and that would be one difficult blackout to work our way away from. How are those biter dudes over there doing? I'm going to take a little risk here, and I'm going to go and say hello to them. Hello, you sniveling little bastards. Get over here. Boom, gone. That saved me a lot of ammo. Yeah, just immediately reassembling another attack order. So maybe that wasn't necessary. Right, what is necessary is setting up defense and heading out. I'm going to need a car for that. Car needs... how many engines? 8 engines and a bunch of steel. Alright. Engines, please. Everything needs steel. Everything always needs steel. How many engines is this? It's too many. That'll be fine for now. Heck, even that's fine for now. I only need one car, you know. Get the car, stock it full of coal, go driving, set up automated defenses here. Oh, Jesus. They're coming, and they're dying. It's relentless. People that don't play on Deathworld don't know the joys of actually having to defend your factory, not just setting up 4 gun turrets for 3 hours and that being enough. Still want more of these, by the way, please. Just use up the last of my bricks. Give me back my steel. Oh, you need steel more than anything. Yeah. I still need pipes, or I still want pipes, rather. That's fine, actually. That's all the mill science that I need for now. Keep the grenades flowing. Otherwise, keep other things flowing. Because I haven't really automated this stuff, some things just stop now, and then it's a long time before I actually fix the lack of production. Now, that is bad, obviously. Hopefully that's obvious. But hopefully things can slow down just a bit once I get my pollution somewhat under control. I mean, look at this. Does this look under control to you? If pollution is ever over 15, it spills out to adjacent places. But I'm hoping they just drink up the last of the... pollution. Then, if nothing else, the size of the attacks will become smaller. So they can get through the... Can get through that. They had too long because I was faffing around on the map there. Yeah, and then my automated defenses, which I will set up, will be able to take care of it. 11? No. I want more than 11. Considerably more than 11. At least these things will be relevant for a good long time. Gonna need more ammo as well, which of course means more iron, more everything. How much science do I have? About 100 science. Nothing here that really appeals to me for spending 100 science on. Stronger explosives? I don't think so. Cool, pipes are serving like early warning receiver. Yes, that they are. That might have been part of my consideration in having them. It's possible. More ammo, please. Yeah, I store ammo down there, which is quite neat. 2 of those. I need more of those. Can you please speed up? And can you keep going? Not if I don't have coal. I should probably automate this properly. Just set up a little chest with coal and whatnot to feed into it, but that's already too much thinking. You can keep going. Alright, more gun turrets. I'm going to set up the gun turrets on the perimeter. I'll give them something like as much ammo as I can each. Oh, crivens. It's so efficient to lob grenades, but soon I won't be able to be here with grenades to deal with this. Don't like leaving places not at all covered, but maybe I should just focus on places that they're obviously attacking here and there. Because they do love to beeline towards the gun turrets, as long as they're firing at all. They never come from this end, but they certainly love this end. Enormously. I think they still love around here. Yeah, I can see all these dying and dead trees. A sure sign that my pollution has been very high. But I really don't think I can stop wall production. Wall production is a necessity. That over there will be fine for a good wee while yet. Pollution absorption by the land is really reduced on Deathworld settings. So yet another problem to deal with. Right, stop doing whatever that is. I require these. Probably quite a lot of these. And of course I don't have... Where are they attacking? Oh, didn't I just repel an attack here? Or did I imagine that? Can't wait to have flamethrowers. Fairly eating into the time, though. It's been almost an hour, and I feel like we've achieved virtually nothing. Now, what was I trying to do? Probably build up these so that I can get some circuits, so that I can get some repair packs. Yeah, just keep loads of repair packs on hand. Might need them someday, you know? Oh, how are you guys doing? Actually, alright. Inserters are good, but science is good as well. Gonna need ammo. Ammo aplenty. Let's try and pillage as much of this iron as we can. It's actually quite good. Yeah, it's really quite good. And that should do me on you, so let's just make this whole line ammo, apart from you. Well, you're kind of ammo. Gonna need that, set up these defenses, grab my car, which will definitely exist now. And then we're gonna go exploring. It's very important to go exploring with the safety of knowing my base isn't about to die on me. Find another oil patch. Another? How about we find an initial oil patch? Fortunately, we somewhat know that the oil is to our southeast. Alright, really need this to clear up a lot, please. It might be that the wall production has to stop, but I don't want it to stop. No, you don't. I dread to think how much ammo it's going to cost per attack, and you see these attacks are coming in fast. Fast and hot. I don't even want you guys armed right now. I want them armed when I'm leaving, because right now it's still very, very much more cost effective for me to take care of the attacks with my mighty grenades. How bad is the spaghetti? What's spaghetti? I have one belt, and all that does is make me walls. And I'm going to need a ton of walls, so that is something that needs to keep producing this. Holy crap! These guys are running out of ammo. That is unreal, the amount of attacks that are still coming here. Where are the next ones? Oh gosh, they're all the way in the corner? Oh, it's just a tiny attack, though. Even so, you can see how unsustainable this is. We need fire. Does that mean that we actually do stop production? Like, fully, including the walls? Because I can't keep this going. And I think that pollution is still so much that it's causing us issues here. I'm gonna have to, I think. Need fire. Alright then, shutting the whole factory down. These guys are still gonna be kind of flowing. Should I stop that as well? I think I should. What are they even still powering? Nothing. Okay. Kind of good, maybe. Still sounds like some of them are going. Please don't. While I'm at it, I think I do want to upgrade these now. Right, so factory is now completely quiet. That's a problem. I can't really produce anything. Wait, that is a problem. I need to make a pump jack or two. At least two. Now we really need this vast amount. Okay, it's really slowing down here. Slowing down a lot. A couple more attacks and maybe they'll just cheese off for a little while. And then we must go and get our pump jacks down. We need two at least, but we better get all the rest of them. Alright, yeah, I think there's going to be two down there that we bring up with pipes. And I do have pipes, thankfully. And then we set up a fire perimeter. Yes, that's it. If I could just bring fire back here and set up a fire perimeter, then I can ramp up production as much as I want, knowing that the walls will be automatically defended. Alright, that works for me. That works very well for me. Do you have enough pipes? I certainly hope so. I got over 350 or so. Should I be relying on that? Probably not. But the important thing is that these attacks just lay off me for a little bit. Alright, get those done, get out. Oh my god, the complete lack of ammo here is insulting. I don't know who it's insulting, but it's insulting somebody. That's so much ammo just gone. Remember, one ammo clip costs me four metal plates. One ammo clip can fire 10 times, killing 3 biters. 3 and a bit biters. It just does not add up, so I don't believe in ammo turrets on Deathworld. Alright, that's got to be good enough. Right, so now with the factory off, I'm going to put down a small amount of defense for these guys. I'll give them 50 rounds per corner. And since the pollution is largely... oh my god. Right, I'm tackling that one before it tackles me. You all saw the size of that. Now that the factory is off, they won't bother me anymore. Come on, you little bitey bastards. All you can eat. Come on, get the rest of you here as well. Come on. Oh, that triggered the freaking base, didn't it? Yeah, it did. That's alright. Just let them come on over. This is why I invested in heavy armor, by the way. They can barely hurt me. Even my own grenades barely hurt me. I did immediately back at it. Well, that's okay. They're drinking up the remainder of the pollution. Once that's all gone, all will be well. Don't you need research to get more fire turrets? Yes, so I will need to turn things back on, but the important thing is things will be turned back on once I'm back at my base. Ooh, I hope I brought enough, just realized right now that I probably don't have enough... Is this full of copper cables? It is, good. I'm trying to finish my words here, but it's proving difficult. These, I need small electric poles. Keep it flowing, keep it going. Not those. Okay, well, I guess I can run for a very, very short amount of time. Whilst I just pick these up. No, it's too risky. Give me that. Okay, let's finish our somewhat defenses. Make sure we grab all the pipe. Then we set up our defenses. Also need to make sure I grab the rest of my repair kits as well. So this is a phase of the game that's going really rather slowly, but I am quite certain that once we actually have a wall with fire defense, we're going to be in a great-ish place. And again, these gun turrets do not require power to function. Cool. Oh, look at them go already. Oops, not target priority. Yeah, they already ran through 1/5 of their ammo there. Not a good sign. But it's okay, we don't pollute anymore, so surely we're in the clear now, right? I need to do this corner as well. Remember, if they get in at all, it's game, set, and match. I should talk a little bit about what if we lose. It's a real consideration. So I made a save at the end of Gotlap, so I figure if we die, we go back to there. I don't like the idea of save scumming at all. Did I ever make that black science, by the way? But that's alright. It means we won't put the failure run on YouTube, and then the YouTube scrubs will be none the wiser. I'm pretty sure I made this, right? Right? Yes, I got like 32 in my inventory. There you go. We'll get that researched when we can. Right, now we need to go out. We need to lay the power poles down, and I want to take the power poles out in a way that they're not going to get attacked. I also need to go and find where I'm putting them. So I guess the first thing I do is I go out for a wee drive, make sure that all of my gun turrets are there and operational enough. And what we need to do is just not freak out when we start hearing things getting destroyed. It's just the natural order of things. Pardon me. I guess I'll put in some manner of gun here. Yeah. Also need fuel. There's some backup fuel. Let's go. Need to explore now. Gotta pray that the bastards didn't settle on any of the nice stuff. If I'd set down a radar, the radar would have already explored this area for me. Okay. Remember, we're not allowed at all to destroy any enemy bases. I'm going to lay some pipe, by the way, just so this becomes an undesirable place for the biters to settle. You can see that on the map mode here. Maybe even a few more of them. If you have built entities on a tile, that and its surrounding tiles become undesirable, and it'd be very, very bad for me if the biters settled on that nice juicy iron patch, because I'm probably going to want it soon. Some stone over here. I guess we're playing with forbidden knowledge here because of the preview. We do know that there is oil down here. Just as well, I never would have spotted this on my own account. Now this right here, if I can find you to place you down, will research for me? Maybe they need to be powered. Yeah, maybe you need to actually pump some of this stuff first. Fluid handling, into you, into you. Yeah, you actually need to mine the crude oil first. Crumbs. They're attacking my base. I need to not panic about that. That's just business as normal. Also, this must be the biter base that triggers attacks from the south. Let's see if we can explore it a bit. That's the one. So that's been attacking me from down here. Oops. Really don't want to lose my only car whilst I'm traveling here. Only having 2 of these is quite terrible. But if it's all we've got, it's all we've got. I know there's another oil patch further over, but we're just going to have to make do with this. I could just bring it straight up and then over. Guess I'm okay with that. Although I need to be a bit more zoomed out so I don't actually just... Yeah, screw it. This doesn't need to be orderly. Fighters do not aggro on power poles. Unless they're incredibly failing at their pathfinding, which I've seen them do. I've seen them fail dramatically at pathfinding. Alright, there we go. That kind of brings power down to pump that out. I should explore a bit more while I'm here, considering we haven't done any exploration or any radaring. Gotta be a little careful when driving around in your wee putt-putt vehicle, though. That's the biter base that's been causing all these southern attacks, and I am really rather grateful that they have not been running into my water, because if the water goes, the power goes shortly after. Whoa, they've actually been attacking this. I'm not on for that. I actually like my spaceship and I want to preserve it. If that thing blows up, you can never replace it. And because it's a large, essentially storage chest, it is unique in utility. I don't think there's anything that you can use as a storage chest that's as big as that. You can use cargo trains as storage chests. I don't think you can use silos anymore as storage chests. You used to be able to. You can use tanks and cars as storage chests. I don't know if you can use Spidertrons. But that thing is uniquely huge, and more than anything, it's just a memento. And there is no reason that the biters should be pathing into it, but that doesn't mean they won't. I'm just getting a feel for the area. Remember, we cannot kill these biter bases. Not until we access artillery. Which is probably the single biggest pain point of the entire run. More painful than Got Lap, lazy bastard. It's called Keeping Your Hands Clean. It's the third one down on the achievements we have pinned in the top left. I'm glad you're taking a wee break from the space game so you can enjoy this other space game. Nicely pointed out, Luxshaden. That's exactly what's going on. And look at that, they've stopped massing attacks because they've turned off the factory. So my goal right now is to get a flamethrower defense up so that I can restart production and ramp it up to the maximum without caring about what the biters do. I will need to possibly slowly expand beyond my borders because I don't think I'll be able to comfortably get a win without the additional iron. Thankfully, that iron is not claimed by biters. It's close to biters, but so's our entire base. Yeah, we just have to live with that. So as long as the biters don't go there and muck everything all up, I might be okay. Try not to anger these guys. Let's get back to base. Restart everything. Hopefully they don't destroy my pumps before I get defenses set up for it, but even if they do, it's not the end of the world. There's a nicer way that you can get in, by the way. If you do this, you can just walk right through that. Whether or not the biters can, I don't know. So let's plug our base back in, now that we're here to defend it. Please. There we go. Boopy-doop. Right, now that we have that, we need to get flammables and then flammerwaffen, and then we are relatively safe. Except, of course, there's a problem. How much do you think a flamethrower costs? Just one flamethrower. One stationary flamethrower. How much copper and how much iron do you think they cost? Maybe I should give you some benchmark things, especially military things, right? So one firearm magazine costs 4 iron plates. What about a gun turret? Gun turrets are expensive. Gun turrets cost 20, 30, 40, 50 plates. 50 whole plates, and that's not including the ammo that goes into it. What about a laser turret? Whoa, okay, maybe don't look at those. Those are monstrously expensive. A flamethrower costs 235. I'm not sure if I got that number right. That's 30 times 5, so that's 150. 15 times 2, that's an additional 30. 10, that's just 10 to 10, 1 for 1 on the pipes. And an engine itself costs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's rather a lot. I think that comes in at 235. What I'm getting at is I need a lot of these and they're monstrously expensive, especially for my low-tier mining operation. However, it is of vital importance, I would even say. So we're doing it anyway. We're doing it live. Right, so now we're back to defending our base with our bare hands. However, the research is going on for flammables. Research will continue until morale improves. I've got lots and lots of red science, more than I need. I only need that little bit of black science. What do I do beyond this? I always need to be thinking towards the future. I'd love to have efficiency modules, but that requires me to do oil processing, and the only processing of my oil that I want to do right now is... oh, Christ, I didn't actually pipe the oil up here. That's important. I need pipes to ground to do that safely. And of course I need iron for that. I always need bleeding iron. What is this? Factorio, more like constantly lacking iron Torio. I'm going to need a ton of steel, so I have no problem processing more steel. And if I'm going to be processing more steel, why don't we do it in these highly efficient steel furnaces? At least as much of them as we can. Oh god, I got more of these than I thought. Well, isn't that convenient? Just lightening up my inventory a touch here. Right, as I was saying, pipe to grounds. Pipe to grounds will get me the oil back easier. And then I'm going to need to clear out this forest so I don't accidentally burn it down. This hand-feeding seems dangerously unlazy. It's a very ironic name, Lazy Bastard, considering it's one of the more active achievements that you can do. In fact, it's the handcrafting that's the lazy way out, but... like I say, I think it's intentional. If only my arms were longer and I could reach all these trees. Well, I need to turn the base back on to get this research done. But like I'm saying, once we have flamethrowers and seal the base off with safety from that, we are in an excellent position, provided we reach out and grab the additional iron patch. Because throughout the entirety of the start, iron is more important than copper. It's only when you start getting very heavily into things like processing units that copper starts to catch up. These trees do need to go. I need to trim the bush here, so to speak. That's fine, though. It gives me plenty of wood to make, hopefully not more wooden chests. I would like to get away from that at some point. Am I cutting down faster with my steel? Yeah, I think steel tools went away from being a research to just something you get from processing steel. Shouldn't you get the oil pipe laid before the attacks come back on? It's a bit of a catch-22 there. No point bringing the oil back if I have nothing to feed it into. And I don't even have flamethrowers research to get that done. Maybe it would have been better to pump it back. But I also needed the pipe to ground because I don't want the oil pipe exposed. I need that oil pipe to absolutely not be somewhere that the biters can attack. Because if they cut that off, they cut off all my defense. Although another thing is, given that that oil, I only have 2 pump jacks, it's probably a good idea to save it up. It does feel very bad, by the way, cutting down these trees. These trees absorb pollution, but it's better to cut down some of them. Some people do grenades for this. I don't like using grenades on trees. Waste of grenades, waste of trees, but it does save on time. Yeah, if this forest caught fire, the whole forest would burn down. That itself would cause a bunch of pollution, and the trees themselves would no longer ever get pollution reduced. Now, however, we can still preserve a good amount of the forest. I think the... oh, hang on. You better believe I'm noticing that I'm low on... low on coal here. Coal is the goal. Give me that coal. These should definitely have bigger and better chests. Kind of a joke that I'm still using wooden chests here. Not a good joke either. Ugh, not good. How about those pipe to grounds, by the way? Still want a few more of them. Grenades are looking fine. Pipe to grounds are very expensive. I would dare to say I have plenty of them now. Why are those flamethrowers not going anymore? Why am I out of black science? I didn't make enough black science. I made like 30 of it and I needed 50. Whoops. That's okay because I'm smart. Perhaps even too smart. There we go. Just make a bunch of that. Flamethrowers are very important. Also important is having some storage tank. I'm going to need to buffer some of that. Not much of it. In fact, one should do. But if one will do, why not have two? I'll make something like 5 of them. Alright, I need to go and start piping that oil over here, and then get it buffered in here and set up my flamethrower defenses. There we go. The attacks are starting out small because they're only just starting to breathe in my delicious pollution now, but they will come in earnest. At least now we know where it's going. That nest, that nest, that nest, and that nest have no doubt been all of the bane that we've been fighting so far. Nothing we can't handle, I hope. Make me 1 more of these, and maybe 2 more, and we're good to go. I swear they made it that you can extend your reach much further in Space Age. Alright, let's hope the base doesn't burn down, and we're going to go and get ourselves the oil brought back. Will I go on foot? Will I go by car? It's actually quite far. Right, the enemies don't attack from this end, like, at all. They will once these guys start coming, but for now they don't. So let's consider this our ingress point for oil. Let's do something like, but not necessarily this. It feels so bad leaving my base behind, by the way. Now, especially now that pollution is back on and flowing. To think I'm actually helping these biters, making them strong. I'm really hoping this isn't too far. If you make pipe networks that are too long, they require... Oh, I should really hotkey these things. You go there. You go there. I don't really use that for clicking on them. I prefer to pipette. But... Okay, good. This is a good sign of where they are. It does let me see at a glance how much of each of them I have. I have less of this, less undergrounds than I thought, and I thought I made too many of them. Oh well. I'm not going to need a bunch of these back at base as well. Oh well, it's just more iron to piss up the wall. Okay, this is becoming a bad joke. I'm going to need to extend it out like so. And get a good idea of where the things are here. Kind of depressing music, isn't it? I don't like Factorio's soundtrack. To make matters considerably worse, this is going to need its own defenses. I'm just going to hope that the pollution isn't so much that it attracts that attention, but it probably will. If it comes down to that, I guess I could give you some defense, but probably better to have the defense and then have it operate than simply lose it, right? Alright, there you go. I will give you an honest-to-God real defense later, but that's going to have to do you for now. And I really hope they don't get stuck on these as well. Good to see that entities being damaged did indeed go away. I think I've talked down my own skills and experience in Factorio in the past, but I'm feeling considerably better about how I am at these games, this game these days. Alright, there we go. That would do much better with even more pipe to ground. But at least the oil will flow back into the base now, and I can feel safe at being back at the base. We'll get the flamethrowers done, we'll get the flamethrower defense up, and then we will try and expand our reach over to that coveted iron patch over there. And there's another oil patch. Hopefully that doesn't get taken over by biters. Actually, is it important enough for me to want to drive over and investigate it right now? Maybe even lay some pipe on it. I think it is, actually. Where bullets? I hope that's enough fuel to keep me going. Here's some bullets. Let's go. Wasn't there a honking ability for the car? I seem to recall being able to honk the horn. Ooh, brilliant navigation. Ooh, less brilliant. Stay away from those guys. That's definitely a settlement, and I'm kind of glad they put it there, because that's not necessarily in anybody's way. Much better than having them settle on top of the massive oil patch. Well, it's not that massive, but it's certainly bigger than 2. I feel a bit dirty for having this foreknowledge. Here we go, and it's not taken. Good. Although, the neighborhood might disagree. Alright, here we go. Let's just slam that down so it's not a very desirable chunk for them to settle. Maybe even a little bit more here. And then get out. Vamoose. Check the fuel, I've got plenty to get home. Who heard of a car that operates by just shoveling coal into it? My man, laying pipe, making a sport out of it. Needs must, and we must need. Had the strangest saying in university. We used to just out of nowhere say, we're gonna need the boy. And my friend who has arms like dumpster trucks, he would make a kneading motion as if he's a baker. He says, we're gonna have to need the boy. That was pretty bad. I must not cut off the only power pole that leads to my flame source. Alright, jolly good. We're back. The base is still standing in that we can call it a base. Don't take away my gun turrets. They really don't serve much purpose while I'm here, but I suppose I'd rather have them up right now. I should have the black science to produce my beloved flamethrowers now. I'm going to do a mass refill. Take all the science. I don't want to be carrying this junk around. Keep the nades flowing and going. Back to smoking and joking. Yeah, I guess those things aren't filling up, so it's not a big deal that I still have them on wooden chests. The biggest wooden chest problem right now is how vulnerable they are, even to little fragments of my grenades. Because if you destroy a chest, you destroy a ton of output. So you don't want to do that. Using old Stretch Armstrong here to refill these. They all look pretty full to me. Research with military science achievement get. All looking good. The ammo there is actually holding. Turning off the factory for a short while seems to be proving to be an excellent thing to do. Which is good, because I did it. And I want to pat myself on the back for a job well done here, not hang my head in commiseration. Any thoughts on spawning the... so I'm aware of that one. It's been very popularized by Mr. Henderson and... Is it Henderson? Michael something or other. And also Nephim, I think. That's not what I'm about, though. I want to have this actually look like an appreciable game of Factorio, not something that's exploiting the way it works, and heavens knows, maybe patched out in the future. The wall is looking good. The flamethrower existence, fantastic. Now I need to do some rather unfortunate things. Including, but not limited to, engine production. I'm going to need a lot of engines, and I'm going to need a ton of steel. Maybe just have one of these guys? How many engines is it per flamethrower? 5 and 30 freaking steel plates. Okay, well, yep, those are numbers, all right. I'm going to give these 15 steel jibbery jips each. And then, let's see, they need sprockets and iron. Wait, iron? No, pipes. All right, here's a whole bunch of pipes. And I'm going to make sprockets as a matter of priority for you. Look at that, actual amounts of iron. Never thought I'd see the day. Going to give Mom 50 sprockets each once I have it to get that going. And then this is going to just pump out flamethrowers forever. Or so the hope goes. That does, of course, necessitate even more steel. We knew what we were walking into with this. Where are my sprockets, damn it? You're taking too bloody long. Marvelous amounts of copper plating over there, to the point where I am significantly considering upgrading to iron chests. Costs a ton, right? 8 iron plates, so it's still 1/5 of the cost of... Whoa, lordy! They are back. Yep, flamethrowers can't come soon enough, and they'll be coming, all right. Yeah, that ammo, that shredded half of my ammo over here. Yeah, so it's a good thing I'm still around to lob grenades. Needs must. They're still coming. Are they? No, they stopped. Right, I got these. So half and half and half and half, and then we just plug this fool. Once we have the engines. Engines are horrifically slow to produce, but so are flamethrowers, and flamethrowers require tons of steel, and steel, you know, it's 30 a pop, and we have actually a surprisingly large amount of steel. I should pat myself on the back for making the resplendent decision to generate lots of steel. Well, lots of iron that turns into lots of steel, but it's the steel making part that was the decisive part there. Please continue making these. I'm not quite gutsy enough to upgrade 2 steel chests. That would be, I think, a monstrous waste of resources. Research. Is there anything I need to do right now? Is it worth placing some fluid tanks to store oil? Yes. In fact, the fact that I have not been doing that is actually a grievous oversight. Why did I not? Because I ran out of pipes to ground. You there. Pipe. To ground. Now. Make a whole bunch of them. I only need 2 right now. You come all the way out here, and please start filling this up. Because it does take a wee while for... Huh. Yeah, I could get away with 2 of those. It does take a wee while for the... They cleaned them up, but they're almost out of ammo there. It's scary. It takes a while for the buffers in the fuel tanks in the flamethrowers to actually properly fill up. Right, we need to get going on those flamethrowers right now, because the moment medium biters appear, which is now, I'm smoked if I can't set them on fire. Uh-oh, right, I need these things up like 5 minutes ago, and I don't have them. I'm very, very slowly making them. To the point where I actually want 2 of these set up. It is that important. But those engines gotta come, and come fast. There we go, good enough, kind of, maybe. Right, keep those going. How long to make an engine, by the way? An engine takes 10 seconds, a flamethrower turret takes 20 seconds. The ratios don't match up. I guess that's okay, but even so, I should make more. More. Where are my pipes? Where are my sprockets? I believe in burst processing. Do you? I believe I was thinking about upgrading to iron chests at some point. Now that I have them, let's lay them down so that we don't end up wasting production time due to not enough cash. Or better yet, not enough space. That shouldn't extend to my coal, but I'm upgrading these large... Actually, I should probably just upgrade everything. Don't think I have enough space. I don't think I have enough chests for that, actually. We'll upgrade the chests that are getting multiple inputs. Or rather, 4 inputs rather than 2. The very idea that I have to be niggardly with my chests of all things. I've just noticed that that one has not been operating. Oh, let's see if I can save my turrets some ammo. Yeah, you there. You still have some of that to output for me. Although you're not going to be working anymore, so let me just do that for you instead. I believe I was somewhere in the region of thinking about pipes. I was also thinking about... Keep going. Pipes and sprockets. Which of course means more iron needed. Whoa, look at all that iron. Feels good. Now we just blast process it into even more of these. And then there we go. Engines coming, flamethrowers coming. We're where we need to be. Now let's start setting up flamethrowers on the critical points. Nice thing about flamethrower, really nice big wide burn arc. Unfortunately, it's going to be difficult to place it such that it can handle all the area here. But maybe I push it out, because I will want more space pretty soon. Once we can defend it, we're going to need, or we're going to want a lot more area to actually play with. Just cover the troublesome spots right now. It's a little harder to see when you're in the way. That covers trouble. Covers lots of trouble, actually. I'm going to need a lot of this pipe coming around. Do I have a lot of pipe? Of course I don't. Who would have lots of pipe to hand? Not the guy who's trying to set up a perimeter defense that lives and breathes off of their pipes. I also need to ditch some stuff that's just clogging me up right now. Right here, I need to get rid of all this wood. Is there anything else here? Junk. You're junk. Ovens are junk. Burner miners are junk. Then we're fine. I think we'll just do this really messily and then sort it out later, because for now what's important is that we can actually defend our bleeding base. And that includes you being there, I imagine. Pipe to grounds, we don't care. Losing a bit of oil in the buffers is no big deal. And it's... yeah, that is good. That's really nice. That's going to burn away my pipes. Pipes are flame retardant, but they're not immune to fire damage. And you know what? We don't mind that too much. Could actually have you over here. That'd be really, really cool, because that means I can run pipe to ground through this. And wouldn't you know it, I have pipe to ground. We're under attack. Where? Why? How many? The guns are firing. The guns of Brixton should hold. Medium biters. Why are my defenses not up and operational just yet? Good thing I upgraded my weapon damage at least a little bit. Could I do a little bit more? What does it take to get physical projectile damage up more? 200 and 200. Is that even worth it? That's very expensive. Do I even have that kind of science? Yes, I do. Should I? No. No, I don't think I should, because we're moving away from bullets very rapidly. Feels weird not to always have something researching. I don't have the time right now. I would like to. No doubt I would like to, but time is not existing right now. Defense of the realm is the state's top priority. Preservation of the state, obviously. Once I can protect my walls... I have a feeling this is going to be too long soon. It's 287 out of 320. I'm going to need to put in a pump. I think pumps need engines, actually. In that case, let's hold on to 2 engines. Yeah, hold on to 1 engine then. Also, why am I out of steel? Also, stop getting too distracted. I need that pump. 1 pump. Needs steel, of course. How's that for steel? I'll tell you now, it's pretty good. Yes, the state is Jake. The state is despair currently. No, no. Have faith. As long as they don't go and absolutely ruin everything by taking over my... well, my... the thing I hope to be my coal patch, all should be well. There we go. Now the pipeline is only 66. I actually like what they did with the piping stuff. They've certainly simplified it, no doubt about that. I need to see this. Covered, covered, covered. Now we desperately need to cover this area. Looking at it, I would like something like you here. Spitters are going to complicate matters, but when do they not? Don't worry about the ugly oil. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see this in action, shall we? Burn, you bastards. Burn. That is why I use flamethrowers. Also, this is such an important defense point. I think I'm going to defend it like so. How does that come up, by the way? I think you there. And you there. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful. Right. I don't actually have any to ground nonsense here. For my belts, that is. I should make a few splitters and belts to ground, just to keep me sane. Oh, right, this place is not yet defended. Whew. Alright, so defending this It needs flamethrower defense right now, but at least I bought myself about 4 minutes to do that. Worth noting that is going to injure pipe work over there. So what was I just doing? I believe it was something about going to ground. You there. I need some of you. And splitters, please. No, not the fast ones. We're not on fast belt territory. Not anytime soon. They're still massing up, and they will never not be massing up. That's the thing. Because I can't destroy these bases, they always want a piece of the engineer's pie. I don't want them to get that pie. You make 2 of these at a time, right? 20 should... Actually, that's all I'm getting for now, but that'll do. And then we should probably have these at the ready. Huzzah. Then I can do this, and this, and this. And I can even get rid of these. I'll repair them before I do. Lest we end up putting them down later on. There will be an era of double wall coming, by the way. That time is not right now. And I do want to resume the grabbing of some bricks. Not all bricks, but some bricks. And just in case we end up making tons of them, I want a lot more of this. These are too slow. I want faster. Thoughts of Seti the First powering me here. By the sting of the Y whip on your shoulder. This is important. We need walls. There we go. More or less maxed out that stone patch. It's funny that stone would be the first patch I max out. We barely tickled our copper or our coal. But no, stone gets maxed even before iron, because without a wall, we don't keep these bastards at bay. Just in case they ever get some funny ideas about attacking me from the south, I'm actually going to rejig this a little bit. Why are we out of power? How are we out of power? There's no water. How are we out of water? Oh my god, what? That's not very nice. They actually did aggro on these. That's okay. I made these back when I was very, very stingy on pipe to grounds. Now I'm a bit less stingy. We need fire down here, by the way. Absolutely need fire down here. Why do we not have fire down here? Because I'm busy repairing walls instead of building fire down here. Can you make red ammo yet to destroy the close bases? So one, I wouldn't destroy bases with red ammo. I would use poison capsules, grenades, shotgun, fish, any combination of those, usually shotguns and fish. But I cannot because of one very important achievement called keeping your hands clean. Keeping your hands clean means that your first enemy structure must be destroyed using artillery, so I cannot go in and destroy it any other way. As I'm sure you're aware, artillery is not available in Nauvis, so we're going to have to launch a freaking rocket before we can even consider doing that. I should not have destroyed those. Whoops, 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 whoops. Bring him back, bring him back, bring him back. Because if a medium biter comes, I can't deal with it unless I'm actively spraying it with fire. Oh, look at that. I need to double that wall, by the way. But that's why wall production is automated. Right, you have that covered. I am going to need this covered enormously. Alright, something like that'll do. I mean, that is a hideous, ugly setup, but I'm desperate, and desperate times is a pretty cool scenario in Resident Evil Outbreak. I feel bad for this guy in school. I used to torture him by constantly talking about these games I enjoyed playing, and he did not care about games, not at all. Right, I also think I need to double wall this off because I can't risk my fire destroying my input of water. Like I've mentioned before, water is of vital importance to the base. So let's just hope they don't chew on any of this, given how much they like to chew on it earlier. Hope they don't chew on my ship as well. Looks like they've stopped doing that. I hope they continue to stop doing that. Alright, now we are encased, somewhat. As long as everything is covered in fire and double-walled, we're fine. Notably, we haven't done the double-walling part, but we're getting to that. Jeez, this is so freaking dark and hard to tell where everything meets everything else, but maybe you can go there. I'm out of those. Okay, good. Good, I didn't want to be full of those. Never be too full of yourself. That's a lot of engines, though. If only the steel could catch up. Steel is looking like it's reasonable, actually. But we still need more steel. And yeah, I'd love to automate steel production. There's a lot of things I'd like to automate, but automation will start once the base is somewhat secure. And that means everything is double-walled and covered in flamethrowers. From there, I can actually just go pretty gung-ho on every production, knowing that even big biters will not pose a threat, provided I actually keep up in damage research, which shouldn't be difficult. Ugh, pipe to grounds. My bane. AKA in at least an hour. Don't scare me with such ideas. One thing I could really do with actually is some more inventory space. I keep getting cut off there. I will spend 100 on that, and I have 100 to spend on it. Right, pipes to ground on the double, and I say the double-double. Where's my black science? Done enough for me. Take all the science I have. All the science is actually done. Well, done. We could do more. Get those reds going. But the greens are needed more than reds. Under attack. Oh, no. They're actually attacking me down here. That needs defense as well. That's okay, I can do that. In fact, that's what I'll do right now. Now, fortunately, I buffer the oil up here. I double buffer it, so even if we spend our oil haphazardly, the maximum output that a flamethrower turret does is only 3 per second of oil. And since they don't always fire, that's actually a pretty good deal. I don't like building these on my copper patch, but I think I can make do with this. Yeah, that looks good enough. The attacks from this angle are very rare, so I don't begrudge this. That's goody, and then a little bit more and we're completely closed off. Ugh, can you go away? Okay. Sorry, trainer, I don't mean to be mean, but I will be mean. Gotta be cruel to be kind. Alright, now we are completely locked in. I want this double-walled, so that becomes less of an issue. Notably, my base is running out of power approximately right now. Keep it flowing, lads. It would be really nice to automate coal flowing over to this, wouldn't it? Oh, that would be so good. But right now it still has to be done manually. Good news, coal liquefaction, next in line. Maybe not coal liquefaction the way I want it. Right. Yeah, I need to go down and defend the pump jacks. Oh, I love seeing that. However, they could get through. I really need that double walled. In fact, I'll double wall that right now. Holy crap, that's a lot of walls. That is excellent. I am feeling very vindicated right now about my decision to rather massively increase wall production. But yeah, since this is the absolute bug SOM, we're going to wall it off even more. How do they even attack this stuff? Maybe that's from an earlier attack. I'll use some copium on that. And then anywhere else that seems like a dangerous spot's getting double walled as well, preferably from the outside. Dragon's teeth? Nah, too much thinking involved. Remember, we're on a timer here. Time is something I do not have to spare on such frivolities. I think that's the fire burning my stuff there. I need to be able to move around here, so some piped grounds will help. to undo some of the horrors that I've created here. And it is horrors. No self-respecting Factorio engineer should like what I've done here. But remember, this is for survival. There will come a time when we can build glorious, sexy bases. But that time is not now. That said, we are getting considerably closer to stabilization, and that feels good. Feels damn good. We're actually out of engines now, but I don't need too many more flamethrowers for the time being. I'm going to need a lot more to defend an actual perimeter wall. Where will the perimeter wall be, actually? Given that I can't even annex these bases, do I even want to wall all of this off, or do I not just want to make a square around here? No, I'm going to want a proper base, so actually I think I'll do a wall that stretches from here to here, maybe even grab the uranium so that it's free to play around with later on, and then just have this go straight down to the water. This oil can be separately defended and piped in, and then the rest of the wall can come along, up and over. So yeah, dit, 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 and a little base over here. Of course that necessitates a lot of defense, but the important thing is that this keeps producing so that I'm able to do that. Ugh, but that means I need to automate. I got a lot to automate. A lot-omate. Oh well, all becomes easier when you have glorious fire protecting you. I wonder how the game actually manages to remember the health point of everything that you pick up. I think it remembers the health of all those individual pipes that you did pick up. That feels like it's an expensive thing to store. No, it doesn't. It averages the health. Cool. I guess that's how it works with nutrients, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, I'm having pointed out, it doesn't. Notably, no attacks coming from up here. Otherwise, we'd see damage. Alright, in that case, we're going to get rid of the second layer of pipes. The third layer can remain as ablative armor. Basically, it's not worth the time for me to go and pick it up or repair it right now, but the second layer needs to be replaced with wall anyway. And I am so proud of my wall production. Oh, that's so good. This wall's temporary, but what isn't? Eventually it needs to go away and be replaced by a proper base. Hey, tool belt. More storage space. Now what? That's too expensive to be worthwhile. Actually, in overall research, I need to make my way to advanced circuits to blue science. And it's actually not even that far away to get a rocket launch. It's just that production needs to scale up enormously to make that happen. We need low-density structures, we need advanced material processing, because otherwise you can't smelt in space, of course. But yeah, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 technologies. Some of them are quite expensive, 1,000 for the rocket silo. But yes, right now, it's even okay if we spend 1 or even 2 hours on just building up defenses, as long as they hold and allow me to rapidly ramp up my production, you know, make a proper bus and all that, because we have 5 hours. Of course, that all eats into the 40 hours we have to beat the entire game with. But that's another concern altogether. But it is a concern. Goodbye, lovely pipe wall. You've been good to me. I haven't always been good to you. But thanks to us working together, we've managed to save this base. And not a moment too soon. You saw some of those attacks coming in. Like the first attack before I got my first grenade. Or rather, I got my first grenade during the attack. Now that was serendipitous. Another quick check to make sure that everything is indeed covered by my defenses. A little barely over in that corner. That could be cause for concern. As a man who's sitting on 19 flamethrowers, might be more than a little prudent just to add a touch more oomph over there. But yeah, I should feel quite confident about ramping up production immediately once I go and make sure that my oil is flowing in correctly. I need to make absolutely sure that this oil line is protected. It's my lifeblood. That said, like real life, I can make do without blood for a wee while. I have plenty of it buffered. Why is anything taking damage? I might actually need a radar soon. so that I can check these things even while I'm not in town. Does this not connect? Yeah, that does connect. Don't waste your time with this. There we go. Some gates would be nice, but that's fine. We'll make do without. Go cargo. Cargo bay? No, no, no. Cargo road. What am I looking for? Coal. Don't have coal. Alright, eat wood. Maybe pick up a coal rock on the way to fuel this thing if I'm really desperate. Ah, a coal rock. Somehow using my stretch Armstrong to go and grab that from within my car. Right, so here is my incredibly crummy outpost. These things have barely had to defend themselves, which is a good sign. But it is of vital importance to the economy that this place not fall. So you go here. You get backed up with this. And this. And we're going to perhaps even triple wall this place so I don't have to concern myself with it whatsoever. Because I can't afford to keep coming out here and checking on it. I'm not willing to spend the energy on establishing a... Hold that thought. Not willing to spend the money on establishing... not money. The fuel. The fuel costs on establishing a radar here don't seem worth it. I'm building up redundancy lines here as well, just in case the biters path over to some of these and destroy them. That's the limit on my redundancy. Obviously, this needs to be protected as well. Yeah, there's a good chance I could roast some of these alive with my flamethrower, but them's the breaks. If this truly fails, then at least I know that I can come down here and fix that. Without too much issue. I'm going to protect this as well. Also going to put walls on my quick bar. Feels really bad not having research go, by the way. Really, really bad. Show me the man who can live without his blood for a wee while. Happened in Team Fortress 2 comics, so it has to be accurate. Alright, thank you for the ride. Wish I knew the shortcut for that little operation that I did. Okay, so now things look pretty good. Where in the world do we go from here? I should finish off the double walling, make sure everything is good to go. And then I really want to expand out the wall. The wall, of course, is going to necessitate more flamethrowers you can shake a proverbial stick at. That means I need to keep the engines flowing. And the engines mean I need more steel. I need lots of things, but it all stems from iron. Show me the iron. Iron into pipes, iron into sprockets. It's lovely not to have to immediately jump to the defense of whatever's happening here, by the way. Look at that, they just burn and die. The only thing that makes me want to go and check it out is if there is an alert for the walls failing, because then I need to go and repair the wall. And that is A-O-bloody-K. Also means I don't need to be so militant about grabbing my grenades all the time. So when it comes to research, what am I doing? Think. And I think right now I just need to work on advancing forward. So that's going to be plastics, advanced circuitry, sulfur, blue science. And then I really, really want to get advanced oil processing. Doing dumb oil processing is not very good, especially when I'm on such low amounts of oil. But I'll have to do some of it to get advanced circuits to get my hands on some of this blue science. Fortunately, I'm only going to need 75, and each one of these makes 3, right? Not 2. So that's not a lot of advanced circuitry or plastics making. With simple oil processing that only gives you sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid? No, the other thing. Petroleum gas, that's it. But that still means I need this stuff produced, and wouldn't you know it, that stuff necessitates More production. And production that doesn't make me proud, but let's at least see if we can speed this up a touch. I no longer want you there. I want these here. I want these here. I want this production here. That way, bang, 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 bang. The only other thing that I need quite a lot of are you, but you're... I don't need to keep producing grenades either, by the way. These things are much easier to make in bulk than the rest of this nonsense. So let's keep this going. Keep this going. This is what I wanted from the start, but I just did not have the production capacity for it. Give myself a bunch of these, please. I'm just tuning in, says Lego Master. I don't see many or any belts. Since this is an achievement run, is there an achievement for that? No, it just hasn't been part of my strategy here. There is one bit of somewhat belt automation, and that's here to make my walls, because walls are something that I need a bajillion of. Everything else I'm only making according to something. I don't quite know what, but I'm making them according to something. Somewhere in my twisted little mind, I have an idea of how much of each thing I need, and I'm just having to work around that. Go my... Holy Christ! Many of them there are! And that is one flamethrower dealing with all that. I'm so proud of that, and I know this is such a big issue that we're going to have 2 loads taking care of it. I hope that little bit over there doesn't get destroyed. Good lord, that's a lot of biters. And it includes medium biters as well, which is a growing concern for me. Right. Electric circuits are needed. Sprockets are needed. Iron plates are needed. Lots and lots of electric gears are needed. Pipes are needed. Metal is needed. Everything's just needed. Why do I need so many things? Steel is needed. Hopefully coal isn't needed. That would be a bummer. Coal's actually kind of needed. Alright then, let's top up the coal while we're here. This is why I'd love to have or one of the many reasons why I'd love to have a smelter array, so I don't need to keep topping everything up. But smelter array is a redesign that takes time, whereas right now I'm more interested in cranking out those flamethrowers so that I can make the wall to create the area for my base, and then I will make the proper smelter array, bus, base, all the stuff that you'll see in a normal base. Right now we're anything but normal. These things are sad, have actual boxes. And actually, I don't want to keep filling these things up, and they are still keeping me going for a good long time, so here's the deal. I take all of this and just dump it in here. Dump it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. 3 full chests. That should keep them going for a good long time. Right, you guys are still short on nothing, apparently. That's fine. That's just them getting burnt. Notice that the trees that I left behind are also burning. That's the trees' problems. They knew the disaster they were getting themselves into. Really, really need to get going with this. Science, please. More science, please. I'm going to need more of these. This is not a good setup for now, but it's only for now, right? It's all temporary. All temporary till it's not. Keep those going. Who would be surprised that I need yet more iron for all of this? Especially after having spent most of my iron on steel, and it will continue to be spent on steel. Right, what do these need? Everything. Right, next batch of pipes and things going to you. Pipes. Of course you need sprockets as well. Those are coming, and then you'll need steel. That is also coming. So steel hungry, so metal hungry, making all of these, well, all of these. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, and I still have another 50. Good. And then, well, sorry, 50, 50 is all you're getting here as well. Continue to make me those. How are they doing on sprockets? Not well. How am I doing on sprockets? Well enough. Science will surely dry up soon. Let's make it not dry up soon. Oh, it's so nice just having everything automagically defended. As long as this doesn't cut off. You know what? I think I buffered this for a reason. And this might be the reason. There we go. So I can just always have water on hand. And I can also at a glance see if water is dying on me. Very important to double up the walls at this point, by the way. I should even get rid of the pipe walls, because one wall going is a sign that I should go and fix things. But two wall going is what's needed to get those medium biters inside, and medium biters are an enormous threat to me right now. Because if they're inside the base, there's very little I can do against them. I can shoot at them, and they will eventually die, but if there's more than one of them, they are going to eat me alive. Good thing I invested in heavy armor, at least. Alright, since we don't get attacked on this side, I'm not too worried about protecting it for now, but these guys will change that. Actually, let's just predate that. Whew. Good, good. Let's keep those going, and those should keep going for a good long time now. Always keep the sprockets going. And just keep science going in general. This is definitely something I'd want to automate, but again, this is just so that I can get my way to... Well, advanced oil processing isn't such a big deal. I'm just trying to continue with output whilst I let my walls and my flamethrowers build up. All of them being of vital importance to the economy. How many am I going to need, by the way? I got 27. Can we run a quick estimation? Not without watching these guys come in and get roasted. This is a good sign that my defense up there is insufficient, by the way. Let's improve it. I have no problem doubling up such things. Actually, that's not a good place for you. I will instead put you here. You didn't have good enough coverage where you were there. Hopefully that was just old pipes and things getting destroyed. That's exactly what it was. I even destroyed pipes with my own fire here. Barbecued bugs. That's what we all dream of. Right, I think I need to go very hard on steel production now. Well, I know that I do, so we're going to do it. Can I have more of these things? I have a couple more. Do I have the coal for that? I do now. Take it all, man. I need this coal badly. Coal badly? Oh yeah, I probably should refuel on some coal while I'm here. Drink it up by the ladleful. Gonna be sitting on a lot of unused copper for a while, I rather think. But that's fine. That copper can just sit around until it's ready to be put onto a proper bus and put to good use. I have no issues with that. Wow, the iron is even chewing through the coal. I do not like having to do all this manual coal nonsense. While I'm at it, though, I'm actually going to... wood. I'm going to improve this. I think my coal output needs to be improved. Yeah, because I'm about to do a supply run. This is insufficient coal for now. Actually, all in all, that was fine. Maybe I had simply just missed a couple of those earlier on, and those are the ones I ended up hovering over just now. Alright, we know how to make plastic, apparently. We know nothing about actually processing oil, but someday we will. Maybe that day can be now. How are these guys looking? They look like they want more of these. How are these guys looking? So many inserters. What's a man to do with all these inserters? Is to research. I think I'm okay on pipe to ground for now. I'm even going to make more, just despite saying that. And I absolutely need... I need some wildcard... What are you doing there? I need some wildcard things, because I'm going to need... probably just one oil refinery for now. Crazy to think that, but my oil income is so disastrously low. I really just need to make on-demand goods. I don't need to make goods at all, right? The priority right now is not on doing that. The priority is getting a proper wall set up. Even so, I'm going to need this, because I'm going to need a few of these, actually. I'll need to make plastic, sulfur, all the good stuff that blue science entails. Imagine if there was an achievement banning electric drills and furnaces. That would be impossible. How do you get a plate? How do you get a plate? Unless you just mean advanced furnaces. Like if you had to do everything with stone furnaces, that wouldn't be so bad. You just up the output. Because the only thing that steel furnaces do is they make things faster and a bit more coal efficient. Alright, there we go. I got distracted me for a bit, but it was only... You know, the pipes getting destroyed is quite a distraction. I'll be happier if they're not there. Ah. Oh well, you ain't working for me. Like to be able to move around. Is this bit even defended properly? Barely. But yeah, look at the constant need of fire. Oh, I don't like that. Oh my gosh, they should not be doing that. Yeah, it bothers me how sometimes they just aggro on stuff they shouldn't aggro on. Okay, well, you know what that tells me? I might occasionally need to fix that. So for now, let's have this. Uh-oh. I don't actually meet my needs right now. Oh, no, no! You bastards! I don't know why they're aggroing on all this stuff when they should be aggroing on the base, but yeah, there goes my unique crashed spaceship. We'll never see that again. Oh, I'm sad now. Maybe I should actually bring this out a touch so that I can get to them when they're faffing around over there. Oh yeah, it's over. Pack in the run now. There, at least now I can reach them from here. This got trashed? I don't even know how, but maybe it was the fire. Poor directional fire play. Maybe they got aggroed because there was... well, I was going to say because there's wall there, but that obviously not. Greedy bastards. Let's play the don't even bother defending this with walls game and see if they just come in aggro on this. That's part of why I would like this within my walls, so I don't even need to worry about bringing in external stuff. Same with having water inside my wall area here. Right, before I get too distracted, what else is going on here, apart from bajillions more flamethrowers? Kind of outpacing steel production with this, so I can probably change you over. I need to double up my production here. Where are my... Oh god, I put it in my chest. Where was the chest? I thought the chest was here. Here it is, underneath all the steam. Give me those back. I forgot that they're needed for boilers. I mean, who even thinks about needing more boilers? It's just not a thing you tend to think about. Boilers, I mean, come on. That's already plenty, thank you. Steam engines are slightly more required. I'll make it simple, just take what we have here and doubloon it. Is what I'd like to say, except... This stuff is in the way, and this stuff is kind of important. Right, stop that. We have plenty now. I should say plenty for now. Keep it flowing. Wow, that's a lot of iron. In the end, don't biters even profit from the pollution? Makes them stronger after all. Exactly, so they're being very ungrateful. But ain't that the way of it? You help somebody and they just throw it back in your face. Story as old as time itself. Okay, my coal production really needs to ramp up. It just isn't good enough. 1.3k, 1.5k, alright. Probably just, I'd like to say I double this, but of course I've gone and slammed these things in the way. Maybe it's time to coal belt the boiler. Belts? Oh no, nothing's getting belted until I make my honest-to-God real base, which I swear is right around the corner. Actually, it might well be right around the corner. I think we've passed enough time to have a reasonable number of walls. Of course, I'm also going to need pipe to ground. Lots of pipe to ground. I can't do this ugly pipe nonsense that I've been doing so far. Yeah, I think I'm going to need somewhere in the region of 500 pipes to ground, maybe more. That's okay, though. All that requires is lots of pipes and lots of iron. And as it happens, we have all these things. For now. How are we doing on that production, by the way? Unsurprisingly, green is letting me down. Please don't let me down. I really don't like it. This run, just honest to God, raw skill. Do you have some secret gamer strategy? Oh no, we're not running on strategy here. I have a vague outline in my head of how things are going to go, but overall not really. For example, my first planet. I intend on going to Fulgora first. Not, as you might expect, Vulcanus, and not, as you might absolutely not expect, Gleba. I don't actually mind Gleba. Some people have got a real issue with Gleba, but not me. I rather enjoy the planet, but I don't think it's a good choice as the first location. Far from it. Right, how's that all looking? Pretty good. Pretty damn good. That's a nice chunky amount of flamethrowers. 33 of them with, how much wall? 2,000 wall. Oh, beautiful. We can do some quick calculations to help us out with that. A chunk is, what, 32 units wide? Correct me if I'm incorrect there. And I gotta say, I've not made this very easy to read, have I? I think I can help myself out by... where is it? Turning off pollution values. Okay, and then if I do this, I can do a bit of mathematics here in figuring out how much wall and flamethrower I need. Let's assume one flamethrower can cover one chunk. And one chunk is 32, let's just roll it up and say 40 units of wall each, although I want to double it, one will be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. And I just want a wall down here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's say we have 50 chunks we need to cover. That's only 50 flamethrowers, by my astute mathematics. And that's 50 times 32 walls. So we have the walls, we have the flamethrowers. Let's build a wall. What a great noise to unpause to. I do pause and I open the text screen quite often because that does pause the in-game timer for achievements and such, and I do need that time to stop and consider my position. I don't want to be caught dead reloading saves on this run. Right, how are we going to handle this? The base here, as it is fairly nice and defended enough. How do we do this? I mean, this is a peaceful area, but maybe I should block off the water supply for one to keep that nice and safe. So what would that entail? Drawing this just south into that water? Not without its problems, but that's probably a good idea. So we just draw this south and have a wall here. And then we're going to draw this out here, 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 and then we'll have this. So I need to stock up on those flamethrowers. We've decided 50 was the magic number, and I have 37. Honestly, quite good. We're obviously not there, but we're getting there. Getting there, he says. Still need more steel. And that steel needs more iron. That iron needs space in my inventory. Start with the oil. Yeah, I'm going to be going in the direction of the oil by doing that. Oh man, steel is at such a bleeding premium here. Yeah, it's 5 each, that might keep them going alright. Sprockets, as usual, at a premium as well, and my pipes. I still need a Brazilian pipe to grounds. Because those are necessary for linking up my my flamethrowers. I suppose I could just pipe it, but I don't want to. Pipe to grounds much, much cleaner. But maybe that's me being picky. Can't afford to be picky on a run like this. Don't have the anything bandwidth to be picky. Why in the world am I not making more electric circuits? Electric circuits are amazing and useful for everything. Keep going, please. I get them all? Good enough. Don't worry about the black science. This is not even being used up right now. Get that produced. Get that produced. Still needs more steel, but what doesn't? Might start seeming like I'm even doing a bit of ineffective back and forth thing here, kind of like dealing with things that don't matter. You might be right. Gosh, I thought these things are absolutely slugging away through my coal. But yeah, 50 flamethrowers, the crucial number there. And because I don't have things automated, I'm not in a great position to just kind of bugger off and let it take care of itself. But I can do small amounts of expansion. And this one right now is building this wall up here. Now, does that line up with the water nicely? Nicely enough. Let's go. Drag the wall down. Well, since this is already gone, I guess we're getting rid of the rest of this. I feel really bad about that. But it was completely out of my control. It looks like they just aggroed in that position. I was not really in a position to extend my wall out to protect something that had no strategic importance. But yeah, it's a nice memento for the runs, and I feel sad losing it. But I did all I could. Right, the corner, as ever, is an awkward position to defend. I want this position such that it is on the line there. Now, how equally spaced out do I want these, and do I even care? That's a better question. Do I care? What if we just have it like so? How good is that for overlap? That is good enough. How is that for chunk value? That's slightly more than one per chunk, which is not the number I was looking for. However, I think that's good for the extra certainty. So we're going to take this, I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go donk, 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 donk. And it just makes it easier to visualize how these things go down. This could run me into troubles regarding... Hopefully not that noise. Okay, good. Did they always make that noise? I think that's a Space Age thing. I might run into pressure problems. Your pipelines need to be within a certain size, or length rather. Why am I hearing multiple noises? That's spitters! Don't do that. Yeah, spitters can sometimes just stay back and ruin your walls, which is really, really nasty of them. I haven't dealt with small crappy spitters much in the new update, so maybe they have become a horrific problem now. Okay, I feel a little bit bad ruining some of my stone production, but this is far more important than that. Because one thing we do actually have right now are the walls. Alright, great. That takes care of that. Now I want to bring this out, down, and over to here. And then I've sealed off this area rather nicely. Do I want to double wall this right now? I guess I will. I don't want to wall it like that, though. I'd rather wall it like so. Do I want the walls on the inside or the out? In. I like a little space between them because the bigger biters have a reach of 2, so they can actually go behind a wall to attack. Also saves for any area effect stuff, and acid does do area effect splashes. Because the corner here is quite vulnerable, it's a corner after all, I want to reinforce it like so. Gun turret supremacy, god no. It's gonna feel good having this protected. So every time I stop back, I just need to make sure that my production of science and... well, let's not leave this gaping hole here. Production of science and flamethrowers continues unabated. They're attacking there. Are those spitters doing it? Probably not, because they've stopped, so that means they got roasted alive, as they should. Yes, flamethrowers. Why are you not working? Because no steel. At least it's not because no engine units. Engine units we do have. Alright. Steel, 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 steel. There's barely enough, actually, which is a bit sad. How about those engine units? I thought I just picked some up. Hello? Engines? Yes, there they are. You just take all of them. You're the only one that's lacking them right now. Damn, these expensive pieces of work. Ah! Those spitters are having me on. I think they bugger off once they're done doing a bit of spit jobs, but they are absolutely having me on there. I don't know how to stop them doing that, other than maybe bringing this forward considerably. And if that must be done, then it must be done. Looks like one of them managed to get that. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Oh well, let's grab some walls and continue with the defense. Although I have too much stuff here. I need to dump it. Dump it. Good enough. Right, pipe to grounds and over 50 flamethrowers, which is a wonderful number. I did not ensure that science is continuing. Oh, it's actually red science you're lost on. That's surprising, but fortunately I already got my gear wheels made. Some turrets fitted to spitters only, maybe. Not a bad idea. But it's not what I'm going to do. Because I don't want to. Tell you what, since the production here is just going so bleeding well, why don't we just back ourselves up with even more copper, so that when I need to do bulk production, we have even more set aside for it. You guys get to work. Why do I not have even more of these? The idea of red science being what I'm lowest on feels really weird. Hey, chemical science is here. Advanced oil processing already on the horizon. Do I do what I need to just get this? No, because it's not the priority. Get the wall up first. Come on, we've got 4.5 hours to make this happen. How hard could it be? Unfortunately, I need the oil coming from... Oh, good lord. Right, I have a couple of problems. One, I'm quite certain that the pipeline is going to be too long. It might not be, but if it is, I don't want to run into that problem while I'm in the middle of stuff. So let's make 2 of these. They're not expensive. Maybe make 3 of them. Grab the walls and get expanding. Yoink. The size of the hordes down there are getting ridiculous. I didn't grab the walls. Pipes to ground, plenty of them, which is good. It better be good. That's what we're doing. Half of these, and half some more. I'll take a quick glance at the corner here, see how it's holding up. This will hold for a good wee while, or so I imagine to myself. But yeah, this corner is going to be a problem, especially if spitters get the bright idea to just start hacking it down. So we are going to ultra defend this corner with that in mind, because it is... Come on, surely with your brain you can figure out why corners are a problem here. Let's free ourselves up some space with pipes to ground here. Just a little will do. If that's your location, then I'm actually going to want you up a touch. And then oh my days. Mistakes have been made. Whew, big mistakes have been made. That was my problem. I drew aggro over to them. I don't think they were aggroed on these non-functional devices. It's a good sign to maybe carry some fish, just in case this kind of thing happens. There we go. The fish will spoil over time. Yeah, what a jump scare that was. I only have a few minutes before they start another attack, by the way. Did anything actually get destroyed, though? Maybe like a pipe to ground? Yeah, I think that pipe to ground went down. Okay, so to have that not jump scare us again, I guess we drag this out and down, given how imminent the threat is right here. Yeah, something like here, please. Eastbound down, loaded up and truckin'. There we go. Just a smidge of water is all we need to keep this where we need it to be, which is on us. And then hop. Good, does not infringe the water, and even if it did, that would be a no big deal to switch it around. And let's get this erected as soon as possible. As you see, those biters are taking no prisoners. My poor factory, what did it ever do to them? It made them strong. They're actually complaining about literally being made better. Although, it's interesting because the biters get better even without your presence. If you spawn and you do nothing for 100 hours, the biters will actually still become stronger. In fact, we can see that right now. Evolution. Time is 2/3 of the factor of these things becoming stronger. Pollution is only 1/3 of it. Interesting, isn't it? Well, maybe not, but I think it's interesting. I don't want to cause too many tree problems. Oh my gosh, those biters are ready for freaking war. Oh, lordy. Okay, here's what I'm going to do with that in mind, since this is clearly an important location. Burn, you bastards. Burn. There we go. A layout like this actually deals with those spitters considerably better. And yeah, again, since this is such a contested little corner, we'll triple wall it. Yeah, biters complaining about the free food. Alright, that should be fine enough. It looks like they like to come around that corner. And yeah, although it's going to take us quite a bit of time, might even take us all the way down to only 3 hours remaining, I'm quite confident that we can get a rocket launched within that amount of time. The rocket launching is not the difficult or costly part of all of this. So how's this coming down? Just down and along? Now, I'd rather be away from these spitters altogether, so let's come along and down. Affords me less space, but space isn't something we currently need. And if we get to the point of being able to want to branch out of the space that we do have at this point, it'll be rather easy to do with the power of bots. We will be going bots. We'll probably be... Yeah, we'll be bots before we even leave Nauvis. But the rocket launch is the most important thing to do right now, because launching the rocket will afford us some more flexibility. I can get rid of Lazy Bastard for one. I'll be able to craft my own equipment again. Not have to constantly rely on running back to... What was that noise? That sounded like a worm. Why would we hear a worm here? It makes no sense. If I get surrounded by medium biters, I'm just dead, by the way. It's sad but true. Why corners focused? Game mechanics or critter wisdom? What? Why corner focused? Oh, why am I focusing defenses on the corners? Because they amass at the corners. Corners are typically a weak spot in any defense. Real life and in gaming. That's why they designed entire fortresses and castles to minimize weak points on corners. That's okay. Pipes dying are part and parcel. These pipes knew the risks they were getting into. Ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum. Hammering my way through those pipes to ground, but that was the intention. This is also a corner, but if I just have the things aimed at it like such, it should be okay. This is going to run down, do another spin, and take care of that. Something like, but not necessarily that should be okay. Don't like the fact that I'm leaving this side exposed. This biter nest is now being polluted, and I'm surprised it hasn't actually attacked us. Oh god, I got no radar. I can't actually see what's going on back at base. That could be a problem, because there is currently damage being done, apparently. If they open something up by that, the fact that that is still being attacked is actually concerning me greatly. I need to run back and check. It could be that spitters have aggroed on the wall and they're going to break it through and my flamethrowers will be unable to deal with it. Spitter aggro is a weird, weird thing. That's exactly what happened. One spitter just kind of forgot his place in life. Do I have a car? I know I built one, I just don't see the thing. Stop doing that. Yeah, me being too miserly in protection could cause that issue. Notice he was hitting 3 at a time because of area of effect. Splash damage. I'm sure the car's here in my inventory. There it is. Could you just take me places? No, because I don't have any bleeding coal. I should carry some coal on me, or just grab a coal rock. Speed up my maneuvering. That's a coal rock if ever I saw one. There's a hotkey that flips pipe direction 180. Do you guys use it? I was not aware. Oh, wait, no, there is, isn't there? It's H and V, right? Yeah, there we go. That's too much to reach for. Just double tap R instead. I'm happy enough for that. It's weird having the forest on this side of the wall. Good enough. Might even be able to link it up with the oil here, so I have more of it coming out. Oil is good. Oil is life. And it's not just me using flamethrowers because they're terrifically good. I can't use lasers. Lasers are prohibited by this achievement, at least until I launch a rocket. And I actually quite like a defense that is lasers, solar power, and efficiency modules. because that just means you put out very, very little pollution. So you don't even need a lot of energy to deal with the tiny little biter attacks that come your way. But no, both solar power and lasers are prohibited. So what I would also normally do is I would just build, well, I would grab a shotgun, a bunch of fish, and I would clear all biter camps that are near my starting location. But thanks to keeping your hands clean, that is also verboten. So I quite like these achievements, forcing me to do things that I don't particularly want to do. Which is waste a lot of time building this wall in an incredibly manual way. Now let's give ourselves another corner. We love corners, apparently. Yeah, being allowed to do stuff after launching a rocket would be pretty good. Except, once that rocket is launched, I'm suddenly on another timer. I'll have about 32 or 33 hours to beat the entire game. And I need to be no slouch dealing with that. Now, fortunately, I should have my defenses up, and it should look a lot more appealing, the idea of just being able to handle that. But we won't be entirely there just yet. I notably don't trust this corner. Yeah, see that? They're going to be begging to come through that, so let's do something like this. Yeah, then we have quite a few covering that. Maybe even another? Yeah, I just don't trust corners, and I don't have the setup right now to make better corners. Something that would help a lot would be some laser turrets. Laser turrets and flame turrets go together so wonderfully well. I'm not entirely convinced this is going to hold out so well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shove one of my... Come on, where are they? Where are my pumps? Size 10, please. There we go, that makes sure that the oil is also pumping out in this direction. Keep these guys ready to rock and roll immediately. And yeah, I don't trust this corner one iota, so let's quad defend it. And carry on. Again, you cannot do Gleba first. It'll invalidate the run if you kill a nest there. Now, I wasn't planning on going there to begin with, but sure enough. And that's only if I kill a nest, which I probably would, because Gleba is easy to deal with if you just take care of the nests first. They might be very laser retardant, but just bring a bunch of lasers. It's that simple. This is still a corner that's pretty well defended with you guys, but I'd still rather it were more defended with you. There we go, now we have this fairly solidly what the hell is that? Fairly solidly defended. I'll be happier when there are bots involved. But now there is more work to be done. Because I want to seal off the other side here as well. Oops. It's so hard to drive this thing and not have problems running into rocks. Even tanks have rock issues. What exactly is this? What is this attack corner? Oh, you just point up pretty far and you point out that way. Okay, it's just weird to see. Right. That's quite a lot of the wall done. If I extend and grab this, which is just the same job a second time, we'll have lots of space and very good protection. Although over time I will need to go and do repair work, and it would be amazing if I could also have bots take care of that. Although I can't have a significant logistic network, there is nothing achievement-wise stopping me from having lots of robots who are assigned with repair duty. Would I have them repair or would I have them replace? Since I'm fire-focused, maybe I'd have them replace. So I wouldn't give them access to repair packs that way. That'd be bad for flamers if flamers ever get aggroed, though. If you don't know Factorio, maybe this is going over your head a bit. But yeah, that would require battery research into robotics, into construction robots, but that's really not a lot. The problem, I suppose, is flying robot frames are a pain in the bum to make. Because these things require batteries, circuits, electric engine units, steel. They're a fairly complicated recipe. For a guy that has no bus and no real automated production, that's maybe a bit of a pipe dream, but I'm pretty good at developing a bus quickly. As long as I have about 3 hours to win the game, I'm fairly certain I can win the game in 3 hours. Why did I cut that down? What am I faffing around with here? Yeah, we need to complete the wall. Having it open on its arse end is not good for business. At least I know I can kind of open this up now. You come with me for a little bit. You guys are completely out. That's not good. I need my wall production going. Would I steal fuel from you? No, not quite. Oh, I just love seeing that light up. Like it's the way things are meant to be. You can't use bots. I can use bots, I just can't use significant amounts of logistic bots. I can't have active provider chests, requester chests, buffer chests, but I can have passive provider chests. I can have storage chests, and I can have construction bots. That's why you don't need lights in the factory. Yeah, who researches light? This used to be a prerequisite for lasers, though, didn't it? I guess I can have this going. Just have it at the ready. Might need or want it down the line. Modular armor. Well, someday I'm going to do circuits. Just that day isn't today. Yeah, wall first, right? I should not be focusing on anything that isn't wall related. Although, how about anything that gets me more flamethrowers? Because I've been rather tight on that for a little bit. Let's make matters a little easier, shall we? Oh, that didn't take long. Coal, come to me. I'm going to refill probably everything, including my steel production. And then I'm going to probably at this point. Why are these things not even going? Oh, because you're full? That's cool. But I don't like seeing my production slow down like that. You're probably not the only one running into that issue. Yeah, at this point it's probably costing me time that I'm going around and doing all this manual faffing. I'd be very interested to see somebody do this very same thing. We've had people do There Is No Spoon in that on Deathworld, but adding in Lazy Bastard into the mix and Gotlap, oh, it's a good feeling. That didn't cost me as much as I thought. I'll just fill up anything else for the rest of this. I need to get the steel going once again so that we keep our flamethrowers flowing too. And I already filled up the stone smelters. Smelting stone, what a thought. Especially after the Gleba pollution change, you can usually make Gleba at base without even getting attacked. Yep. We're of the same mind there, I think. Look at that, completely full of iron. What a beautiful sight. And now, so full of steel. Matthew Steele. I bring him up a fair bit, perhaps more than I should. Matthew Steele is a character from Stronghold 2, one of the lesser known or cared about strongholds. Yeah, steel being such a problem here. Hey, I got this one thing here to produce oily goods. Don't think I'm going to do that. I will wait until I have an actual base set up before I do... No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Also, give me back that steel. Means I probably want a second one of you, but that requires bricks, and I don't have bricks. Curse my lack of steel. Yeah, because I do want to set up proper oil stuff. That'll be easier to do when I have the real oil production tech, as opposed to all that fake stuff. Forget that. Right, I got a wall to make. At least produce enough to unlock advanced oil. Nope, no time. I want that wall up. Every moment that passes is another moment that these guys could expand awkwardly over here. I want this wall... where will I even start, actually? Think. Think from this location. Better thinking spot. The thing is, if I start pushing the wall out here, all these attacks are going to put enormous stress on my wall rather than everything that I already have set up here. So it might actually be a better idea to bring this out and up and start here. Because nothing attacks around here. I want this bit sealed off, right? I just want this whole corner sealed off, and then I can do the push here, which is a bit more dangerous because of the prolific attacks in this region. So yeah, I'm going to push it out and up. Something's over there. I was thinking about pushing it all the way out to the water, but no, that's foolhardy. Just push it up, over, and down. Don't even get greedy, right? Just push it out this far and down. The more I stretch it out, the more flamethrowers I need to deploy. Same with walls. And whilst I have a ton of walls, I don't have a ton of flamethrowers. I guess that's fine. Where's my car, dude? Do I have any coal this time? I do. Cool. Right, take half my walls. No, don't take half my walls. That's dangerous thinking, because if it gets trashed, I lose all the items inside it. Hey, it's Sid. Everybody loves Sid. If you'll believe that. Got some land I want to sell you. Right, how's this going? I need this oil pumped out and up. How far up? Up to here. Up to there. He's thinking. Consider where the wall goes first. Wall is going to be roughly here. And no, we do not have the liberty of actually measuring and considering such things. We just put it down because we think that's where it's going to go, and thinking is good enough. Not usually my mantra, but it's the case here. And then, how in the world have you guys gotten damaged? There must be spitters coming at you, which is why I like having... Oh god, they actually attack this box as well, because it's adjacent to you. We're going to fix that by doing that. I can't even pick up all this coal. Well, whatever. Not a current problem. What is a current problem is getting this oil out of here. Aha! Perfect. This oil, so defended, nobody's ever even touched it. I can definitely hear a worm. Can you? I just heard it. I'm not going crazy this time, right? Why did I even bring the car? Do I need it? Ah, okay. As somewhat expected, we do have a pressure problem. That is a problem for the everything. How to solve. We'll solve it quickly and cheaply and easily by just bringing this out, putting a pipeline here. There's another way I could do this. I could just link this up with my existing pipeline, but my logic is that I'm about to seal all this off, so this stuff isn't under any danger presently. And it shouldn't be in any danger later on either. Damn trees. At least tanks don't take tree damage. One potential reason you might want to play a desert map. Not to have to deal with this nonsense. I should have made a swift blueprint of what I do with my Flammerwaffen. There we go. Extremely short and crappy, but that blueprint is there. Now, we are not taking any external blueprints in this run. I covered that in the first one. I genuinely think it's a great way to make yourself have a less enjoyable time with this game, taking other people's blueprints and using them in your factory. By all means, take them and study them, but if you just copy-paste them without thinking about what they do, I think you are losing out on part of the great experience of Factorio. But that is only my opinion, and it is completely worthless, just like all of my opinions. So, don't listen to me. If you... Oh, Jesus! Bye! They're still coming? Okay, maybe. Kind of. Yes! Alright, quickly now. Get this thing fixed. That's what I get for mouthing off about my worthless opinions. Oh yeah, we'll extend it out this way, because it's safe. The biters aren't attacking from here, except the biters are precisely attacking from there. The forest is going to cause me some severe pains here, isn't it? Wish I'd bots to construct this for me. They wouldn't even care about the trees. They just go and hack the trees down whilst they build, and build some more for me. Why can't more people do that? Just work for me, unquestioningly. There is a strong argument for just using grenades to clear this. You don't see me do this often, but I simply don't have the time to clear this by hand. That might not even be enough of a fire break. It's not. That's quite funny. I don't actually want this stuff catching fire. Start an LLC? What, a limited license company? Once upon a time I did. Well, I had a sole proprietorship over in Sweden. That's got to count for something, maybe. I need some space in here. Could you just take all of that? I was about to manually craft a load of ovens, because that's a good way to use up lots of stone. Same with... hold that thought. That is no good. Where are those bleeding flamethrowers? There we go. This is all no good without some wall. But yeah, obviously stopped doing that when I stopped living in Sweden. It was really just a way to pay taxes. Do you unbind his crafting keys? Yes, I disabled crafting in permissions. Which I guess isn't what you said, but it's what I did to prevent accidental crafting. If you open up the chat of the console and you put \permissions... Well, I should have seen this coming. I was too slow. Get off of my flamethrower! Yeah, crumbs. Losing a flamethrower is a considerable amount of investment to just say goodbye to. But it's gone. Not much I can do about that. Except be faster. Or not build these right now. Even the wall. I should be building out in this direction, but what if they come for this anyway? They should be going down, but I don't know about that. I'll build this across and over, and I still do need the oil coming my way. You look like you're not getting oil, but you are. Okay. Ah well, what's there to worry about? Yeah, this is the Stellaris soundtrack. Well noted. Good ears. This hurts me. I really shouldn't be removing forest like this, but I should. It's the right thing to do. I just feel bad about it. If you're curious enough, the track playing right now is Robotic God from the Robo DLC that they had. Am I of the understanding that beyond Synthetic Dawn, they actually made another Robot Uprising DLC? I don't have a very high opinion of Stellaris, so forgive me if I want to accuse them of being creatively bankrupt. But you know me, I don't like my space games. On an unrelated note, Star Sector tomorrow. Looking forward to playing more of that. Looking forward to kind of touching on everything the game has to offer in that run, so I can stop doing the run and then start a different run. Because I want to do a run that has chatters and all the submitted names that we have. Because I gave it a test and I was quite enjoying going into the Freeze Easy Peak system or the Guandu system. Oh yeah, I think it'll be more chill than this. Difference is that I am reloading in that Star Sector run. Why would I not? I'm learning the game. I don't feel bad about that. Well, not too bad at least. Right. I want you out thus far. Alright, there we go. How exactly I deal with a corner I haven't overly thought about. How big is this forest? I don't think it's big enough for me to care about fire breaks and things. I don't have time, and I'm not made of grenades. Grenades are still somewhat useful to me for crowd control. How's that corner look? Not that amazing. Let's do it like that then. And maybe another one here. Yeah, big believer in defending corners pretty militantly. Because I've seen corners go real bad. Ugh, this is awful. Bye, trees. It used to be that you would injure your armor in this game, because this game is actually just enormously inspired by Minecraft. Remember when you had to make your own steel axe? Remember when you had to make your own wooden axe? Well, I don't, because I didn't play back then, but I did play with a steel axe. And if I'm not mistaken, 2 had durability. Still bitter about the damage Minecraft has done to gaming with its inventory system, but maybe someday I can make peace with that. I wish there were more 100% runs. I couldn't find a single 100% achievement run on Deathworld in Space Age, which is largely the reason I'm doing this right now. I make the content I want to watch. What might be considered popular for others is really not a consideration I do at all for my streams. I just wanted to sit down and watch this run. Nobody'd done it, so I guess I'm making it myself. I'd far rather watch someone else stress over this, and believe me, it is stressful. I lead a very low-stress life, and I create these stressful situations for myself. I think I left my car somewhere. Dude, where's my car? Since we don't appear to be getting any attacks from here, barely, but we're not, we're actually free to just completely make... Actually, I wouldn't make the wall first. I'd make the flamethrowers first and then the walls on the way back up. Why are you not getting oil? Because you didn't have that. Yeah, I'll get my car on the way back. No, that's silly talk. Pick up the car now. That's even sillier talk. There's nothing for me in the car. Okay. I'll be back for you, chest of wood, someday. Someday. I can also tighten things up by repairing these so they stack with the rest of my walls. Yeah, forgotten forever chest. Someday I'll find that and just wonder what in the world it's doing there. I hope by the end of this run we actually have a significant collection of blueprints. That'd be quite cool. That isn't going to show up on the map, is it? No, no, it's not. Good enough for me, though. I don't need these blueprints because everything slots in logically. These undergrounds are being automatically placed because they do that at the end of their fullest extent. If I'm going to run out of anything here, it's going to be pipe to grounds. I hope I don't. I want to get this fully done, return to base, restart science again, finish off the wall, and then start making an actual base. And I mean an actual base. It's going to have a bus, it's going to have a smelter array, it's going to have so many nice things, and I have 4 hours to build it. I said I could do it in 3. Well, I won't quite have 4 hours, we're not done yet, but I'll have something like 3.5 hours, and I think I can do that. There's a lot to design and build in a very short amount of time. I am so running out of pipe to grounds here. No, not there, please. I actually rewatched the 40-year Ak-Kuyunlu War. Oh, that's a masterpiece of warfare in Europa Universalis. You said in one of the comments, normally I don't understand the appeal of EU4 videos, but I do for this one. I think I remember saying that, in fact. Do occasionally leave comments on my own videos. I mean, somebody has to. If it ain't you, then who? Alright, there we go. That somewhat does it for this. Do I want you to connect up over here? Not really. I think doing connections like that are bad because you now have infinite throughput in this game. From here down to here, please. There. That'll do. Just need to mark it so I knew how far I had to bring my wall. Now this isn't a done and good forever wall. The defense in general is going to need reinforced and fixed and other cool things. For now, however, this will do us. This is way too much forest to let burn down. There we go, firewall. I love the Hisson Kaifa campaign. I think that was the most painful Jake experience. Hisson Kaifa? I was subjugated for quite a while, but I think at Kiyunlu was more painful. Then again, there was also Nevers. Although that's a campaign nobody really remembers. Oh, it feels so good to have stamped down my authority on this land. This is so much Lebensraum. I thought this wall was going to be one-off for a moment there. How did you take damage? Maybe a grenade or something? Yeah, oh man, look at all this. We were stuck in here for 3 hours or so, and now we have all of this to play around with. Automated defense. Although the defense, the oil all comes from 2 scrawny little pump jacks. We will need to enhance that in the future. But for now, it's kosher. Here you go. Let's get back to base. Flamethrowers down to 10. I will need more flamethrowers. I could probably cannibalize ones from the base, but I don't want to do that. Also, let's... Could probably get away with getting rid of some wall here, just so I have a way to get back into the base. What if that's not true? I believe it'll be true. It'll be fine. They won't be smart enough to path down to that. Almost want a steel chest or two just to make it easier to throw my things away. We will yet again do a coal run. I mean, who has automated coal 4 hours into the game? Not this guy. He doesn't need it. Quite concerning no longer seeing 4 hours on the time left, though. But don't worry, we're going to finish this wall, we're going to make an actual base. I feel like it's a recurring thing in games I play. I keep talking about this actual base that I'm going to make someday, and it never actually happens. RimWorld, for some reason, comes to mind. How many times did I put off making actual base things there? And then just having that crummy wall when we were doing the 500% run. Ah, good times. The inevitable question comes in, so Jake, when will you play more RimWorld? It's not on the cards. I'm not hungry for it at all. My run on 500% was... It felt very... maybe final's the wrong word, but it felt very conclusive. I don't feel the need to come crawling back after that. Alright, they're full. They look full to me. Did you know you could schedule deconstruction? Yes, I did that earlier. It's just I'm not very good at fumbling that. Or I am very good at fumbling that hotkey. We're full up on storage. I should really keep this stuff flowing. But I threw it all over here, didn't I? Before I do that, let's grab some of that coal, especially some of that wood, especially the wood that's piling up in some of these places. So that I can keep this flowing. The steel must flow, and the factory must grow. Another argument that says, you know, hold on to some of that iron here. They keep burning, but they keep not getting through my walls, which is a wonderful sight. Now we need to finish off the wall. It's not a lot to finish, just this and that and we're good. But it's a dangerous push because of all those biters there. So actually I don't want to do this with fewer than 20 flamethrowers. Oh, I got 25. Well, cool. Wonderful. I would also like it if my science were still going. But I need blue science for that. Given that I have hundreds of science, is there anything I want to get ready ahead of time? Anything I need? I don't need military 4 and I don't need a tank, although bringing a tank could be useful if you want to tank shell demolition things to death, demolishers. I don't. I prefer to shoot demolishers to death with bullets. I think I'll skip modular armor and go straight for power armor. I'd like to go straight for power armor Mark II, but that requires piddle science, and we're not allowed piddle science until we research with a different planet's technology. Yet another stipulation on our 100% achievements run. I am going to need batteries one way or another, so I guess we'll enqueue that and just get it done. Bulk inserters are nice to have, and nice to have is not good enough right now. I will absolutely want efficiency modules, so why don't I just enqueue that while we're here? Also, let's make sure that this research is still underway. Hey, look at all these inserters that I have. Can't wait to automate mall-related items. Can I stick in 100? Close enough. And what's your problem? Well, it's the eternal problem, the lack of sprockets. There's your stinking sprockets. And you want some stinking steel. I might think that I have enough flamethrowers right now, but the attacks will continue to ramp up as I continue to spray more of my beloved pollution on my friends. And they'll take it the wrong way. No sense of humor, these biters. Gonna need these engines someday. And I need more pipes, and I certainly need more pipes to ground. What a perennial problem. All these stones need to go somewhere as well. Here you go, stone chest. I don't want to worry about those again. Pipes, please, and pipes to ground, and more sprockets. And, what the hell's your problem? The most important stuff is spelted. Stone. Surprisingly, yes. It is the most important stuff to have belted right now, because I need oh so much wall. Gotta have my neighbors chewing on walls all day. That was not well balanced, but it was never meant to be. It's a decent number of engines. Alright, there we go. Let's finish off this wall once and for all. If I recall, level 2 assemblers make less pollution, yes. But they do cost stuff to make. Have I got them researched? Yeah, I must do. That would be a good upgrade, but it's something I'll do for the real base. And the real base, I swear, the real base is going to be made once we have our wall up and operational. There's nothing stopping me just building it once we have defenses. How long is this considered, by the way? 318, uh-oh. So you are long problem. I think I'm only making more problems for myself by doing this, but I'm going to bring power and a pump up there. Where'd my car go? I was in it one moment, and then I just got out, completely lapsing my train of thought. Right, I have one of you, that's good enough. Bring this power up, please. Get shunted around by too many trees. Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good at all. Right, so here's my brilliant plan. I'm going to shove a pump here. I'm going to pray that biters aren't immediately about to attack. Maybe praying should be my core strategy. Something seems off here. I think it's you. Not that. Yeah, I need those biters to leave me alone for just a little bit while I set this up. They don't have to. Absolutely nothing forcing them to give me respite here. But we saw what happened when they attacked as I was building this up. They just came in, ruined one of my... Why do I have no walls? Who thought it was a good idea to abandon all the walls? The biters don't care about ghost walls. I shoved them over here. Please come back to me. How many walls are in there? That'll have to do. Also, I wanted that. I should buffer up as much oil as I can. I've actually made a big mistake by not buffering even more oil. Reason being that because our production is so incredibly limited, we want every single drop that we can get out of that. Oh, crap. Hopefully they don't notice me. And they just go for the base. Ha 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 ha! It works every time. Works every time. I don't like the fact that actual wall died there. What is this, imperialist China? What, there's another China? Right. Yeah, that buys me at least 4 minutes, I believe. If my understanding is correct, it might not be, but I'm pretty sure they're on a timer. A random timer for scheduling their attacks, and it's between 4 and 10 minutes that they spend building up their strength. And then they launch the attack. There's a lot of nitty-gritty data like that in the game that I just don't know, so I'm making my best guesses. There's a big pile to the left. Yeah, that is another problem in setting this up. But again, they should be going down here. They shouldn't be coming along here. Damn rocks, get out of my way. Yeah, see, they're trying to go for the source of the pollution, and the pollution ain't here. But they will shift aggro if they find something more interesting. Or interesting at all. This is awkward. I need to bring this up. Very awkward. Alright, let's hope that... Since, again, they've just done their attack, it should buy me enough time to actually bring this up. But, oh lordy, they are keen. Right, here's what we do. Forget how commander keen they are, and instead just bring this up in line. I don't really care where or how it starts, but we're going to need you roughly here. I need to get this down and get the wall up on the double, and let's hide this car. Shove it in the corner. Clunk. Maybe I can pick it up? Yoink. I gotta act fast. Like I said, I probably have about 3 minutes. Just get the basics set up. I'm out of pipe to ground. That's bad. They're gonna destroy this. Right, let's grab that. Damn, I knew this. When I came back, I knew this was a problem and I didn't properly fix it. The minimum cooldown timer for attacks is 4 minutes. Thank you. Good to know I know what I know. Crapola. Take that. Take that. Give me that. Take everything you can. Note how I have way too much iron in my inventory. How many pipe to grounds is that? About 100, that should be plenty. And regular pipes and other things. We should be good then. Why is there an attack up there? That makes me think that somebody found my... Oh, no, good job, flamethrower. Very good job. That's why we pay them the big bucks. You get over there. I don't care how you jerry-rig your way into this. Jerry-rig's probably not the right word. It's more like bootstrapping. Begin the wall! The biters have chewed on my pipe for way too long. Now they get to eat the wall. And boy, did they chew on my pipe for a good long time. Can't have been pleasant for them. That's not pleasant for me. It's too long. Too long means the stuff won't flow. Oh lord, I don't actually have additional pumps for that. I used all of them. I need one more pump then. Bringing this all around. Well, let's be safe and have more than one pump. I told you we should have bought more than 3 bullets. Come on, give me like 9 pumps, but 1 is needed immediately. I know this ain't the place of the Simpsons references, is it? There we go, that's going to bring that up. Let's get this fixed immediately, although let's go and grab another pump or 2 just in case that problem re-arises. It's because I'm not structuring my outer pipe wall in any real way. I'm just throwing things down haphazardly. What a... It really is the buggy Somme here. Poor buggers. Oh man, they are massing. How's evolution? 0.32. Somebody remind me the next threshold? I think it's 0.5 for Big Biter. But there must be something for Medium Spitter as well. Okay, that's rather good. It's not a lot of flame to deal with them from there, but they have a hard time messing with that. It's not good enough on the corner. Like I said, I'll have to double these things up. I'm relegated to using my damaged pipes. It's gotten that bad. Cool. I should manage to get the module stuff done. Looking forward to having efficiency modules. It'll be a good time for all. It's going to lower my pollution footprint, which with this amount of defense isn't that big of a deal, but it also slows down biter evolution touch. There we go. We have encased the base. Any biter that wants to come and have a go with me has got to chew on a lot of brick wall and deal with lots of fire raining down on them. As long as I reinforce the problem areas like the corners and the big attack waves, this should keep us good until we can module things and get bots to repair. But what we really need to do now is make a base, a proper base. You just need to triple wall it. I think triple walling is a little too paranoid and a bit too much of a waste of time and resources. But yes, important positions need to be reinforced like so. I guess this overall is an important position. Double wall should be sufficient, and in places that really get ravaged, we're going to want to have additional flamethrowers. I also want to clean up the flamethrower situation inside the base, but building an actual honest-to-God base is the priority now, because my production has been way too limited for way too long, and a big plus that we have right now is additional iron. We got a big, juicy iron patch to enjoy right now. Alright, it was tough getting this far. I'd be very interested to see somebody approach this in a different manner. Ew, they managed to get spit on here. This actually remains a problem. Do I even need so many walls now? I'm unsure. I should definitely keep the... This will be fine. I should definitely keep holding on to bricks, I think. And the bricks are going to need or want a bigger storage area. But yeah, lovely to know that they will attack me, but they will get destroyed. I want to double wall the north because this thing keeps coming in. I've got this double walled. I want to double wall this because this keeps coming in. This can remain single wall for a while yet. Oh, nice. I'm very glad to see that technology continues to press on. Shouldn't need to worry too much about flamethrower production either, and flamethrowers have been eating up a lot of my resources. No, they don't path to places with thinner walls, or at least I'd never seen them do that. That'd be pretty hardcore if they did, though. Yeesh, very scary. Oh man, this remains such a dangerous location. It is bothersome how clever they are in continuing to attack like that, so I really should push out a little bit more with my defenses, which means I need something like this here. Whether or not my miners are happy about that is not my concern. This is actually going to be enough as it is. Let's just continue to have this spaced out nicely, shall we? Alright, so that's actually what's going down. Goodbye, goodbye. Defense of the realm is priority one. I don't care so much about these miners as I care about having my defense. And since they still want to come here, I still need to block them. Keep that mining. Keep that mining. Keep that mining. I don't want to use undergrounds. Undergrounds are expensive. Hey, they trashed an entire flamer here. Hardcore. And good job them. But yeah, they want to have a piece of this. They're more than welcome to try. Let's see. Wall the north, wall the south, build the proper base. Good. One sad thing about walls is they take a bit of time to dismantle. This is something I'd rather have bots for. Yeah, just like Frostpunk, the miners, doesn't matter if they survive. And I think we mean every term for miners there, or every meaning. Thanks to the wall recycling, we've got plenty to work with. This is going to keep getting in my bleeding way, isn't it? Right, out of my way. Getting production going is a huge thing we need to do, but the walls really should be doubled in all problematic areas. Because it means if they ever get through, then I need to go and do a repair job. But if they got through just a single wall, then all of a sudden I'm at their mercy. Because they can just run for the flamethrower and kill the flamethrower. We have no omnidirectional ways to destroy them. That doesn't immediately cause a catastrophic situation, because the first time they get through the wall, they're almost certainly going to be on fire. And fire lingers and will kill any medium or small biter, I believe. But when we get to big biters, that's a problem. And of course, once they're through once, they get through again without getting hit by the flames, so I think double wall on all importantly attacked areas. Once I get efficiency modules down, and I do plan on getting efficiency modules down, efficiency modules will always be useful, especially in Space Age. Yeah, because I want an efficiently ran spaceship, that's for sure. Oh man, getting to spaceship design, how much of a time sink that's going to be. Looking forward to being in Vulcanus, where production just ramps up amazingly and you don't have to worry about pollution. A nice design is to leave a complete hole in the wall. It passes some flamers behind a separate wall. The biters will pass through the hole, but get aggroed by the flamer. That sounds more like just a dragon's tooth design. Bring them into the narrow place, and then kablam, away they go. Since I'm already running down, should I double wall this now? I think I will, even though I said I wouldn't. Let's do it now. It'll be great peace of mind for when the attacks start coming from the east, and they will start coming from the east someday. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday. The biters need to go to 7 Days to Die School of Structural Engineering. Take out my structural support rubble. Did I just pass by an attack? See on the map in the top right, looks like there's damage being done, or there was. They're dead now. Fortunately, walls are completely fireproof, so don't need to worry about self-harming the wall with fire. Bots, however, are not fireproof. So if a bot stands around repairing a wall for too long, they will take damage to fire, and that actually has a really nasty side effect of other bots coming to repair that bot. So then the bot hangs around in the fire being repaired. And the bot repairing it also takes fire damage, calling another bot to come over there and take care of it. Really wish they just made bots fireproof. Like, why is that a thing in the game? Don't know. Perhaps I'll never know. Just keep this very much defended, please. Yeah, just completely encase the base. I think we still have the stones for this. Now, how do we begin building the base? Fortunately, I have lots of raw materials with which to build with. Hopefully that includes enough steel. This is an awkward bit. It's an inner corner. They're somewhat easier to defend, but no less awkward. Because they still have to come for me. I still think this will be fine, but I still don't like corners, so gonna add a little bit extra here. I'm surprised you're going to Fulgora first instead of Vulcanus. What's your thought process there? It's a little early to be addressing that, but sure, if I'm being asked. Vulcanus is going to be my main industrial base. Vulcanus is so overpowered that I'm using a self-inflicted rule for this, that all the science that can be produced on Nauvis must be made in Nauvis. Otherwise, I would make even more of a beeline than I'm making right now. I would just get to Vulcanus, and we'd be done, because we wouldn't have to care about Nauvis again. Except maybe for biter eggs. Are those necessary at some point? I think they are. Alright, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Could be a bit more beautiful. Oh, wow, look at that. This was actually trashed. This was trashed. How did they get you? I guess they were attacking from an angle, potentially using spitters, right? Yeah, wow, nasty, nasty buggers here. Yeah, it must have been some splitters that were just outside of the angle, like here or something, so I'm going to have you there to rectify that. I'll even have you here, and you here. This corner is a real problem zone because of the angle of attack. Anyway, hopefully that's sufficient for now. Not for a long time, even. So the reason I want to do... Has this been trashed? Kind of, but not. It's still flowing. Those are just old things that I replaced with belts to ground. So I keep getting distracted. The reason I want to go is because I want Vulcanus to be my main area of production. I want to have everything at the ready to make that happen immediately. Gleba doesn't offer anything of particular value for Vulcanus design, but Fulgora has the electromagnetic plant. I don't want to half build up a Vulcanus base using assemblers and then strip them out and replace them with electromagnetics. I also want to set up the science from Fulgora because I am going to want access to the maximum power armor. And I swear there's something else I want. Yeah, Tesla turrets in time for Gleba, which means I need to get the science and the production for them. I don't want to get to Gleba, claim that, oh, Gleba's no big deal, and then get absolutely bodied for my insolence. Right, now base building time. Actual bloody base building time. Means I don't need to worry about making more flamethrower turrets for now. A lot of this stuff can just go. But what it means is I need a lot of belts, a lot of belt-related things. Not really even science now. Okay, that's kind of good. You get out of here. You get out of here. You get out of here. You stay in here for now. So I'm going to zero all of this. Hopefully not fill up my inventory. And start making things. Starting with you, I'm going to need electric circuits here. I already have some inserters, but you know how it is. We're going to need more, including long-armed inserters. I don't think I'll need fast inserters for a while yet. So, of course, I need iron. Iron's needed for everything. Yes, make these, make these, make these, please. I'm going to need rather a lot of you as well. Please make it. I'm going to need regular assemblers into Mark II assemblers on the double. And those, of course, need steel. What doesn't need steel? What else is going to be needed? I'm going to need belt-related items. I'm going to need more to grounds. I'm going to need more splitters. And, of course, we have to make all of these in assemblers. What else am I going to need? Chests, not so much, but I probably will want some steel chests to... that's too expensive to consider right now. I'll stick with the crappy chests. What else is needed? Jake building a base? Surely it's just a temporary thing to tide us over until we build the real base. Nope, this is... well, actually, it is. It is a temporary base until we build the real base. But the real base is going to be post-Vulcanus stuff. I'm still in a position to be able to research things. I already did efficiency modules. I don't think I need speed or productivity. Hell yeah, I want that for the science, but I don't think it's something that I should care enough about. It's only 8%. It costs me more power. I have to make these things. Nah, forget that. For now, I will want these later, but now is not later. I'll also want a circuit network. Certainly when I'm going to other planets, but I need to focus on things that help me right now. Energy distribution, I can go a very long way with small power poles. I can do all of Nauvis with small power poles, so I don't feel intimidated by the lack of medium and big. I will need those elsewhere, because there is no wood on Vulcanus or the other place, Fulgora. But there is on Gleba. Don't need quality right now either. Mining productivity is only a little tempting. Basically nothing. I don't need any of this stuff until we get our blue science. Should I do just a bit of blue science to get this? I need 75, so I need 33. No, I need 38 cycles of this, which is going to need red circuits, which will need plastic. I also need to make some sulfur. Just some very, very basic advanced oil. I think I will do that. And I believe I have the gubbins for it right here. This is going to disgust some people. Of that I'm all but certain. Give me that. You want power? Yeah, we all want power in life, don't we? Here you bloody go. Right, there we... What? That's not connected? There you go. Right, and of course he forgot how this thing even works. Did he? There. I thought that was omni intake. Right, petroleum gas. Surely I have you. And I really don't need much for this, right? I just need to make sulfur and I need to make plastic. That also requires water. You better believe I don't have water over here. Jeez. Oh, should I do barrel some water for this? And this is going to need some coal, but there we go. And then we'll keep it really, really simple because I do not need a lot of this stuff. I'm making a real base, by the way, guys. We'll cover that, right? Really, really don't need much of this. Just do that or so. I need even less of this. But you do need water. Alright, I guess we'll just haphazardly bring some water over here. It's not like I made a million pipes for nothing. Barreled water heresy? Crazier things have happened, no? How's that coming over here? Water, 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 but not a drop to drink. Let's do this. Remember, this is all just starter-based stuff. I hope not to tear it down. It'd be nice to keep it around as a memento, especially after the biters very nastily went and aggroed on my actual reminiscence ship. But yeah, this space is all a waste of time in regards to having my actual base set up in. I wonder what that is meant to be on the soundtrack there. Alright, there we go. Making sulfur, making plastic. Remind me, please, what is needed for blue science. Sulfur plastic for advanced circuits and engines. Hey, I have engines! Like I planned ahead for this. Alright, please make me these. Just take those engines. I'll get you your sulfur. You're also going to need the... Oh, I gotta have these. Where's my green circuits at? They're down here. Yoink. Now, red circuits are alarmingly slow to make. I guess I'll just make them when I have a bunch of plastic saved up, right? All the while you go agonizingly slowly, but that's to be expected. Those should split evenly, or somewhat evenly. While that's happening, still consider our need for... our need for something. Sorry, ability to think and act kind of falling apart here. You need steel, of course. Here's some steel. How much steel? Only 2 pair. That's quite useful. Oh, that's beautiful to see, actually. Gonna need a whole bunch of this going for my main bus. You're going fine. You are going fine. Keep the sprockets going. We're going to be needing that. Can probably get rid of this now. There are other things to be made, including probably more circuits. Can't go wrong with more circuits, especially as a man who's about to need red circuits. Remember, this is just so I can have my real base. That is a real thing that will exist. Gonna need a lot more undergrounds than that. I'm gonna need a lot more splitters than that. Which means I'm gonna need a lot more iron than that. Any more for any more iron? I got plenty. This looks horrible, says Gabriella. Don't worry, I said I can make the real base in 3 hours, and I've been granted 3.5 hours. Power seems to be surprisingly okay. I wonder why that is. Probably gonna need more mining drills. Yeah, I only have 12 of them. I'm gonna need to go ham on those. More mining drills, please, which of course necessitates more circuits, which of course necessitates more of you. Everything is necessary. Let's just get a whole lot more of these made so I can just crank out more circuits. Circuits are good. That's nowhere near done yet. Just give me those, though. So we tap out on you. Try to tap out on you, especially if I have more of you. Go, go, go. These can immediately be put to work, actually. They are faster, and they produce less pollution. They use more energy, but I actually think I actually think it's more energy per thing produced, so my poor production is going to be hurting, but my energy production, rather. That's just part of it all, though, isn't it? Keep producing for me. Right, still need those splitters. 44 is probably enough. Undergrounds, that's not quite, maybe. Definitely need more belting, definitely need more long-armed inserters, which needs more regular inserters. Shouldn't need fast inserters. I want to go quite far without fast inserters. I want to have everything done in better assembly machines, though. These crummy ones have got to go. I'm going to have real issues with space. Sorry, guys. You all need to speed the heck up. Including you, Sprocket guys. More sprockets, more circuits, more assembly machines, more of you, more of you. Fewer issues with capacity, please. There should definitely be an achievement for getting to a certain point without using a single belt. We've used dozens of belts, maybe even 2 dozens. I don't want all this anti-belt heresy here. I know the utility of belts. I just have not had the space to utilize them because I've had to defend everything with grenades. Alright, part of why you're not working. No iron. Keep going, keep giving. Upgraded, upgraded, upgraded. This is all upgraded as well. More long arms. That should be getting pretty good in the long arms. One other thing I need rather a lot of are you. And like the clever bugger that I am, I stockpiled bricks. Lots of bricks. Wow, I'm so smart. SMRT, SMART. I'm going to double up this, and I'm going to go, why do I have no steel? And I go over to my steel and go, why do I have no steel? No, 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 that wasn't how it's meant to be. It's meant to be drowning in steel. More steel than the man knows what to do with, or else I won't be able to make more of these. Why do you not function? How's that possible? I brought in all this iron. Clearly not enough. I need more inventory space. But when is that? No. When is that not the case? So this is just planning for the future, of course. The awesome future where I am dripping in mall items so I can build whatever I want. Alright, we have inserters, we have transport belts. I want more transport belts. Which, well, if I really want them, I'm going to need to have more sprockets. Sprockets, sprockets, sprockets. Transport belts. Now let's actually think about how we're going to build the base. Geez, there is a very strong argument for just immediately ravaging this. In fact, this could be the home of the smelter array. It's right next to you, and it can be sandwiched in by you. Iron, steel, copper should be fine for the base. What are the numbers again? You better believe I don't remember. One yellow belt, I think, can feed 24 steel furnaces, or 48 stone furnaces. And of course, we're not using steel around. We're not using stone anymore. So yeah, one big, well, a bunch of steel arrays, isn't it? But that, of course, that needs a whole lot of steel furnaces, which I notably have 0 of. Hey, I got 12 of them. Cool. Then I should definitely be making a whole lot more of these. Which, of course, needs a whole lot more steel. What doesn't? Bleeding steel. Everything wanting my bloody steel. Oops. Not like that. Not like that. Take it. Is it worth investing in radars? Radars cost way too much. What do they cost way too much of, Jake? I don't know. They cost way too much of something. There we go. That's all set up. Let's 0 some of these that we don't really need more of. Do I need more belts to pipes to ground? I will, actually. I am going to need more pipes to ground when I set up my proper oil management thing. Is that enough plastic? Is that enough sulfur? I don't know, probably. Well, nothing's going to work with you if you don't have more coal, huh? Alright, now let's make some red chips. Hand-feeding red chips. I'd say you saw it here first, but I'm sure you've seen it before. I've done it in one of my previous failed runs, actually. Need red chips. Always need more red chips in every run of Factorio you do. Here's a bunch of that. Oh, whatever. How many plastic bars do they need again? I hope it's not 2. It is 2. Oh well. This is how you play Factorio. Welcome to my glorified tutorial on how to play. And then that's going to be funneled into science at some point. Someone is vomiting profusely at this, and I don't even blame them. Hey, I had steel backed up. What am I doing not using it? I need the steel to smelt more steel. If power is concerned with radars, you can make self-contained power grid. I'm aware of that one. However, how do I do that? I already know the answer, but I want to hear your answer. Because I'm being smug like that. It needs solar, exactly. And what can we not do because of the achievements? The answer is, of course, solar. We're not allowed to. It's alright, I can build a base and win the game in 3 hours. What time is it right now? Oh god, that's like countdown to midnight for me. Oh dear. Intimidating. Alright, that's 73 of you. That's going to make... what's 2/3 of 73? Well, it doesn't matter. We need more than that for this advanced oil processing. We have plenty of the copper cables. Actually, it's mostly just the greens that you're going to need more of. The reason I make these arrays of assemblers 8 wide is because that's just wide enough to stand in the middle and reach all of them. It's not because 8 is a convenient 2 to the power number. Although that does also feel quite nice. I need to remember that plastic is a real high throughput item, so if I'm going to want to extract it, I'm going to need 2 of my crummy slow arm things. How much sulfur do you need? Only 1, so that's actually going to be pretty good. Man, this is slow. This is slow as sin. Give me half of what you have so I can shove it in here and speed things up a touch, please. Make some more of these for a lark. Grab some more of these for an even bigger lark. Take half, take the rest. And maybe while that very slowly operates, we begin building our smelter array. But of course, I need dig in. Oh, great. Gotta be able to dig, gotta be able to build, gotta be able to build even more. Yeah, I should have just about everything that I need to begin smelter arraying and such. Of course, how I design... Oh, one thing I am very short on right now, other than my beloved these things. God damn, give me that steel. No point having it hanging around. I need it to put to work immediately. How are you on bricks? Never good enough. Bricks are actually the thing that you need more of for those. Wish I had extra extendo legs at this point, but I don't. Don't need you doing anything. I'll zero you. I'll keep you going. Now I'm full up, which is bad. Well, is it bad? I can dump some stuff that's of questionable utility. Maybe get away from the wooden chest situation. And definitely get away from the stone furnace situation. I think I stored them over there, but that's something to be sorted out when time is not an issue. I got plenty of stuff to build in. Yeah, but what I was saying to myself was that I need more of these. Like, considerably more of these. Make me even more of them. And then make me even more of them. And don't tell me we have problems like that. I'm not here to hear about problems. Alright, there we go. That'll make me a big fat stack of those. How are those big fat stacks looking? Good, I've got a healthy amount of assembly machines too now. And maybe someday I'll have a healthy amount of miners. And the only last thing I really need is a healthy amount of smelters. 14 isn't healthy. I need a healthier number than 14. How healthy is this number now? 120? Oh yeah, that's healthy. Let's grab the last of the reds. I shouldn't need to conduct more greens, but you know greens, you always need more of them. So let's just set this up to have a final burst of them. And then we're going to build the actual base. Said it was going to happen. These guys already have kind of what they need. Whew. Could we please begin this now? This is going agonizingly slowly. Half, half, and half, and all. Half, half, and half, and all. I could do it again. Actually, I want to do it again. Half, 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 all. Half, 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 all. Half, half, and half, all. Half, half, and half. Ah, crap. Misclick there, but that's fine. Seems to have worked out. Is that enough? Actually enough. I don't feel like I'm making enough of this stuff. Probably because the advanced circuit numbers are too low. The advanced circuits need yet more plastic. I'll go and feed them a bit more. Keep it coming. No medium poles? No, I think Nauvis is perfectly fine to do on small poles. Medium poles cost steel. Medium poles also require you to make wooden sticks. Now that might not be a problem for people who are lazy bastards. Sorry, are not lazy bastards, but people that do go for the lazy bastard achievement might find it a bit of a pain to make wooden sticks on demand. I know I do. Alright, can I just leave that be for a while? Really, really want this, but I need to... Right, I know what I can do. I've had a brainwave. It's like a thought, but with pictures. What if I semi-automated the production of plastic? Mad lad of an idea, I know, but there you go. Why are you not going? Because this stuff takes forever to get out of there. There you go. Also, death to wooden storage chests. Sticks. Is this Minecraft? Yeah, sticks. I'm not a fan. Broke my mother's heart to hear that I wasn't really interested in playing Minecraft with her. Like, I've played that game to death during in-dev, and I don't think it really got any better post-release, so no thank you. But she's a real Minecraft junkie. Alright, looking forward to advanced oil processing, but that's all part of the real base that starts now. And this is where I would cut off and go, and we'll do this in the next episode, but no, I swear it's a rocket launcher bust today. Power is needed over here. Oh god, I really need to improve my power output. Fortunately, that's something I can do straight away. Do I already have boilers? I do. Sweet. Alright. We're going to enhance this boiler array, not by much. So I'm going to be a bit saddened by how not much it's being improved. Which is no much at all. But this stuff has got to kind of go. Oops, I did not set that up at all the way I wanted to. I believe I was meant to pick up some additional power poles. Do concern myself with the absolute disgraceful spaghetti that is my oil. The oil flows in mysterious ways. I do not fully comprehend it myself. But it does need to flow through all this. I'm pretty sure it's a necessity. You know what? I never automated this. Alright. Chests defeat it is. Still relying on these wooden things is a disgrace. Water tanks, what is this, madman? We didn't know if we were going to be cut off, so I had to prepare for the worst. Well, that's not evenly balanced, but also not really a concern. That'll keep us going surely until the point where we have fully automated fuel. Which is a pretty high priority, isn't it? But right now I want to get production going good and proper. Keep these flowing, please. Man, everything needing bleeding iron. Wait, that wasn't iron that you needed, was it? No, it was more of you, which needs iron. Ah, Jesus. Alright, as it stands, I have enough of everything. Let's actually build an array. Should I be playing Factorio or Manufacturo? What? I do not comprehend. Oh, before I go away and do that, I should probably make sure that my my plastics are all seated in here. Wow, they actually ran out of copper wire. Didn't expect that. Alright, how about we do it like so? And then we actually have some of these. I'm actually a little surprised that they're low on engines. How could these things possibly be low on engines? I made a gorillion engines. Or are you telling me that I've kept some? 49. Actually, that's enough to get us advanced oil processing. And that is really what I want to make sure that my oil is set up the way I want it to be. Alright then, no need to concern ourselves more with that. Let's actually get to work. Do you plan to hand sort trash on Fulgora? Is that a joke? You somewhat have to, unless you really heavily bootstrap Fulgora. Alright, power, come with me. Hand sorting trash. Well, I can do it faster and better than any of my machines. But I don't scale, and machines certainly do. Don't worry, I have a good idea on how to deal with scrap and Fulgora. Do I have a good idea on how to deal with these trees? I don't know, maybe. I don't like doing this, but it kind of needs to be done. grenades have fallen off in use massively because they kind of work on medium biters, but they won't kill medium biters in one shot. It takes multiple shots, so they're no longer quite as efficient as we need them to be. Hey, who left all this wood here? Dude, where's my wood? Alright, and so we begin. How do I do mining arrays when I have to rely on small pulls and I am on a severe deficit of resources in general? I space them like so. That little space can hold... Actually, I don't even need to space it like so. I can space it like so. One little space for a power pole goes a long way. Oh, hello. Some of you are actually in power zone. And iron remains pretty much the most important resource, or certainly the most in-demand one. So we got no problem doing loads of this. Well, you know, we're going to have energy draw concerns, we're going to have pollution concerns, but the flamethrowers should help out enormously with that. Might need to increase the presence of flamethrowers here. Fortunately, we have the touch, we have the power. There we go, it's on the corner already, so it's already enhanced. There are more efficient ways, as in being able to pack in more miners, but I find this is plenty. Now, how are we actually going to do this? I'm going to want 2 lanes of this coming out. In that case, the bottom one is the most dubious. I'm going to have the bottom one come along. Yeah, it's kind of like I've been playing a different game up until now. You know, I actually have to make good designs now rather than just hand cram as much as possible. Really, really unfortunate. I want my smelter array here, but there's all this tree in the way. Do I have a better idea than that? That's a lot of trees to clear. Bots would make it easy. I don't have bots. Alternative thought is to bring it down and smelter array here. But then I'm actually a little lower on space than I'd like for building the base proper. If all the smelting was done here and the bus were here, that'd be better. Grenades it is. What a waste of good woodland. This is just... it's so good! Why? Why would I get rid of this? I gotta have an alternative. Smelter array over here, that's better. Yeah, smelter array over here, pull it off and make the bus here. Getting rid of this forest is reprehensibly bad. I'll just carve a path for 2 of these. Get them balanced coming through here. Sadly, it's deleting some of my blueprints here, but at least putting the blueprints down explicitly tells me what trees need to go. I enjoy nuking forests immensely. Well, I need these forests to be the lungs that catch the pollution before the biters drink it and become ever stronger. It's actually not true. Pollution evolution impact is based entirely on the pollution you produce, not the amount that they consume. So that's why, in that respect, trees are not so good and efficiency modules are god. Yeah, it's weird noises. My game's trying to spook me here. Right, I need to design a whole lot of stuff here. That 3-hour time limit's going to start feeling a bit more fierce. At what point did I start building the real base on my 100% run previously? Maybe I'm going to have a lot to worry about. Fewer attacks, yes, but the evolution's still there, because Behemoth biters tend to be the main concern. I did notice that I deleted that. Don't worry, it's coming back. It's coming back, he says. Do efficiency modules reduce power draw, or do they also reduce pollution? Yes and yes. They reduce power draw. I think... Oh, well, no, there's the thing, because pollution is based on power draw. I actually don't know if those are two separate actions that they do. Took a little bit of grazing there, but that's what the heavy armor is for. Right, the smelter array. I actually feel like this won't be enough space, but I guess we just start it here. Designing a smelter array. It's really not that hard. Maybe I'll make it look difficult for fun and profit. Why? Okay, it's just wall going down, but that is going to be a constant concern, isn't it? Smelter and smelter. And they'll have spaces between them because that's how we're rolling here. Means that setting them up like that is no big deal. I will want them to output on that side and take in from this side. And they will also need to take like that. Can't jam these any closer together or else there's no good space for the power poles. And it comes along like so. Coal on one or on the other. And then the finished product will probably come out in this direction. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to have this. We're going to reverse it like so. Do I actually want it started here? Well, I mean, it's got to start somewhere. Might as well be here. Alright, good enough. How many of these things do I even want? So this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 8 and 8. And of course this stuff is going to get in the way. There was no real getting around that, was there? I suppose I could move this. Nothing's stopping me from moving this. How about removing this? I wonder if the oil is all connected regardless. Because it comes up and around and along here. Maybe I don't need this anymore. Didn't seem to show any errors. Ignore that power. The power will be solved forthwith. Right, how many is that again? That's 20. How many do we need? I have forgotten the ratios, as usual. Isn't it just 24? Until I get red belts. I think 24 is fine until I have red belts. Alright, so we take this. And then we make more of it. I will want, let's say... That's steel, that's iron. That's iron again, and this is copper. And it should have space to easily expand out here without removing what's left of the base here. The coal can come up this way, and other stuff can come other ways. Very good. Pump direction's facing the wrong way as well. Oh yeah, with that in mind it does, doesn't it? Interesting. However, the way I've set this up, actually, I think I can get away with keeping it flowing, keeping it going. There you go. Ugh, this pipe to ground is just a waste of time there. Spare me those, they're very expensive. Spare me all this as well, please. My poor grenades. Alright, that is that. Alright, remains connected. Gucci. Is that in the right position? I feel like it's one higher up normally. Yeah, what does it matter? I can't spend too long humming and hoeing over this. The important thing is that it needs to exist and begin my production as soon as we can. Oh, what the heck are you doing there? Please don't. I wonder what I'm going to find that I lack for doing this. Or if I've built it in some incorrect way. Something is feeling a little off about it. Can't put my finger on it. There's something wrong about your smelter build. Are outer belts supposed to be one-sided, or did you mess up the inserter orienteering? I meant to go out on this side. Maybe I should make this one operate to see how it is first, before I build all the other ones and find that there's a vital mistake in it. I mean, once I have this, really, you know, the production is started, and it's just about developing and scaling. So let's have some confidence in what we're doing here. Sure miss having bots, though. Bots would be nice. Why are all these saying there's no energy? Or are they just saying that they feel powerless in my presence? Glad I built all these inserters, by the way. Oh, we're cut off at the bottom. Feel so slow without fancy legs. Alright, there we go. Now, Cole, you have done so much for me. Do we have any survivors of the initial pipe wall? These sure don't look like survivors to me. Whew, we now have under 2 hours to beat everything on Nauvis, or at least launch a rocket. The troubling thing is we're probably going to need to spend another 2 hours on Nauvis just cleaning things up and preparing ourselves for the space flight. Building and launching the materials to actually make a good space station, to produce space science, researching the way to initially Fulgora, getting the materials to bootstrap Fulgora. It's a concerning thought. Stop digging that. Stop messing with that. We leave the train. We're trying to preserve some of our original niceties. Oh lordy, I should be making more of a buffer on my oil. Every opportunity I get, I should be producing that oil. That's you there. How many can you make? What do you mean none? Don't tell me none, tell me all. Because like I said, the oil production is extremely low, given we only have access to 2 pumps. For now, I mean, we could get access to more down the line, but for now that's all we've got. Don't want to infringe on my copper. My copper's all we've got for a good long time. Where can I buffer? Guess I'll buffer over here. Beautiful. Although it blocks me, it's still beautiful in its own twisted way. I need to migrate this coal. It's been good for me, but it needs to go. Ditch my stuff. Pick up all the coal grabbers. This is the downside of chesting so much coal. It does become something you gotta migrate at some point. Well, at the time, that was the purpose we had it for. There's also the idea that I just destroy these chests. Stacked up coal isn't that vital. Just keep this going for now. How have the frames been? Not a single frame dropped. I've moved to a new provider, and it seems to be working out pretty well so far. Am I cutting off any vital flow of oil this way? I think I am. I think I just cut off oil for a lot of these guys, but it does also flow up and around, so it might actually be okay. One hopes it'll be okay. Oh, thank goodness these are just wooden chests. That's less to deal with. Get out of here, filthy coal. Yeah, take some more coal over here. Give me the rest of my junk. A provider that can enroll you and make it work in one day is incredible. What, really? I'm doing it wirelessly, though. It's not like I'm having something wired into the house here. This house just has old, nasty copper cables running at a staggering 0.25 up and down, I believe. Not exactly something I'm jumping for joy over. Which is why I went for a wireless solution. Alright, coal isn't something you need buttloads of, at least not right now, so let's just get this out. There we go, the coal will flow now. How will the coal flow? Do I bring it up, over, and around, or what? It needs to be fed into here. I could just bring it along and then up, but the thing is this is going to expand at some point. Let's keep it simple-ish. Way of thinking, we're going to Vulcanus first to make production of Fulgurian metal worse without foundries. Fulgurian metal? Foundries? What? This is not something I operate on. Right. How's this gonna work? I'm gonna bring you along here, and then I believe my dream is that you feed into that. And then you just carry along and then continue feeding into these. Yeah, coal up the center. The coal is flowing along, the coal flows along, gets eaten, the iron ore comes in on the sides. Wait a second, something isn't adding up here. This isn't how I do it. I don't do it with 3 in the middle. These things should be closer together. Why would I even consider having 2 separate lines of ore? Right, that is wrong then. Okay, well, glad we spotted that before committing hardcore to this. And all of this is just ghosts, so I can redo this easily enough. No lights? Why don't you consider your audio? We do not have time for such things. We're on a 40-hour limit to beat the entire game, and we have only got another under 3 hours to beat Nauvis. And I'm going to feel really bad if I don't manage to beat Nauvis at this current moment. Ugh, that means all my placement of power poles is wrong here, but whatever. Oops, 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 oops. Mess-ups are to be expected. Don't worry about them. Just cope with the situation. There we go. That might mean that the pipes become an issue as well. The pipes are readily becoming an issue. Get rid of these. Mark all this for deconstruction. That includes the... Oh man, that's a bit of time lost right there. I'm not blind going into this. I have beaten Factorio Space Age before, but that was a run that took about 200 hours. Now I have to do it in 40. Don't like cutting off the power like this. Could I maybe just bring it out separately away from the rest of this for now? Less to think about for now. Where exactly is the main bus going? And don't say down into all those trees, because these trees are important to me. I think they are, right? Yeah, it's going to come out and come down along here. These trees are going to have to go. That's going to take a lot of grenades and make me feel incredibly bad and destroy pollution absorption quite badly. Oh well. I'll just have to cope with the situation. Right, so you are going into there. And you are going into the next one along, wherever that might be. This seems to be okay. We're going to bring it out and along here. God, I need a lot of grenades to destroy these trees. Never thought I'd see you play this. Well, you're seeing it now, upside down. Ugh, did not think I'd be needing more. I really should have rethought this. This smelter array should have gone somewhere that I don't need to clear trees in order to make my bus. Nothing saying that I do need to make the bus here. Right? I can bring it down and then make a condensed base here. I don't see a problem with that. You don't have to make quite as many outputs as you do in, say, well, non-Space Age. All right, there's one of my lines. All right, goody goody. That means this is exactly what we want to copy over. Maybe think about this stuff first. You mucked it up before, don't muck it up again. All right. Really feeling that time pressure. Didn't want to be feeling that time pressure. Actually, if you two are coming out together, then I don't actually want you meeting with that. I want you meeting over here with somebody else. Alright, this seems fine. I want to separate one of these that feeds almost exclusively into steel. Doesn't have to be exclusive, but it's kind of what I'm looking for. And now it's just a case of I gotta build, and I gotta build fast. Does that still connect? That does still connect. So this is more iron. The second iron patch gets gobbled up here. Isn't quite where you're meant to go. That is, though. Can't wait for the energy concerns to start kicking in. But I'll feel a whole lot better once I get the bus activated and science resumed. But boy, I don't have a lot of time to make a lot of things, do I? At least I don't have to faff around with things like making however many railways it is to get the purple science and that. And in fact, because of the achievement, I can't work on purple science. What's coming down here again? Ah, yes, you. I shouldn't even bother cleaning up that coal. It's not a priority. Alright, so that comes out as a full belt, all well and good. That's going to combine into you, all continues to be well and good. So that's 2 full belts of iron, lickety-split. Now I want steel as well. So we take this thing once more. But this time it doesn't combine into that previous one. Feel bad that I'm not banking this stuff. This is such downtime. Yeah, Yeah, many things were not allowed until we launched the rocket. That's why the priority right now is just get that bleeding rocket launched. Care little about the concerns that lead up to it. I will make the smelter array. 2 for iron, 1 for steel, 1 for copper. And then I'll make a normal bus. That will make... geez. Let me think. Sprockets, green circuits, red science, red science, green science, blue science, red chips, plastic, sulfur, engines. Fortunately, I have good experience making all of these things, but I've been cocking up so far. And it is getting later in the day, so cock-ups are becoming more and more prevalent, I'm sure. Now, the direction that the copper comes in will probably be a little different. That's okay. We're going to need a splitter, priority splitter. It prioritizes making steel. That means if I ever have more steel than I need, it's going to continue bringing iron down onto the main bus. And of course, the coal too must flow. Power can go here. This is actually a nice little corner for the power. If anything, I should have started making the power pretty immediately, because power is going to be needed for everything. I reckon 40 boilers will do fine. 40 boilers might be more than fine, actually. How are you on the blues, by the way? I could actually get on with some of this other science. Anything I need to beat the game is probably stuff I should be investing in, as long as it doesn't need blue right now. I actually do need concrete. That's an expensive and relatively slow one I should have been doing. Anything else absolutely necessary? Actually, nothing else that doesn't require blue, so I do need quite a bit of blue science to get myself to this rocket silo. Well, needs must, and we must need. How are we doing on boilers and such? Not enough boilers, maybe enough steam engines, but not enough boilers. Not enough cash. Where's the boilers at? Where are my U thingies at? Give me those. There we go. Make me boilers. Plenty of them. I don't care if you overproduce. Just bring the water right up and over here. Yeah, that's where it'll be. But since I already have this thing pre-made, I may as well just copy its design. Bring it straight up. Get caught on my own Flammerwaffen. Right. Thunk. There we go. And... there we go. Comes together beautifully. Except we want 2 more on top and bottom. This is just one of those, in my experience, things. In a run like this, 20 boilers will get you everything you need, especially if you make some efficiency modules. And you don't get greedy with speed and productivity modules. At least for a while, this should be fine. More oil buffering. The oil is sufficient right now. Well, sufficiently buffered. I know that the oil is not sufficient. Can I get a few more of these, please? At least these things are nice and fast to make. Well, they would be if I had enough sprockets, but would you look at that? I don't. 10, 20... together with what I have right now, it should be fine. I hope that's fine. And yeah, the priority for the coal, which I should probably drag out immediately, is going to be coming over to here. Get rid of any of these trees. I don't even have enough grenades to clear these ones. I really did not think I'd be reduced to needing grenades to clear out these trees. I thought these trees would be my friends forever. But I've murdered a lot of these trees. Look at how they are lacking leaves. And that's my doing. I offer no excuses, only apologies. This is wasting a lot of time, you know. I really don't have time. I believe I said at the start that I was quite confident about how this is looking. I'm looking A lot less confident now. You know what? Since we didn't have our weekly one-shot last week, I think we're due a prediction. Let's make one, shall we? Do we get... rocket launch within 8 hours, question mark. And of that, we only have 2 hours 40 left. Yes, victory or no failure. That's no comma failure, not no failure. You don't have long. You got 2 minutes. You got 5 minutes. And I see the misinformation immediately spreading. You got plenty of time. Please, please, win lobby. Fatten that purse for me. My purse strings cry out in tightness. All right, let's just tie these top and bottom, connect it to the main network, whatever mess that might be. And then start realizing a bit of a problem that you have, which is reaching all of this stuff. And running out of engines. Okay, I think I will temporarily hijack these engines. No, I should actually set this up to function first. Whoa, I've got far fewer belts than I thought. I'm going to need to make more. Because we are not a lazy bastard, or rather, because we are. We can't just make them on the fly. But that's okay. It makes you a better Factorio player if you don't rely on handcrafting all the time. That's my line and I'm sticking with it. Now let's not talk about blue, okay? This is going grim enough as it is. This is my Tuesday, this is my day off. And yet here I am, going through some cruel and unusual punishment, just because nobody else would do this. Why was nobody else going to do a 100% Factorio run? Right, we make sure that the priority is for power, as it should be. What a weird noise I make. Why is that there in the song? Now, notably, this won't work because it's missing one magical ingredient, and that is water, H2O. I think with the new pumping numbers, it'll be fine like this. These days, you need far less water to fuel nuclear reactors and boilers and stuff, so I actually think that will suffice. I want to save some pipe to grounds wherever I can. So that's going to pump up, meaning I can get rid of this. It's kind of a shame. I'd like to keep this as a relic, but I can't be wasting time making more steam engines. How many was I short? I don't know, approximately all of them. Power, good enough. The odds are too good to be a win lobbyist. Oh, wow. That sounds nice. I hope I can fit in all of the necessary pipes around here. Especially with this in my way. Look on the bright side, though. This is power solved for the rest of the rocket launch. Or the rest of the run up to the rocket launch. So if we've got smelting almost completely done, and we have power done... Surely I'm so good at manufacturing that that won't take even a fraction of time, he says, only having 2.5 hours remaining. How long that take to make? I don't know. 5 minutes? Looking fine. I'm glad that these attacks aren't being such a big boo-boo for me. And I hope that the water issues aren't a problem. Fluid, production, consumption, looks fine to me. God, my eyes are getting strained. I'm getting tired here. Why are you guys not powered? Alright, all's well and good, but it will be all well and better once I have my final smelter array set up. I still have enough furnaces, which is a good sign. So let's do this one last time. That's not including any expansion of the array, and the expansion is a real thing that will happen at some point. You are continuing to get in my way. Is that right? Looks right to me. Alright, good enough. As long as it's all still connected. That is not connected. Whew, glad we caught that. It'd be horrible to run out of fire. Again, given that fire is my only defense. No lasers, because we're not allowed to lasers. No gun turrets, because gun turrets are sucky on Deathworld. Alright, bring in the copper. At least copper isn't something you need a butt ton of. Hope I'm doing fine on my inserters. Good. I thought I was making way too many inserters, but then I remember just how many you need for a smelter array. Although, in the far-flung space future, where we have access to Fulgora foundries, we will not care about such trite concerns. Inserters for smelting? Phew. Primitive ideas from primitive minds. I am ready for my mind to evolve. And if you don't know what I'm getting at, in Fulgora you discover how to make molten metal, which can be moved around in pipes. And thanks to the update in Space Age, pipes have infinite throughput. Infinite! Oh, I'll tell you what's not infinite, my number of belts. I need to go and grab more. Hopefully I made a ton more. Infinite throughput. I mean, who thought that was a good idea? Me, for one. Thank you. Thank you for the infinite throughput. Ooh, thank you for not having these. Right, get going. Where are my sprockets? Oh, thank God. I was actually worried I didn't have sprockets there. Let's future-proof this problem by having more sprockets and more of you with more sprockets. That's not enough, but I don't have time to sit around here all day, so just give me what you have and I'll move on. Oh, that really isn't enough. Are you doing fine? I guess that's good enough. You accidentally misspoke. A crime punishable by death. Oh no. Minor spelling mistake. My life is ruined. Pedants have no power if you don't care about them. Caring is not something I give a surplus of, that's for sure. Alright, come on down to South Park. Gonna have ourselves time. And for this one, the ore does flow in from a separate location, or a separate direction, rather. There will probably be a time where this needs to be doubled. I'm not going to do that now, obviously, but I will prepare for it. Let's grab half of this. Why is it getting so bleeding dark? And then imagine a world in which you are here, except not with you. And then that isn't all. We still need 2 more of them. Moron. There we go. That's its logical extreme. So this is where we feed the copper in from. How am I doing on drills? Badly. Could I get more, please? No. But also yes. Okay, good. Yes is the right answer there. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep those coming. And these, of course. Because these make me more... No. These make me more of you, and I do need more of you. Huh, don't need more of these for now. Sitting on my blocks, but we still make an excess of those, which is good. Give me all of that. I can't imagine needing so many walls that we should still be buffering them. But I can't imagine a situation in which that's inherently bad either. So we're going to keep this going. Sorry, the scholarship on those have run out now. Do I keep these old boilers? I guess so. They're not doing anyone any harm. They're just kind of there, aren't they? Alright, 17 niner drills might sound good. It won't be enough. I could largely cannibalize these because they don't serve purpose anymore. I shouldn't need to exploit this iron patch any longer. I'd rather leave those to just rust in peace, but... Ah, crap. All that copper that I saved up's now going to get in my way. How do we solve this problem? By making a big copper handmade buffer thing. Yeah, good idea. Get these out of my face. Get these out of my face. I really hope that doesn't ruin some elaborate setup that I had. And now these all sadly need to go. Not these, however. Just you, and a bit of you. Funny. Not funny, haha, though. Get rid of that, but do give me this. Also, I don't care at all about you. Could you just go somewhere, like into one of these? Is there such thing as too much copper? If there is, I'm discovering it. Why did I buffer up so much? Should have stuck to wooden chests. Alright, just give me what you have. I'll bin it somewhere. So now we need to exploit this patch for all the copper. And we have to believe that this is enough copper to get us through the entire rest of the game. If it's not, I'm in so much trouble you have no idea. Well, not the rest of the game, but at least to get my rocket launched, this has to be enough. And yeah, if it's not, ooh, that's bad. We'll bring the power around the side here. Otherwise, is this detached? I think it is. I absolutely need to not have you be detached. Okay, good. That kind of works together. Where's all my stuff? Get rid of that. Steel is now automated to a degree. Give me back my stuff. I don't want to see any more of these Assembler Mark 1s. Get them out of my face. Oh, but do give me Assembler Mark 2s. Check if the oil from the copper was important. No, it came here to a dead end. It didn't come back up and feed into this loop. Curiously, it's not filling up much, but I guess these things are now running on dry. So hopefully this back amount of oil is plenty to get us through. Fortunately, we have advanced oil processing, so we're going to make do with that. I am not deleting that. Yeah, copper could be a problem. If I have to go crawling to my buffer that I made, I will. But this is a sad, sorry state of affairs for the copper mine. Copper Barry, today we are not. It continues to be a concern, so I'm going to get some more of my transport belts. All that time not belting did not prepare me for a time where we actually need transport belts. Keep running and get my iron from the same place. It causes me problems. There we go, that should keep me going for a wee while. My favorite description of Factorio speedrun is that they're all walking blueprints. Blueprints in a challenge run of Factorio, just why? What is being achieved? I am very much anti-blueprint lobby. You can use them, right? Single player game, well, often a single player game, but the point is, have your own fun. I, however, don't enjoy it. I think you're just robbing yourself of the joy of playing the game if you do that. There we go, all lined up. Now I just need to get this stuff out of here. through an elaborate line. And there we go. Everything is being smelted now. We've got 2 hours to actually make everything. And I've got all this tree in the way. Sorry, I really need some granada. That's okay though, we have a way to do this, especially since I have all these materials buffered up. And I've got all this space with which to make it. I mean, all these red chips, is that really necessary? Not really. None of this seems particularly necessary. What can I ditch at this very moment? If I get rid of you, am I going to overflow on items? No, good. Right, I need a stack of grenades, like a big stack. Big stack of grenades is going to need iron and coal. Clear up the space for it. Give me a whole bunch of coal, please. Give me a wholer bunch of coal, please. Good, and then give me a whole bunch of this. You know what? Do it here as well. This is entirely for clearing trees. I don't feel proud about that, but it needs to be done. There's just no space otherwise. I'm going to set you back to what you were in the yesteryear later. Take that back. Give me the rest of this. When these grenades are ready, I'll grab as many as I can and clear the forest, because our bus needs to go somewhere. And the answer is into the forest. Yeah, DDR environmentalist coming in. We can do this, though, without complete green thumb annihilation, and I will attempt to do it in a nice way. Why are multiple going down? How and why is a flamethrower getting injured? Wow, it is an absolute psalm out there. Do I have additional flamethrowers to reinforce this with? I do, I have quite a few. Seems like as good a place as any to reinforce, because they just keep attacking from here in a horrifically large number. And their spit gets in there as well. Well, it's my only defense, so let's rely on it to touch more. They're getting through some of these walls. I do not have the time to be fixing them all. Look at how slow this is. So instead what we do is we build another wall, so that they'd have to get through 3 of them to cause me issue. And also, if it's that important, I'll just double wall this. That's where all the nasties want to come and attack me from. Whew. Oh, spoilage. Those poor fishies. They just turned to mold in my pocket. Right, anything else I need to do before I move on? I hope not. Give me more of those transport belts. We have a lot more belting to do. And let's start actually building factory-related stuff. Oh, the labs. Ah, crumbs. I really don't have space for lab stuff. Shouldn't need any more wood except... there. Leave the wood here, because I need that space, and I'm going to get rid of these labs. I'm going to need to place a new laboratory area somewhere. I feel bad recycling the stuff from the old lab. Remember that Dexter's Laboratory episode where he discovers his old lab and all his neglected old inventions? I feel that pain right now, thinking about cannibalizing that for what I need. But what I need is a whole lot of everything right now. Right. So here's what we have. Iron, steel, copper. I'm overthinking this. I really shouldn't be. Just get a bloody move on. I hate that noise, man. It really makes me think things are going Pete Tong. I'm certain they're not. I'm certain everything is fine. It's just walls die sometimes. Why does this even come down as much as it does? There we go. That's you. Inventory's looking a little dangerously full here. Could I leave a box of shame over here? Including wooden chests and stones and ore and a bit of wood. I might need that wood. I can see a possibility of me needing that wood. Something like I'm out of power poles, desperately need to do one. I'm far away from all this, all of this. Right. This is the limit of what I'm willing to do in terms of deforestation. The main manufactory begins here. It's really cool that it automatically puts the undergrounds there for you. I am big on buffers. I'll be more than happy to have some buffers going here. Excuse me, get a cloudy nose there. Right, what are you doing? You're coming along here. Then you go underground, going underground. And then you can go in and we get our double line of steel. All right, steel, iron, copper. I should have had this going like 4 hours ago, but that's Deathworld. Now, we build. Ratios, I don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these should be fine. They are going to make us sprockets. Sprockets are good. So iron comes in, 2 pair. This is going to use an entire belt of iron. And it's actually kind of important that this is a priority. So it will actually output priority to these things. Man, I gotta build fast here. It's not like I have a clear idea of what I'm going to build here. I've built buses before, but I've never actually properly built bus for the new update of what we're meant to be doing here. So it's 2 to 1, need 1 output for 2 inputs, probably. Probably. And then you are going to be part of this part of the bus. And everybody's happy, especially me. I gotta build fast. I gotta research fast. There's a ton of research I have to do in a very limited time. But that's okay. Surely we can just keep on pouring in. So here's a fun thought. When we did, I say we, when there was the glory of doing... Hold on, I probably need to buffer these. Is a single line of these going to be enough? I hadn't thought about that. No time for thinking, only time for doing. Yeah, so one way of looking at this is you just need to do a mad rush towards victory, and then it doesn't really matter what happens to your base. I am going to do more of these, by the way. Sprockets are just so important. Also, it makes it nice and balanced when I have them on the line here. Yeah, so if you finish this in the normal game without Space Age, right, you're done, and huzzah. That's it. You can leave your base to burn. But now we can't really be doing that. Right now I want iron and copper for loads of chips. Why can I not see in my head how this goes? I think it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 into 1, 2. Yeah, I think that's about right. But I'm probably... You need a ton of green chips, so... all the stuff that I built getting in my bloody way. It's okay. I can handle this. I'm a survivor. There you go. Let's cut this crap out of the way. Ooh, no, not like that. How did that even happen? I was trying to select my repair tool, and then bang goes the grenade. Oops. You're still needed along here, champ. Okay, the power is flowing. How many green chips is a man going to need? Whatever number that is, double it. So I think I need this many, so we're going to double it. Let me think. One line in here, one line in here. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1 there. I think that's about right. No, why 1, 2, 3? Because you need iron, don't you? So you can both take iron off the center. No, you'll take iron off of separate things on the side. All right, that's fine. That will probably not be enough, but that's all it's getting for now. This has to keep flowing. It's of vital importance. When I'm producing a bajillion things, I'm going to be grateful that I have this many chips at the ready. I'm also constantly praying that my walls and flamethrowers hold up. I was talking about how I'll probably need to reinforce some critical areas. God, I'm looking at that timer ticking down. Didn't I say I'd be confident at 3 hours? How was that so long ago? Can you do this by remote view, by the way? Oh, amazing. I don't think you could do this before. Beautiful. Okay, so down comes the copper. The copper goes into these. Down comes the iron. Down comes the more iron. Up goes the green chips. And down comes the more copper. I thought your rule was no importing science from Vulcanus. If you import the base from Vulcanus, that's still allowed in the rule. Well, man. Freaking pedants, right? Freaking pedants. That completely goes against the rule of what I'm trying to do here. And that's not how we're going to be doing it. We're made of sterner stuff than that. I'm making these rules so that I can have a more enjoyable and more difficult run. I don't want to just suddenly take a crap all over it like that. I think these need to be fast inserters to work full pelt, but fast inserters we have not. Did I actually research fast inserters? I did. They're not that difficult to make either. Maybe I should rethink that one. Alright, keep it coming. I hope this is going to work. I can totally see a situation in which I have messed this up. Some people do bots, by the way. Some people would have bots up and running for this. And I believe some absolute mad lad who was doing this challenge as well, they got bots for... Oh, but I think they were doing Deathworld, but not 100% Deathworld. Weren't they doing Lazy Bastard? I don't know, and I don't want to discredit them with my poor memory. And it would be with my poor memory. Ain't no bones about it. I'm getting old, you know. Concerned about my small pole. Do I have enough? How many is enough? I can't imagine a situation where this is not enough green chips to at least secure the win. I'm glad I made a bunch of things to ground as well, by the way. Oh wow, lots and lots of walls are taking damage. I am becoming increasingly concerned about this entire run. Could die, could absolutely die. And that's ignoring the fact that I might not make it in time. Still a lot of things to do, including oil. Anybody around here struggle with oil in Factorio? Well, I'm here to tell you it's really simple, but I still need to do it. I need to do it without making mistakes. And I feel like when I'm rushing like this, mistakes are much more prone. Or I am more mistake prone, rather. Why is this no longer carrying oil? Did it ever carry oil? Yeah, it did. Where's the oil? Did I cut off the oil somewhere? It goes in here, and you're meant to pump oil into here. You've been pumped dry, which is kind of fine, but still, where's the oil? Like, are these things not working anymore? Did I cut off the power? I did cut off the power. Okay, I'm glad I troubleshot that. That oil is very important. Now there's oil flowing. Okay, right. The chips are coming out. That's good. Chips are down, so to speak. I want to buffer some chips just in case. In crappy little storage chests. And then out you come. Don't give me that noise, that's not what I want to hear. So now I have sprockets, I have this stuff, I have the makings for red science and green science and inserters and belts. And I will make all of that right now, and then I'm absolutely going to beans it for blue science, because if I don't get blue science done en masse, as a matter of priority... I really want radar. Did I ever research radar? I did. I should get on that at some point. Notably, science has completely stopped. We need to fix that. Right. Science. The ratio is simple. 5. That's not 5. It's simple, though. 60 science per minute. 5 for red. And nice thing is you can just do this in a single belt. It's the easiest thing to automate in the game. Might make it look difficult regardless, though. Where's my science going to get done? Right here seems fine. That means part of you needs to go out. Well, I totally screwed this up, but there you go. And hopefully it's becoming vividly clear why I made plenty of splitters and the other thing. So that I'm very much free to manipulate my belt to my bidding. I think that's part of why Aquilo is so horrible. I haven't talked much about the planets because, you know, my mind has been full of the situation to hand. But I like all of the planets except Aquilo. Aquilo is just awful. Aquilo is the combat ants of all the planets in Space Age. Slow, laborious, dull, unenjoyable. I'm sure someone out there has a good time playing it, but it sure as sugar isn't me. Right, how's this going? Keep things simple, stupid. Oh god, how do I even normally do my science setup? I normally like to... Well, think about it. I only need 3 types of science, so it's dead easy. I don't even need long-handed inserters for this. How much space do I have going up? Plenty. Alright. Here's how we'll do it. With no thinking whatsoever. I think it's when you're in the forest the spooky noises come out. It's a nice effect, actually, but it sounds too much like the worms, so I actually think that there are worms coming for me. The science setup will be much improved in the future. Where are we not right now? That's right, we're not in the future. So can it for now. I feel like I need another 10 hours of practice with Aquilo to get how I should build there. I understand. And I even agree. But I just don't find it very fun. I mean, it's kind of cool, in theory, working around all those heat pipes and whatnot. But it's not fun. Cool, but not fun. Right, how's this going? I want you... let me remind myself about how you operate. 1, 1, 2, 1. There, and insert her. That way I can... And if you're wondering, I'm not... I'm making this up on the fly. And you don't go out. You want to be fed from here. I also need circuits. How will I do circuits? It's 1, 1, 1, and 1. Okay, I understand now. Just making it up as we go. As any good con artist can. Am I out of... yeah, I'm out of belts. Crumbs. But I have sprockets and I have iron, so instead of wandering back to base gormlessly, we're going to make them on-site, as the Factorio gods intended. It's not like we're short on the materials for this. So yeah, don't go traipsing back like a fool. There, that's some of it, and the rest of you will be iron. Split the iron, bring it over. Yeah, this should be a lot neater than it is, but we do it live around here. Oh man, you know, I just love doing my runs where we gotta roll with the punches, and I absolutely do. And I live by it. I think horrible things are gonna happen to you in life, you just gotta roll with it. My god, is it stressful. I need it though, my life is very stress-free. I live in a literal resort here in Hungary, where I can take things at my own leisurely pace. I'm still out of these things. I get to play video games for a living. It's pretty cool. So, from where comes the stress? So I have to artificially make it in these kinds of situations, but my god, there's plenty of it. Give me that. So this stuff, I'm leaving myself extra room in case for some reason I want to do more with what we have here, but bring this out, and then we need 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is fine. Racing through this really quickly, actually. I'm quite proud of how I'm performing under immense duress. Stress comes from, almost all of the stress I've felt in this godforsaken country has been from the Hungarian tax office. I think they just don't understand why somebody would willingly be paying taxes. So they must be thinking that I'm up to something. This is definitely not a good way of doing it, but I'll just have you in like so. And then the blues are going to come up this way, but blues need to be figure other things out. I'm just going to stretch that up more or less indefinitely for more science until we have better ways, because I don't have the time. I just do not have the time right now. When we're on the 40-hour timer and not the 8-hour timer, I'll be able to make much more elaborate things, I think. Could be dead wrong, but I think. Whilst I'm also here, I would like to... Not there, actually. That's pretty cool. Buffer. So I always have these to hand. Now, regrettably, I still need other things to build the underground jobs, which I am short on right now, so I'm going to nip that one in the bud. Splitters I have plenty of. These I do not. So get me plenty of those. Still needing quite a bit more of you, but that's fine for now. Alright, what happens now? Think about it. I need to get blue science going. I prefer this screen, gives us a lot more to tinker around with than the pause screen, and it still ultimately pauses the game. If I said green, I meant blue. We need to get blue science up and off the ground. But that alone isn't enough. We need to consider what we're doing for this. I should make an engine unit array right now, because engines are very slow and they only require iron and steel. And iron is steel and steel is iron, and sprockets are needed, and that's also iron. So that can get going immediately. My oil is still buffering, so we're just going to be deleting that buffer to produce the sulfur and the plastics needed for advanced circuits. I also need to pull coal over to the main line here so that I can siphon it off into plastic. Plastic into advanced circuits. The beautiful thing about advanced circuits is it is the same design as engines. So if I make an engine design, it will work for advanced circuits, provided I use this thing that I have in my head for making it. And I do have a thing in my head for making it. I've used it before. So yes, we build engines, and then we do oil, complete with cracking, because we have advanced oil access. And then we make sulfur advanced circuits, and we beans it for blues. Absolutely beansing it, because we don't have long. We have anything but time. And some of these sciences are huge. The rocket silo here is 1,000 science. Okay. How about making a mainline construction bot to put up some passive provider chests? That is agreeable, but I have 2 hours. Making just one... Hang on, we can look at it right here. I'm not saying your plan isn't a good idea, but I don't think it's a good idea for the point that I'm at. What are they called again? Are they called robots? Yeah, here we go. That's worker speed. Here we go. Just one roboport is 45 steel and 45 advanced circuits, and I'm going to need at least 24 of them for the base that I have right now. Can I really spare hundreds upon hundreds of steel and circuits in addition to setting up flying robot frames, which otherwise are not necessary to launch the rocket? And flying robot frames is a complicated recipe, requiring steel batteries, which I don't otherwise have to make, electric engine units, which I only need to make for the rocket silo. I'm afraid it just does not add up. If I'd planned for this from the start, it would have been good. Would have been even good to just set up the production of all this, but I couldn't do that with the biters breathing down my throat. I have, however, seen somebody do There Is No Spoon Deathworld pre-Space Age with bots. It was very impressive. But my god, I was under relentless assault from hour 1 in this game. It does give me stop to pause about those electric engine units. I'm going to buffer engines, but not tons of them for that. I lost my train of thought, though. What in the world am I doing? Engines, of course. I just said the E word. Goodbye, trees. I feel so bad doing this. Although I don't feel quite so bad now, because when you get to Gleba, you unlock the science that allows you to plant trees on Nauvis. And you might look at it and go, well, it's not very useful. You plant, like, how many trees per chunk? Maybe like 40 trees a chunk? Maybe 90? Anyway, not many. However, what the game neglects to tell you is that you can manually place trees. And you can place, I think, one every other square. There's 32 by 32 squares per chunk. I think it ends up being roughly one every 2 or 3.5 squares. But you can just make a chunk full of trees and it will absorb like 10 pollution per minute. So if you have a lot of those, you can just solve all your pollution problems. However, there are many other ways to solve your pollution problems, like killing all the biters, and I find that to be a much more acceptable solution. Right, you, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, remind me what you all need. You're going to be pipes. You are going to be engines. I haven't built this in quite a while, so pipes, gear wheels, steel wheels. You need more pipes than anything else, so let's do it like so, shall we? You don't need iron, right? Yeah, but you do. Okay, good, good. We're getting somewhere. You go out here. All of this I need down here. And I want this being put out onto this line. Does this seem right? Something seems wrong here. This is not how I make red circuits. This doesn't add up. Whatever. Believe in myself, even if I don't. So they're going to output on here. I'm going to have steel and sprockets on the other line, which means you're going to need iron coming in here. Steel and sprockets, steel and sprockets. Not in that direction, please. Also, what the heck are you doing in my way? You and See, that character in the way wouldn't be a problem if I had the super mega power armor. How did that finish? Oh, right, we started up science again. It's just felt like ghosts moving in the old abandoned wreck of my base. I don't need prod mods, I don't need speed mods, I don't need landfill. I mean, I will need this stuff when I get up into space, but for now it's not necessary. I think I'm going to take shooting speed, actually. Because I will need this in space, and this science is being produced, so I might as well use it. I'm also going to want modular armor. Actually, what I really want is lab speed. I'll get the stuff that doesn't require blue for lab speed, so that when we're doing the rocket and stuff, that speed up will help tremendously, or at least one would hope. So you're coming out to here, right? That means I want you and you onto this. You're going to produce onto there. This isn't quite how I want it, obviously, but it's what I've built. Damn stones. These stones have got to go. Inventory doesn't really have the space for this. I think you want to burn the wood or whatever. Make it actually replace the dead trees. Huh? I don't follow. Okay, right. Long you come. Let's not phrase it like that ever again. The iron is necessary here. Let's just keep it somewhat balanced. And then have it drag off. It's 1-to-1 on the iron. Yeah, just in case, let's have more. Can't go wrong with more. How can less be more? More is more. Yeah, I actually think I'd be too slow without two of them running. Maybe I should get speed jubs. Right, then out come the pipes. Everybody's happy. I'm not happy. That's not fast enough. There we go. Now I'm relatively happy. And then these are each going to need long and short. Wrong way around. Please don't tell me I put those the wrong way around. I did. It'd be very nice if there was a setting where when you place something, it only ever places if there's a ghost of that thing in its way. That would make it a lot easier to set up ghost situations for inserters and not have the inserters cover other inserters. Or go the wrong way around, or similar nonsense to that. So these are going to operate very slowly, just obviously we're having them going right now. And I want them buffered. Screw it, just bring them back up here. Whee! Except I don't want it to be weeing up like that. There we go. Get them out here so I got blue science at the ready. And as I said, I want these things buffered. How do I do that? I bring you here. I put you here. I put you here. I'd be very careful not to buffer a bajillion of these, though. Let's do that. Because I actually want these for bootstrapping. I don't like making electric engines from scratch. Oh, nice. These are ready. And I need more of you, which, of course, I have been buffering. Oh, doesn't it feel good? It does. It feels very good. This is all working. Any shortages? Yes, actually. Please prioritize putting these out over here. Does that mean I need more of this? All right, you know what? If you want more of this, I'll give you more of this. Why is it so slow? Oh, because it has to take in these, so fast inserters would help out a lot. Well, we're not doing fast inserters. I could be doing fast inserters. I'm not a monster, okay? I can do a select number of fast inserters. Right, whilst that's happening, I need to begin fluids. And I only have 2 hours right now to research and launch that rocket. Starting to feel really, really not positive about this run. Alright, just think a moment. I already made a bunch of chemical plants, but I feel like it's not enough. So let's make some chemical plants. I also would like some more oil refineries, actually. Not sure if I have the gubbins to be making many more of them. Just give me all of those. Boopy boop. Man, why you gotta be so slow? I imagine 4 oil refineries and Handful of chemical plants should be enough. I would also quite like to buffer pipes. Why are these not... Oh, I didn't put outputs on you. Whoa, Nelly. That'd be bad. That'd be a terrible thing to forget for a long time, because as I mentioned, these are slow. Only really noticed because the pipes were backed up. Hell, everything was backed up. Speaking of which, I want those pipes buffered there. Always need more pipes. I'm new to the game and I'm having a weird issue placing my train rails, says Fat Suno. Following a blueprint, the curves are not lining up. I can't get it to fit in the stations because of it. Hopefully someone else can help you there, because I do not build a lot of railways, so... Unfamiliar, I'm afraid. Alright, that's bound to be enough. I guess I'll make one more of the... Oh, you can use damaged pipes. I did not know that. That's cool. That's very cool. I need to make plastic, need to make sulfur, I need to process my oil pretty badly, but I really want 4 oil refineries because I'm so far behind on this one. Alright, you know what? We're going to make 5 then. That's fine from you. Get over here. Where's my oil and how's this going to go? My oil is all over here. I think this... that's very cramped. This here will be my oil refinery then. Alright, thank you. I need those pipes, by the way. That's probably not enough. I'm good on pipes to ground, I think, but I need to blast furnace this, blast out production of pipes. So I'll probably use the grenade area, actually. Oh my, watch this, watch this, watch this. Set up for pipe, grab pipe. I pick up the grenades, and they keep the iron inside the assembler. So there we go. That's going to be all the pipes I'll likely ever need for my oil setup. Fortunately, I've done this a few times before, so I kind of know what I'm doing. I think. This isn't Sledgehammer here. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. The oil is there, the oil can go down, the water is there, the water can come along. This doesn't need a ton of water. I will give it a space in between each one. It shouldn't need that, but I'm giving it anyway. And then... we are so advanced, we can do advanced watery things. Should I be reversing them like that? I feel like I'm just making myself more issues if I do that. I'm familiar with doing it the old-fashioned way, so let's keep it the old-fashioned way. Alright, so how does it work? Oil comes in one way, water comes out another. Pipes to ground are good. I know they're on my quick bar. I'm really, really bad at using quick bar. Doop, doop, doop. The biters have been very, very nice to me by not molesting my base horribly. That's the standard for a nice biter, how low we've fallen. I'm surprised at the amount of people that get filtered by fluids in this game. It's really not difficult. And it's even easier now that the fluids just transfer automatically. Don't even need to worry about things like pressure anymore. It's still kind of there, but like I say, you don't need to worry about it. Pipes, please. Shouldn't need a ton, and I don't really have space for a ton either. The main concern is if I do actually run out of pipe to ground. There's a school of thought that says don't even bother... Yeah, don't even bother. That's a good school of thought. Don't even bother sorting out light oil, heavy oil, cracking. Because you don't have the time right now. Just buffer it. And I actually quite like that idea. By the way, how do I make light fuel? Rocket fuel. I need blue science. I need a lot of blue science. Holy moly, I am so far behind right now. Recht. You come out here. You make me keenly aware that I did not make enough of these. I'll take care of that to a degree. Yeah, I mean, that's the main one to have, isn't it? There's just another one to have. Come on, come on, keep it going. What do you mean I'm out of iron? Don't give me that nonsense. I'll need a touch of lubricant as well, because I need to remember I actually need to make the space platform and the launch pad. What is needed for all of that? Processing units. Jesus. Should have thought about that. That's a big ask. I also need to make low density structures. Oh, God. You've got a single line of pipes connected to all the outputs of the refinery and use filtered pumps to pump it into tanks. That is very forbidden, Sushi. I'm not sure I can approve of that. The Codex certainly does not. Alright, this is going to be really ugly, and it's all we got for now, so be it. There we go. Begin, please. Gotta bring the oil in. It's just easier to think of it as coming down from my big fat stacks in here. And then the water. This shouldn't need so much water, so I'm just going to drag it over from here. Why is there oil in this water? Because I dragged over the wrong bleeding pipe, that's why. What was that about fluids being nice and simple? There we go. Right, thus begins. Many different liquid gold things for me, but this is what we need. The petroleum gas. Petroleum gas needs to turn into... Why are you not powered? I dragged that over the intent of having that powered. Right, gotta think about my blues here. Gotta think about my blues. So I already have the engines going. Now I need to make plastic for you, which is coal plus sulfuric, coal plus the thing, and sulfur, which is the... It's basically just dragging this over and making something out of it twice. How are we gonna do that? Just drag it down, lol. That should work. That's what we brought these pipes from home for. I want it down here, so maybe just along down and over. Really hope I don't run into issues with the oil. I mean, I buffered as much of it as I could with this horror show in mind. Boop beep boop. Oh, I'm glad that both got done. Nothing else seems to be vital. It doesn't require blue, so I need to get those blues on the go as soon as possible. At least once the blues are automated, I can maybe work on things that I only need a set number for my rocket launch, LDS, light fuel, processing units, electric engines, lubricant. So many things. How could it come to pass? Right, chemical plants. These are some high throughput items here. I can't imagine needing a ton of plastic early on. Let's just have you like so. And we're also going to need sulfur. Now, sulfur's not something you need much of, right? I can't imagine needing more than 2 bits of sulfur here. It's not something I've ever seen myself being too shy on, unless I have severe issues with oil, but that is one thing I could very much have, severe issues with oil. Oil, really? I'm going to need water down here as well. That shouldn't be too big of a deal, though. And remember, I need coal brought over as well. But yeah, this is a pretty high intensity output thing, so I think 2 on the out, 1 on the in. I often underestimate how much plastic flows around. 1 on the in, 1 on the in. The in one is slightly faster as well, which is quite useful. So this comes out like so, and this comes in like so. What the hell is this doing in my way? Some nincompoop must have designed this. Plastic out, coal in. Follow-up question, where does the coal come from? Given that it's only for this, I actually don't mind if it doesn't even come from the main bus. I can just go whoop, doop, doop, shoop da whoop, and then we're okay. But it does need to come. Kind of concerned how all the coal is running, and yet we are not backing up. So, especially now that plastic is part of the conundrum. You are not allowed because you are catching some iron, and that is not okay. Whatever. Just get working. We need it badly. Why are things being damaged on the corner there? It's probably spitters, right? I'm not too concerned unless they break through. I knew this thing would get in my way someday, and here it is getting in my way. Oh, right, the whole point was to bring the coal down, because I need it now. After the priority for you, we can split over here. Standing on top of your transport belts while building them will give you a speed boost. Hideous, I know, but I can't think of anything else that the coal is needed for. Right, the coal comes in this way. Doesn't need to come that far. Yuck, okay. I don't like wasting... Oh god, it's coming down twice. Don't like wasting that. Maybe set up a small solid fuel plant. Power might be a problem if plastic eats all your coal. No. No, not yet. Power has the priority for my coal, so that shouldn't be a problem. If anything, it's plastic that's going to become... plastic's going to be feeling the problem in all of that. Alright, there we go. You are ready to rock and or roll. And then there's you, of course. You I can flip and do cool things with. And there we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. Do. That's going in, right? Why is that not flowing? Because you're still to ground. And then I need water as well. Far as the water. I think I'm relying a bit heavily on one single pipe to pipe for water, but it should hold. Riddle me exactly how it won't hold. Also pretty much out of pipe to grounds. Does anything else need piping? Lubricant does. Ugh. Maybe we should stop back at base for more pipe to grounds. Actually, no. I made a bunch of pipes over here. Walls being destroyed. Nothing new. Let's not worry about the direction of the things on that setup. There's no call for worrying just yet. I picked up crappy assemblers. And it's just as well I came back for these because I am at the point where I may need a few more of these. Hopefully not, but I may. Yoink. Give me the rest of that stuff as well, please. Still black science and other sciences which I could dump. Right, so I buffered up loads of oil. Hopefully that's plenty. The light and the heavy oil is going to be a problem here when it backs up, so I need to jump on that soon, but not right now. Let's just make sure all this is working fine. That looks pretty fine to me. The plastic's going to flow out onto the bus. Onto this part of the bus. What the heck? Making problems for myself here as usual. Well, more places to just dump things. Nobody needs this, or this. So maybe one bit of that. You can hold F and you just pick things up. It's probably going to flow up this direction, isn't it? Plastic isn't needed for anything else, but I really need to make red chips right now. Like, we are in so much trouble if we don't get red chips going on the double. because you need a ton of them, and they're very, very, very slow to make. And they eat up copper, and you might notice that copper is also something I'm very, very short on. So, let's begin. How? How do I do these again? I'm probably about to be quite glad that I have 1, 1, 2... 1, 1, 1. I think I can do it like this. You, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reds. And then what we do is we have this coming in like so. Hey, mass production. We're going to have to get all of those again, by the way. Remember getting mass production in the previous 100% run? Jake remembers. What a time that was for all. This might need upgraded for speedier delivery. Actually, let's... Since this is so important, let's actually make it Speedy Gonzales. That all appears to be going in the right way. These things are slow as sin to make, so it really shouldn't need too many speedy grabby hands. The plastic and green chips is going to come out this, come along the sides here, and then I'm going to deposit it out on the sides as well via old Sir Longarm. God, is he old? Doing fine on all of this for now. Plastic comes, not plastic. Copper comes at the top bit here. What the heck? It just gets worse before it gets better, doesn't it? What is this even meant to be? Go in here, go there, and then there, and then there. Alright, there we go. Wow, that's slower than I thought, but whatever. What's coming up the sides? Plastic and chips. And we're feeling chipper. I'm going to need that here as well. This is hideous and, of course, not at all how I actually want it to be, but what I want and what I'm getting just are not computing today. Well, I want to win. That'd be nice. This is only... Even if we win this part, this is just part of the victory. Right, it's meant to go over here as well. Give me space for the green chippers to come out over here. And then you can do likewise. And there we go. Greens, plastics, the other things, all as well. Consume. Will I need a second one of these, I wonder? Probably. Yeah, because blue science is what I absolutely need to catch up on, and blue science is going to demolish my red chips. Only getting red chips done with an hour and a half to spare, or an hour and a half left on the timer. Nothing is to spare here. Is a bad bloody sign, I'll tell you. Running a little low on power poles as well. So yeah, we'll have to make a second one of these. But that's okay, if we made one of them, we can make another one. With a bit of copying and a bit of pasting. A bit of reckless abandoning. What the? No! There. What got in the way there? Oh, there was a bleeding power pole, wasn't there? This one as well. There we go, keep it all connected, please. Is that still all connected? Nope. Now it's connected enough, I'm sure. One of those missed their designation. Oop. Why are the engines coming out here? They're not ready for the science yet, are they? Crumbs, okay. Because I really, really, really need to get my blue science going, and I'm not doing that right now. Instead, I'm doing all this faffing around with additional circuits. I should be using the ones I have to begin the science. But I feel like if I break off of that, I'm going to lose my flow here. That's coming in that way. This is what I mean. It would be nice to be able to just drag the inserters here, so I don't have to worry about them going onto the wrong spots. But as it stands, I don't think I can do that. Meanings might not be translating right well in my head. This is so much to get done in so little time. Couldn't I just split you off here, actually, so that you go over like so into there? This is hideous. Doesn't matter, though, hideous or not, it still needs to work. What we could have you is do this. You come out here. And then I'm still going to need more of these chips down the line. Of that, I'm fairly certain. But I shouldn't need more plastic down there. That's not true. I'm going to need plastic for LDS. Don't need a ton of LDS, but I will need some of it. So let's be at the ready for having more of it coming down for LDS production down here. LDS being low density structures. Sounds like I'm just making things up as I go along. And now I am making up how I am meant to approach the puzzles here. If indeed we can call them puzzles. But the game terms and whatnot, they are true as true can be. Alright, that sulfur is not working. Fortunately, sulfur wasn't a concern here. There we go. Sulfur. We only care about you getting over to science for now. Or is that true? That's not true. I need sulfur for sulfuric acid for blue circuits. Ooh, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? Yeah, just add it to the problems. I think I'll just slam blue science over here. I don't have time for fancy crap on my bus. So how's that gonna work? Also, how many blue science things do you need? I feel like it's 12. Blue science is 2, but it takes 24 seconds. So yeah, I need 12 of these bleeding things. Okay, well, if it's 12 we need, it's 12 we get. Where are my engines? Let's do it like this. Combine the engines with the sulfur. Safe in the knowledge that blue science needs 1 and 2, but 3 of the advanced circuits. So that should balance out. As long as the advanced circuits get a belt of their own. This may or may not be good enough. Probably not. One thing, though, is that I would quite like to buffer reds right here, but the priority is for blue science. Maybe that's not quite true. I'll go half and half for now. I may well need those. Right, 12 of you. I only have 16. I'm in desperate need of more of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12. There's just enough space. Oh, why you gotta be like that? One shy, huh? Right, give me that. Give me 2 more of these things. And then you are all going to need 2 inputs. With this, science is kind of done. We might need to run the numbers to see if we're actually going to get it on time. Do not allow that. And if it's not going to be done on time, well, we might have to do some more research somehow. Haven't exactly figured out how we'll do that. But thoughts about how long some of these researches take do make me worried, very worried. But we've got 60 science per minute going on this. So that's like 3,000 an hour, right? I don't think we need more than 3,000 to launch the rocket. We can run the numbers, of course. Rocket launch needs 1,000, 1,300, 1,500, 1,800, 2,100. 20 more hundred. I think we're okay. Science-wise, at least, as long as this all keeps up. And that does mean that priority needs to go to science, especially for those engines. Those engines are coming in disastrously slowly. But I think the buffer will be full or close to full, right? It is full. All right, brilliant. That means I can burst this if I really need to. Bro, blue chips. Yes, I need blue chips. However, blue chips can be bursted. Science cannot. Well, not with my current setup, at least. I need to also have enough laboratories to do that amount of science per whatever. And that is going to be a bit of a problem if many of these sciences take 60 seconds. How many of these sciences do take 60 seconds? I can always just make more laboratories, which is absolutely my current plan, but that's 60-second science, that's 45-second science. Although I do have, I think, a 60% boost on the speed on this stuff. What else am I looking for here? I need to make use of the back option. 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 45 seconds. All right, but I certainly need to begin the research for this. How do we go about that? Funny how you must have logistics in order to do the rocket launches. I guess they became very bot-heavy with the expansion. If you like botless bases, you're in for a bad time. Right, what is of vital importance to get done first and foremost? Probably blue chips, but also rocket fuel. Both are slow and laborious to make, but I think processing units take more to make, so we're going to get processing units first. Then probably LDS before I even consider rocket fuel. Yeah, that seems about right. Alright, get those three done, because when I have these three, I have everything I need to build my way towards the space platform, and then everything else, well, except for you, right? Beyond that, get me lubricant and electric engines, because then I can burst make electric engines while we wait for other things. Beyond that, I guess we just pick up all the remaining items, because there's nothing else needed for production, right? I don't actually need to make any of these electric furnaces, at least not for launching the rocket. The rocket itself will be a different issue. All right, well, let's hope. Hope dies last. How did the betting go, by the way? I took bets on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I want like 30 of these. 30 is probably unreasonable, but I do want a lot more of them. How do I make them? Need green chips and sprockets and transport belts. And I actually think they're surprisingly slow to make as well. Laboratory, go! Laboratory, go! That's going to make me 10 or 20 or so. That's fine. Just make me those. Make me loads of labs. Look at that copper drying up. It's really sad. So I'm concerned about copper, especially knowing that I need LDS for it. The processing unit is going as long as the science holds strong. Look at that, it thinks I'm only going to need 12 minutes to do this science, and that's 300. However, that's still too slow. We need to speed it up. And I also need to amass the goodies needed to actually make, and I wish I could see it here, but I need to go here for it. Actually, I could probably go here for it. I need to make the space platform hub thing, I think. That's what, the starter pack. Processing steel space platform foundations, that's no big deal. But I absolutely need to make this. 1,000 steel? Wait, 1,000 steel could be a problem if I don't start buffering that now. Okay. It's not the only thing I should be buffering, honest to goodness. Let's also buffer ourselves some copper. Should I also buffer some iron? Couldn't hurt, right? There we go. Just get those buffered for from when I need them for burst anything. I've got a bunch of that buffered back home as well, but, you know, that's easier to hand. I'm actually very unhappy with buffering my copper plates. Forget it. I buffered plenty earlier. There's no need to buffer this stuff. How's one of taking victory in Factorio? You sail a spaceship to the edge of the edge of the solar system. That's a long way away right now. To win this achievement, we need to blast a rocket out of here within the next hour and a half. And we're nowhere near that, but we are getting nearer, so don't be too concerned yet. Okay, I'm glad to see red and green being buffered, but red and green is no longer the concern right now. Far from it. This is a hideous, hideous way to do laboratories. It doesn't scale very well. Do not copy this. Frankly, don't copy any of the things I'm doing unless you think it's really, really cool or has a unique spin on something, which I doubt it does. There's not a lot of unique things in my base here. But our entire building metric has been out of desperation. Initially, desperate to survive, and then still desperate to survive, but also survive in a way that we can still produce our way out of the corner that we dug ourselves in. We were stuck in this tiny little area for so long. So long it's cost us a lot of production. And now we have new and interesting kinds of desperation. Ignore that noise. I certainly will. Where we need to get a rocket launched with bare minimum of resources. I've only gotten one additional patch of resources from my starting area. And that was one admittedly rather nice... Hey, you take all this junk. One admittedly rather nice... do I have any more? Yes, I do. Patch of iron. How nice was it? 1.3 million. Okay, then, no one's going to be writing home about that in most playthroughs, but desperation and all that. We needed anything we could get our grubby hands on. It's almost tomorrow for me. Oh well, nothing I love more than delaying Star Sector. And there we go. It'll take a bit of time for everything to flow out there, but flow, hopefully it shall. Am I going to need to produce more blue to catch up here? Part of me isn't entirely convinced this is enough, but what I am convinced of is I don't have enough assembly machines. Since we're somewhat waiting on science right now, I'm going to go and make those assembly machines, and I will increase my blue science output, because I'm not entirely convinced it's going to be enough right now. Didn't run the numbers, didn't really want to think about them that much. And that does not mean running with these. Was there anything else I need? Yeah, I need these. I need these pretty badly. You need iron. Iron aplenty. I have iron aplenty. Irons. I don't necessarily have sprockets aplenty. What happened to all those sprockets I was making around here? I think I caned them away in... Oh, Christ, you don't want to do that. If you reset these whilst your inventory gets full, you just spill items all over the ground. They got rid of most of the causes of that, but not all of them, evidently. Keep it coming, keep it coming. I need these. More sprockets, of course. I'm not willing to tolerate low-level assembly machines. Low-level assembly, that's funny. Well, I think it's funny. Gonna need more iron, Chief. At least until we're ready to go with the blue circuits. Of course, when I have blue circuits, I'm going to have to make sulfuric acid. Do we know about sulfuric acid? We must do. We wouldn't be able to do this without it. There we go. It's quite simple. Sulfur into iron with water, sulfuric acid. How's my water actually doing? That's okay. I've got water buffered, so there's no real need to worry about it unless I extend the pipeline too far. I don't plan on extending that too far. Yeah, nice thing is it shouldn't take too many blue circuits. I need 200 for the platform. These are all the things you make with blue circuits. I need 20 for the space platform. I need 200 for the rocket silo. Is there anything else I need them for? Nothing comes to mind. Which is good, because blue circuits are slow and complicated to make. Did I leave behind any of these? Of course not. Didn't even leave behind myself some of these. Alright, I'm going to burst make more of those just in case. Just in case I regret not doing this. That said, surely 53 assembly machines will cover everything else that I need. I wouldn't count on that. Actually, I shouldn't need more of these. There we go. That should take care of everything. Processing units are all mine. Now I need to make them. Now I need to remember how to make them. Lots and lots of electric circuits. Not so many advanced circuits. And sulfuric acid. We need to get on that on the double. I will just make those to order, though. I'm considering that they're so hungry for resources, I am not going to make a bollock ton of them. That'll be enough. Hup. So long, and thanks for all the fish. How's the oil buffer doing? It's half depleted, which is bad. And I am getting too many of these, which is also bad. I need to... Yeah, I knew it would come to this. I just need to enhance the buffer. I can't process the stuff in a better way. I don't have the time. Don't have the time to do a nice elaborate setup for it. Just make me more buffer, because the petroleum is what I need the most of right now. That heavy oil will be turned into lube. Could I do that now? No, I haven't researched lubricant yet. It's okay though, lubricant is incredibly quick and easy to make. And then just down here I'll do a made-to-measure amount of... Crap, I need concrete. I completely forgot about concrete. Okay, well don't worry about it. Just kill and keep moving. Are we on for baby rocket in 3 hours? No, 1 hour 20 maybe. Maybe. Low density structure is on its way. I mean, this is the ideal place to be making LDS. But sulfur's right here. Hideous, just hideous. Right, enough of hideous Kojima. Let's consider our blues. I guess we just make them here. I could just burst make the blues. You know, that's not unthinkable. I don't like it though, because I will need more blues. I keep saying burst make. I really just mean make a certain amount of them without completely automating the process. But maybe that's already quite obvious. Right, please, I need blues. I need lots and lots and lots of blues. This is on the wrong side, unless I feel like I want 2 of these going in, but I wouldn't have space for that, so yeah, you are on the wrong side. Sorry, Reds. I'm sure I'll have use for you in my inventory somehow. going to hit into each other unless I do that. Too clever for this game. I have no idea about the numbers that I'm making here. I just know that I need some amount of blue chips, and thus these blue chips are being made. I will make beautiful automation in the future. I sure hope I have some wood and some copper cables to hand. You there, copper cable man. Give them to me. Where's my wood? I see my wood. I am in dire need of these, please. Okay, sulfuric acid is sulfur plus iron. Very, very, very simple. Does it also need water? Yes, of course it does. Okay, still not a problem because water is right here. Sulfuric acid, please. Water, if you please. Sulfur's right here, very convenient. And then the iron... What? Did I have a bus once? At some point, was this considered a bus? Something horrifying has happened here. I can't believe once I'm done with this, the pressure isn't even off. I've got a whole another run to do. How do I get this out, by the way? Where does it go? There we go. Fortunately, I don't think these things need a ton of sulfuric acid. Piped grounds are gone. I don't really have any of them left anymore. Out you come to here. No, even further away. Sure, I'm glad I made tons of these long arms. Can't believe I thought that far ahead. At the time, I must have thought I was mad making so many. Alright, now these don't need to be automated into anything in particular. Just give me a chest. I don't need tons of these things. Just make me 400, because we don't think we need any more than that. Are we that confident in it? Well, I better be, because it's what I'm doing. Yoink. And of course, you're not going to be getting anywhere without any chips. Couldn't help but notice the chips are barely coming in. That's a bad sign, by the way. In case you're wondering. I'm wondering. I'm wondering where all my bloody chips are. Okay, I don't think I can afford to buffer any more red chips. Also, I believe part of my brilliant plan involved increasing production of science. Unless I actually think I have enough science. I don't want to risk that right now. In case it comes to pass that this is truly needed, I am going to increase blue science production. How though? Because the blue science production, if I increase blue science production, I need to increase the other science production, so it actually doesn't make any sense to do this. No, just believe that we have enough science. The green chips are not fine. I'm aware they're not fine. I can see this. I think the problem largely lies with my severe lack of copper going into them. However, I can burst this copper. I have the power. We banked up a lot of this stuff before. We can put it to use. Get that there. Get this here. Get my inventory nice and empty. It's a bit of a shame that this is going to be a bit of a trek, but... yeah, part of the problem is that I also need this copper for LDS. You only need 20 million green chips. Yeah, no problem. And it actually won't be much of a problem once we get our electromagnetic plants on the way, but that's a long way away currently. You only need 50 LDS. Is that true? Oh yes. We need 50 to make the rocket. However, don't we need more for other things? Maybe we don't. Tell me more about LDS. Wrong thing. Low density structure is needed for the rocket itself. Wow, that is all we need. We only need 50. That we can make on demand. Okay, that's cool. That's very cool. And I will make it on demand. This is a bit of back and forth thing, but that's okay. Yeah, new rocket is so much easier. But keeping your hands clean has made this so much harder. So I do think it balances out somewhat. Get this crappy wall off my case, please. Let's not talk about how long it takes to actually build the rocket. I don't want to think about that. Does that mean I need to get speed mods going for it? We still have some pretty big researches to do. Ah, jeez. This track makes you want to boot up Stellaria. I keep the good Stellaris music in for my Factorio runs. That should give me a heavy burst of greens to a degree, but that's me more or less drained my additional pylons, so to speak. Alright, so since we've researched low density structures and we know we only need 50 of them, I'm going to double check, triple check that. It's not needed for this, but it is needed for the rocket part itself. We only need to make 50 rocket parts, which means I only need about 50 rocket fuel. Well, that's nice. That makes it very, very easy to do. But everything is needed in order to do the rocket silo research, and I'm concerned about how long that's going to take. Very concerned, in fact. Might need even more labs just to keep up with that. Okay, this is going in, and these are very slowly making me those circuits. Good. Okay, let's then make some low-density structures, which does require a bit of a buffer of you, doesn't it? I didn't need that second bit there, but I made it. There we go, I'm a little low on time here. Just get me, like, a bunch of these. Right, remind me a thing or two about low-density structures. If I'm going to be making these, 20, 2, and 5, and I need 50 of them, that's 1,000 copper. That's not a lot of copper. It's really not a lot of copper. Like, barely any. Alright. You're in the way for making this a 910. I hate how down to the wire this is probably going to become. I have still too much research to do. I think my main problem was leaving research way too late. One assembler to make 50 LDS in time. Yeah, well, I don't want to do it in time. I want to do it comfortably. If such a thing is even possible. Get this junk out of my way. Where's all that stuff? Sorry, Sorry, Chips, you're not allowed these anymore. These have been requisitioned. Each of these are making 5. 5, 50, 100. Isn't that too many? Just make it 5. 5 times 10 is 50. Yeah, okay. But they're not making 10, are they? They're making 5 each. Oh god, what am I thinking now? I'm gonna stack them up too much. Whatever. One assembler will make them. Yeah, but I don't want to trust that. Don't want to trust that. Although maybe I should. Rocket fuel's almost done. I need to work on rocket fuel and on lubricant soon, but rocket fuel for now. Gonna want my goods back for that, by the way. Oh god, I'm running around a bit cluelessly. You know how it goes, right? The stress starts piling up, everything's on a timer. Because my life generally doesn't have a lot of strict timers, or even really timers in general. Now all of a sudden I gotta deal with a whole bunch of them. Make sure that make sure that's going fine. This is relatively easy to work with. Just keep a cool head about what you're doing. Doopy doop. Now this stuff is made in the chemical plant. Oh, that's right. We don't need to make much of this at all, do we? Yeah, no, we really don't. We need to make like 50 of this stuff. I'm trapped in the old ways. I think that's my problem. Oh well. Old ways or not. At least I can just make a batch of this stuff. A speedrunner could start now with nothing and make it to the rocket in time. I'm a bit disenfranchised with speedruns of this game because what it usually ends up with is people having a world where they have 20 million iron, copper, coal, and everything on their starter patch. And at that point, I'm wondering, what are you even playing? Might as well be playing in God mode. Solid fuel from light oil. Go, go, go. And hell, that light oil has to be used on something, so it's not too bad to just throw this all down. That is coming out a touch slow, isn't it? It is a touch slow, but I think it'll be fine. As long as my coal holds up. My coal could easily not hold up. Right, there we go. We don't need to touch this too much of this stuff. In fact, I will actually limit output in case we have some horrible problems here. Electric engines needed lubricant. I've already got lubricant. Okay, that's cool. Oh Christ, I used all of these. Right, I can't actually use all of these. Sorry. I need at least one for lubricant. Actually, one is plenty. Alright, you there. Make me lube. I don't need a ton of lube. One of our community managers at Paradox, he was obsessed with this idea of us adding in a made-up nation called Cuba Luba in Europa Universalis. He would not stop going on about it. What was going on in his head? Why did he think we would add this thing in? I think he just really liked the sound of the term. Cuba Luba. Ooh, let's have Cuba Luba. I was just thinking, what is this guy on? Well, he was Swedish, so all bets are off. I'm just going to make a bunch of these. I'm not even thinking about how many. I need to make concrete, and concrete is slow as well. I am severely running low on pipes to ground. As in, I have 2 left. Let's hope we don't need them. Let's also stop buffering these, because I want every one of these going to my production if I can. I'll take what I can here, though. I'm going to need those for electric engines. I'm also going to need engines for electric engines. Who would have thought? Just take all of them? Yeah, sure. There's a mod that adds Cuba Luba. Oh, there we go, then. His dreams come true. Cool, I had enough. How many... 2 electric circuits, alright. Done. Alright, there we go. There's all the electric engines needed for the rocket. Constructobots almost have me... Do I really need Constructobots? Why does it not show that as being a prerequisite for the space platform here? Or the launches? Doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what the game thinks. That's going to be 100, then 250, and then the rocket for 1,000. Which stings a little. Why can't I enqueue it? Some prerequisite technologies are not researched and are not queued, but they are? Oh, I queued up the wrong bloody robots. Well, if we lose by a couple of minutes, we're going to know why. Funny, I can do the speed of them before I even research how to build them. There we go, now we can get this up. So now it's imperative that I get everything together for the rocket silo. Steel is fine. The blues should be fine. The electric engines are fine. Pipes are fine. I need to make that 1,000 concrete. And additionally 60 space platform foundations. Now those things are slow and expensive to make. 60 of them. That means I need to grab over 1,000 more steel. Ugh. Not to mention tons of copper cables. Okay, well, we'll burst that if need be. But right now I need to make concrete. Lots of concrete. Concrete needs water. Just find somewhere that has water, set up like a bunch of assembly machines. Good thing I stocked up on bricks somewhere. Remember all that time I spent stocking up on bricks? I remember, I think. Right, I want concrete, please. Do it like that. Do a little jig like this. And hit her in the mouth with my fist. Right, if I smack in 100 stone bricks, and if I put in 5 to 10, I put in 100 to 20 to that, it should be fine. So I need to grab some ore. Wait, do I even have ore? Do not need a lot of it, but I do need my bricks and stuff. Bricks, please. Oh, Jan Mayen. Jan Mayen being added originally in Vic 2 was before my time, but I remember seeing Wiz just sitting at his desk, grinning. I was like, what are you up to? He's like, I'm adding Jan Mayen to the game. The bear has landed. Seemed very pleased with himself, as he should be. Is that enough? 10, that should be fine. Now, where the hell's the ore? I did not actually stock up on ore. Oh, foolish to think I wasn't stocking up on ore. I just didn't realize I was stocking up on ore. My original design has come to save me yet again. Oh, that is freaking beautiful. Alright, that's everything I need for the concrete, or so I hope. Yeah, Jan Mayen was completely busted, but that was the point. You know, sometimes when you're working on something, you're like, I want to do something different and interesting, and then suddenly you think, oh, I'm going to do this then. It's a lot more motivating. We didn't always see eye to eye and everything, but I have a lot of respect for what Wiz did for the games. I did a hell of a lot more than I did, that's for sure. Not even a comparison. Right. And one of the big differences, unlike most of the horrifically emasculated Swedes I met in the country, he actually had some charisma. A rare find. Okay, everything should be set up. I should double check that everything is set up. All bets are off for the science. The science needs to be researched at an agreeable rate. What in the world? I wasn't actually putting my chips into the box. Ooh, that's bad. Also, where are my... It's a really bad sign that this stuff wasn't actually going out. I don't have the greens for this. That's a big problem. Fortunately, I don't need too many of them, but I still need a good amount of them. Alright, come on. Burst. Get it in there. It's not like they're short on iron, it's just the production in general. That is way too slow. Right, while I'm at it, let's hope that that's going to be enough. I mean, come on, I've got an hour to make 200 and something of these. Surely, surely. Right, how are we doing on those LDSs? How many was it I needed? Like 200 or so? No, 50, right? Oh, I got 50. Entities are being damaged. Oh, what a shame. I'm definitely going to need some to take some time to sort all this out. Was it 50 that I needed? I know. I need to keep checking these things because I'm not confident in what I'm doing here. I need 50 of them to make this. So yeah, we have all the LDS we need for the rocket silo then. Good to know. Maybe just leave these here. No, I'm going to need the steel. Now, in addition to this, I am going to need a lot of copper cables. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the copper cables here. And then I'm going to switch them out for the other thing. Yes, the other thing. So that they keep the copper cables and use those copper cables to make the space platform stuff. That means I'm going to need a bunch of steel down here. Need a bunch of steel in general. Got 600 odd there. Logistic robots are the second last thing before we make our way over to launching rockets. Still an hour left. I have plenty of rocket fuel. Should I just set my rocket launching thing over here? Maybe a bit more central so it's not in dire risk of the... Yeah, screw it, just give me all these. So it's not in dire risk from attack. I want to make sure that these are being made. Good. I'll come back and grab those for the rocket launching. Alright, I don't really have space here. Well, maybe I do. In here goes everything needed for the rocket launching. So we have you. We have you. We are going to need the ingredients here. It needs 100 pipes. It needs the concrete, which I don't have. It needs a lot of other things I don't have. Should I be concerned about all this? Maybe I should do a perimeter check while we wait on the long research. Do I have the walls to do a perimeter check? Do I have the repair kits to do a perimeter check? It's okay, we don't do that. But yeah, this is a good reason to do a perimeter check. Look at that. They're almost through here. Well, look, if they like this so much, I'm going to reinforce it. But yeah, we'll do a perimeter check. We haven't done one since we completed the wall. Stone mine's running dry. This has held surprisingly well. Fill in the gaps before it makes a dragon's tooth of its own. Takes a while to repair flamers, but flamers have a ton of hit points. Flamers have more hit points, 40% more than, I think, lasers. Or have I got that mixed up? That's possible. Yeah, some of them really like the top bit here, huh? Maybe I shouldn't fill in everything that looks promising. Oh my god. Alright, well that tells me that you are overworked and underpaid. Don't worry, I still have backups of flamethrowers. I believe in flamethrowers and they believe in me. Plenty of damage, but they're not getting through just yet. Three minutes more to do this, which tells me this is going to take 4 times that. 12 minutes. Okay, that fills me with something resembling confidence. God, they've been busy on this corner. Also, this thing was connected. Okay, don't need to worry. Just looked worse than it is. I like that noise. Kind of gets into my head in a nice way. The whizzing of fixing something like that. Oh, good lord, some of this is looking particularly bad. I suppose it has been abandoned for about 3 hours. But before I do away with Nauvis and fly to Fulgora, we're definitely going to spend at least maybe 2 hours fixing up the place and organizing space science. Going to get a bot network going on, going to make all the stuff that we've been denied due to achievements. Although not everything will be on the menu. Some things you're not allowed to do until you research another planet's science, including destroying enemy biters. I think it's logistic bots. You're not allowed those until you... not logistic bots, but a proper logistic network is not allowed until you research another planet's science. Research with another planet's science. So you got to make it, fly it back, and then research it in Nauvis. You could research it on the planet, nothing against that. However, on this run, we will not be doing science on any planet other than Nauvis, because I think that completely negates the Deathworld aspect of the game. Because there is no Deathworld impact on any other planet, not even Gleba. And I'm really, really disappointed about that. I was kind of looking forward to my Super Deathworld Demolishers, but it's just the same Demolishers you'll get even on normal mode. And it's like, come on, Whoop, do you not like challenging your own game? Maybe they don't. Secret Swedes. Gleba, yeah, Gleba seems like an obvious place, but look at it for yourself. Go onto your map gen, click on enemies, go over to Gleba, switch on Deathworld, switch on normal. Doesn't make a difference. Not a sausage. Yeah, you can custom make it, but I wanted this to be just pure Deathworld. I like it when the streams are relatable to anybody that plays. When did I end up with 104 grenades? I think that was for my tree management. Oh lord, I think we're actually low on lube. Not a problem I often come across. There we go. More lube, please. Lube for the masses. Power is holding for now. How many of these things do I need? It was like 200, and I'm fairly certain I've made more than 200, right? You require 200 electric engines. Well, let's just grab 200 electric engines. We can leave the rest behind, because I know I want those for bootstrapping later. Oh, I'm not liking the situation with the, with this. Do I crack, or do I not care? The problem is base oil, actually. There's just no oil anymore. We're going to have to hope that what we have is enough to keep us going. And it might not be, considering that we need it for science. Yeah, that could become a significant problem. Yeah, I think I need to crack. If I don't crack, I'm in hot water. This light oil needs to be made into petroleum. That means a few unfortunate realities, but we need to get on this now. If it's something we delay and we slow down our science, we could just lose based on that. So, first and foremost, I don't know why I came back here to do this. Steel? Do I still have steel left around in here? Absolutely nay. Okay, fair enough. Alright, begin the rocket silo. Should take 24 minutes to do if we don't slack off here. That should give us time to get everything prepared for it. Why not light oil for the flamers? It does marginally more damage for a lot more effort. It's not worth the effort in my humble and correct opinion. Right, so, steel. I've been buffering steel. Oh, thank God for my steel buffer. Right, great. Love you, steel buffer. I love you, Shell. Keep it going. Right, get me a bunch of these. I feel like I was out of pipe to grounds, which I was. Please make me more. You know what? Use my injured ones, please. I love buffers. There we go. That means I don't need to fix my pipes. What a great idea. And I don't even worry that much about... Oh, those don't mix. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. If you insist, game, I'll get them repaired so they stack. I shouldn't need many more pipe to grounds. I certainly won't need many more of these. Yoink. 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's get cracking. Literally. Oh god, look at this nonsense. I'm out of iron. For my greens. The constant green struggle. The constant struggles in general. Right, let's get cracking. Where's my water? I wonder if I'm actually going to need another pump. I have everything coming out of one pump, and I wonder if it's going to buckle under the pressure. Just in case it comes to that, Gonna make one more pump. They have such massive output, you don't need that many of it. Think, Jake, think. You are trying to crack right now. Need quite a bit of cracking. Right, get that. There's no time to sort out fancy wiring situations, and I don't think I've unlocked fancy wiring things either, so never mind that. You are going to crack light oil into petroleum. You are going to do it as well, but you're going to be flippered. Surely that's enough. Where's my water? Here's my water. I worry if that hour or two I'm going to spend making the space more survivable is actually going to be more like more than that amount of hours. It's a grave concern right now. Okay. Please crack. There we go. Get it in there. In where it belongs. It's not a lot of petroleum gas, but it is some petroleum gas, which is better than the non-petroleum gas which we're currently getting. And we don't need light oil anymore because we already made the stuff there. Look at that. Look at that dip in science. That's a bad sign. But the fact that it's picking back up is a good sign. Why did it pick back up? Probably because I fixed my greens issue slightly. Ugh, this isn't enough. Right, do I burst create a whole load of greens? It doesn't need a lot to do so I think I will. The problem is it's going to need things like you. It does need things like you. Give me that. Yeah, we could take the same base, add repair packs. I probably wouldn't do repair packs. I'd do stone walls to replace rather than repair. Not entirely sure on that. Saves the robots a lot of flying if they don't do repairs all the time, but I would want them to repair. Yeah, and they need repair packs, otherwise I won't fix my flamethrowers, and that's a big deal. Wait, I'm getting distracted by this. Distraction is bad. The water buffer actually going down. Production, fluid, water, past 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm actually... No, production and consumption seem fine. Seem fine. Doesn't mean they are. Right. What do these guys have? They got circuits for me. I want more circuits. I want to be in absolute circuit city heaven right now. I just need a burst here. Fortunately, I left behind... Ooh, not much of this. Iron. And more copper. Oh, well, not much more copper, but good enough. Iron, we have it, but we have more iron around here even. Because I was planning for the future here. No point in keeping the old base around if we don't actually put it to use, right? Make me another 200 odd of those, and then we can talk. While we're at it, it's also nice to be able to come back here and grab sprockets and pipes whenever I need. Why am I sitting on one of these damaged things? It doesn't combine with the rest of my stacks. Anything else here wasting my time? This ammo is actually wasting my time. Get out of my inventory. Also, 4 grenades. Who needs 4 grenades in their life? Yoink. And yoink. They'll make me a bunch more circuits to just jam into the blues to keep the blues going, because those blues are important. Rocket silo... is my concrete ready? And is my steel ready? I'll go and grab those once I get these greens ready. He's not making concrete yet, but don't tell him. Oh god, what did I forget about the concrete? You're pulling my leg! 4CNR 42, giving me a minor heart attack over all this concrete that I've already made. 1,000 flush. I would actually turn around and just smash you right out of the chat if, for one reason, you are technically correct. I was not making concrete, because I had already made it. So much why do I stream to literal walking human garbage? Oh, that light oil is not going to last, but it just needs to last long enough for now. Damn, I haven't tuned in for a while. New microphone, somehow even more ASMR than before. It does remind me, though, that I haven't done any whiskey reviews in quite some time. There's no good or profound reason for that. It just hasn't been coming around. I've certainly got a list of whiskies that I've had and enjoyed and would be happy to talk about, but usually how that goes is, you know, I come back from the bar a bit sozzled and then I do it, and that doesn't happen much here in Hungary. Don't go bar hopping so much, unless I go out to Budapest, and then I don't have my stuff on me to do the videos. Right, keep on going. I need these blues yesterday. Well, actually, I've got the 200 for the silo. That's not the additional 50 that I need for the rocket itself, but that should be fine. With that, I think I have everything for the silo, right? Concrete, yes. Pipes, yes. Electric engines, yes. Processing units, yes. And we'll grab the steel on the way back. Actually, while I'm down here, fresh in the knowledge that I need this steel for all of these. Worries me so much when I hear multiple ones go at the same time. Makes me think for sure that there's been a breakthrough. Not the good kind of breakthrough. Start storing steel and copper wires to the platforms. Yeah, copper wires already in. I swear I thought I saw a biter roaming around down there. It's these old eyes. Shaman eyes. Right, steel. Steel I've been buffering like a good boy. I want 1,000 steel. Precis. Give me a couple of extra. Oh, I'm going to feel so good when I'm in Vulcanus and not worrying about this. I'll feel even better when I have automated defenses, but that's not what we have right now. Alright, 1,000 steel. And 200 blue chips. That's everything. That is in one chest, everything I need to make the silo. And silo should be creatable in 13 minutes, and then we very quickly try to make the rocket itself. Now, there is a chance that the rocket creation is so slow. How long does it take to make one of these? 3 seconds. 3 seconds times 50? Oh, easy. Man, didn't rockets used to take forever to make? Maybe I'm misremembering that. I seem to recall there being a bit of a pressure to actually get it made in time. It's 50 crafts instead of 100, but that still seems faster than before. Stands to reason. You will launch a ton of rockets in Space Age. We do, of course, need the starter pack. That's 20, 20, and 60, so I should probably also set that up in a separate chest. 20. The 60 of the other stuff will come later. I'll need the steel for that. Our defense is entirely Pharmawaffen, nothing else. And it's not particularly automated. That isn't quite everything I need. I need it just a touch more. I need to double check this thing, right? It's 20 and 20. Currently each of these can make 10. And how many do I need to launch this? The starter pack needs... Wait, 60 of them! That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, thinking about it. Each of these are going to have 200, and I'm going to slam in the gubbins for 200, or 100 rather. 100, that means that makes 5. 5, no, this will be fine, this will be fine. Switch these over for making the thing later on, and we're good to go. Slam those in, have them all, drag them up, whilst the rocket is being prepared. Alright, good. Now I also want to set up my chest for... Oh, sweet, we have just what we need here. What about low density structures? I did grab those and move those over, right? Same with my... Yeah, I see them over there. We've got what we need. Whew, to think, launching a rocket used to be winning the game. Now we've got 32 hours beyond this to win the game. The game. We've all just lost, I'm afraid. Keep that unpowered for now. Hang on, don't I need an additional 20 of these for my... Yeah, I do. We're not done yet, are we? Alright, so I need a few more blues. Abu di. Gotta Gotta make sure the rocket silos are going good. We're not lackadaisically running out of any of these important things. No, red chips up the wazoo. Sulfur's not a problem, I hope. Sulfur is the thing that could dry up and instantly hurt me because I don't have any buffering going on in that. But it's such a cheap thing to make. Go, 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 my blues. In 11 minutes, we take off, right? Get this plastic out of my inventory. Just try and do a bit of cleanup. We have a lot of problems to solve on this planet beyond rocket launch. For one, we're almost out of coal. For two, we never secured additional oil. We desperately need this oil site. 3, we need to get a logistical... Not logistical network, but the other kind of network. Oh, God! Burn them. Burn them all. There's another problem. We are a hair's breadth away from big biters. Fortunately, big biters burn just as well as the other bastards, but still a consideration. Right, is there anything else I need to possibly consider? It seems like we've accounted for everything. And by we, I mean me, right? This run has been me. Okay, there's the final 20 of those that we need. You ever do sub-blocks? No, I never did any overhaul mods for this game. The only mods I've ever used are cargo ships and some quality of life things like even distribution. And even now I've weaned myself off of those. I think the game is a fairly refined experience without them. Well, there's not much to do except I guess do a bit of cleanup and panicking when I hear that noise. Would love to have more repair packs while we're at it. Do I have the gubbins for that? I do have the gubbins for that. You there, please make me repair packs, as many as you can. Because this base does need to be cleaned up, so it's probably better if I leave it to the bots, but I'm trying to think of anything useful my engineer can do during this time. 10 wasted minutes is... It doesn't seem like much in the grand scheme of a 40-hour run, but I really can't afford to faff. It's easy to faff around and just lose 5-10 hours without even noticing it. like all the litters of pipes. A reminder of the pipe wall we once had. I tried to preserve the ship, but the biters just aggroed on it. There was nothing I could do. I'm actually very, very unhappy that the biters would aggro on it, because I wanted to keep it around, but there was, at that point, no feasible way to bring it into the bosom of my base. Maybe set up robot frames. That's a really, really good idea, because that is something we're going to need. Let me think. Robot frames are electric engines, lubricant engines, green circuits. That means I need a lot more green circuits set up. Ugh. But there's no way I can leave without setting up automated repairs for the walls. Shouldn't need that many roboports to cover everything, and it doesn't need to be log net. It only needs to be the other kind of net. That should be fine. Keep on rolling. Yeah, keep those walls coming in, keep those bricks coming in. I'll need to set up lognet things, though, like provider chests. That's going to require steel and chips. So yeah, it might actually be another 4 hours on Nauvis before I even take off. Just making sure this base can survive while I'm gone. Currently it barely survives while I'm here. 7 minutes. I mean, 7 minutes is enough time to set up robot frames. I'm just not sure I have the mental capacity for it right now. Flying robot frames... I already have the electric engines. Oh, batteries need to be set up. And that's a whole different kettle of fish. Not undoable, of course. Batteries, remind me. In comes that. It doesn't need a whole lot, it just needs iron and... just set up a basic battery production here. Just needs the sulfuric acid coming on in. And it needs a joint belt of... iron and copper. Shouldn't be difficult to do. Look, I got copper right here. I got iron right here. Match made in heaven. is this? What do I think I'm doing? This could work. Use the last of my undergrounds here. I'm looking forward to no longer having to claim to be a lazy bastard. Hang on, how do I even get these in? Like so, of course. I may not have to grounds with my belts, but I do have to grounds with my pipes. I'm running out of steam here. How long have we been at this? Only 6.5 hours. I can do long streams. I've done so many long streams, but I gotta say, this one is melting my brain. So much to do, so much to consider, so much on the line. Because it might surprise you to learn I don't want to lose. There we go, show me the batteries. Now where the heck are these batteries going to go? I need to make flying robot frames. I do not need to make a ton. I don't need flying robot frames for science, frankly. Science, proper novice science, will be set up post-Vulcanus, post-Fulgora. So all I need is a simple setup that makes my robots for my robo network. So run it by my head one more time. We need the batteries, some steel, some greens, and electric engines. Electric engines are a pain in my bits, by the way. Such an annoying thing to set up. Especially now that I didn't split off my... I didn't really split off my engines, right? How am I meant to split this now? Not easily. But not impossibly. Ah, crap. I'm out of undergrounds. Damn the London Underground. I think I'm out of power poles as well. Can I solve that too? Nope. Put a splitter vertically. You might have enough engines. I want it automated because I want to automate the replacement of any robots that die in the line of fire, so that I can truly just hands-off say everything is going to run until I essentially mine the ore completely out of the ground. Don't know why I'm waiting around as long as I am on this. Make me this, please. What was the other thing I needed? Undergrounds, I believe. Oh yeah, good. I actually have the stuff I need for this. Looking forward to having Vulcanus foundries that can just blast these things out. Even if we were doing lazy bastard, Vulcanus will just make it so easy. Just make tons of everything as you need them. If you leave construction robots, you can do everything remotely. Exactly. Exactly. Then it doesn't even matter about lazy bastard stuff. I won't be crafting to begin with. It is indeed already tomorrow here in Hungary. Glorious. Right, now, as I was trying to do... There's a world in which these engines come out to my new wonderful world of electric engines. How's that gonna work? And why does this have to get in my way? Oh god, these get in the way as well? I'm at the wall already? Oh, that's also a bad sign. Okay, well... Look at all this virgin territory we have over here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Wait, what if they go on the other side of this? What are these for anyway? These are for electric engines. Lubricant is needed. Lubricant can be drawn across here. Oh, it's been so far away. Okay. Get it automated, you lazy bastard. But don't miss that rocket launch. Rocket launch is important. I'm so happy that it worked out with the science. I was considerably worried about that. Alright, there we go. How do you actually get fed on all these goods that you need? I'm a little lost on that part. Like, entirely lost on that part. Or am I? Do I have the wherewithal to actually figure this one out? They're all gathering from here. And I need to grab the engines. And green... Oh, it's only 2 items, of course. Engines and greens. Easy. I saw it. The concept of the bus has died today. Alright. Don't need to be fancy here then. Alright, very, very slowly make me this, please. And then spit it out onto here. Now we have electric engines and batteries. And between those two, I also need to add more electric circuits and some steel. Where circuits? Oh, Lord. Got the steel here. That's not the steel I'm looking for, though. You, come with me. That's not steel either. Where the hell's my steel? You're steel. Okay, good. Why this? I have made some disastrous buses in my time. And this is probably the second worst bus I've ever made. The only worst bus I've made was the first bus I ever made. Okay, great. Now let's get to work. I need to make a ton of these. I'm going to change these so that they maintain the curly copper stuff inside them. And then I'm going to shove all this steel inside them. These are made slowly, aggravatingly slowly. But at least now, instead of taking 10 seconds for one, it's 10 seconds for 20. So after 3 cycles, we'll have all we need for this. And then Team Rocket's blasting off again. One, 2, one more. Come on, come on. I ain't asking for much here. Alright, 3, and a little bit of leeway to make sure they've all got 3 in them. Let's get the heck out of here. This planet's done for. Yeah, it's just it is truly a temporary bus. This is all going to be abandoned when we come back with our glorious tech from other planets. Alright. I need to make a couple of things. I need to make a space platform starter pack. I need to make a rocket launchy thing. Entire rocket right here. Give it to me. Please make it. Good God. 30 minutes to spare, actually. Good timing. Well, we haven't built the bloody rocket, have we? But we will. Whew. Alright. Well, we're somewhat on the victory lap of the start here. How'd you find that, then? Who, honest to God, thought we weren't going to make it? Because the moment I saw that I only had about 2 hours from the moment of setting up Blue Science, I did start to think, am I really going to get this done? I was confident of my ability to quickly slam together oil, but note, if we had not buffered, then doubled to buffered, then tripled it, then doubled it again, we would not have had the oil to get all this done. And we got all this done off of 2 pump jacks. We did good, son. We did real good. Is this thing done yet? Crivens, come on. What am I doing here? That looks like a thing to do. Dumph. Get it in there. Get it built. Oh, nice and fast. Good. Very good. What was this here for? I think that was for my my starter pack. There you go. Done and done right. You have way too much of some of the stuff. Okay. Is that a problem? What have I got way too much of? I tell you what I don't have too much of. Chips, because we're almost out of... Oh, because I ate all that steel. It's drinking up an entire line of my iron. So there's a lot of things we need to improve here. But I actually don't think I'm going to improve this much. Not in the sense of cramming out lots of technology, although we should note that we can still do technology. Worker robots are pathetically slow until you get a bit of technology behind them. Wait, is that it? Workers and... what? Oh, that's cargo size. Cool. Well, I definitely want both of these. Speed is good. Speed is very good. We're definitely going to want modules where we're going. So yes to modules, yes to more modules, yes to stack insertion. I'm going to fast track that one. I definitely need electric energy distribution. So there's still a lot of science to be done, but I think I can just have this tick along whilst what I do is create the automated defenses needed. If I just make up a roboport with repair packs, this thing will hold almost indefinitely. Because even on my pathetic amount of oil, the flamethrowers are just so incredibly efficient. Oh man, looking forward to Lazy Bastard being clicked off the list here. If I were really desperate, I could crack heavy oil into light for more cracking into petroleum. And since we have a little bit of time, I should probably consider doing that. Sod ratios are for chumps. Do. Where's my bleeding rocket game? Team Rocket and all that. Ew. And very, very disgusted by a lot of what I made in all this. I'm a better player than this, I swear. That's kind of bad, that would mix. But not if I did it like this horrifying mess. That's actually good enough as long as we power it up. Alright, good enough. The rocket is here! Alright, who wants to be our platform? We need a name, and we need it now. Who is so hardcore that they deserve to be up and in space for it? Who believed in me? Right, that's what we need. A believer. Somebody who thought this could actually get done. The Mario platform. Oh god, no. Whew. I never doubted, says Calplay. Didn't put any money on it, though. Snapper fish. Alright, I like the idea of that one. Right, our new one is going to be the Snapper of Victory. Maybe we'll just cut it down to Victory Snapper. Begin. We did it! We did it! We cleared the first 8 hours of this 40-hour run in 7 hours and 34 minutes. A lot of places seem to be under attack, like actively. Ah. Okay, there we go. Stream 02. What do we even call this one? Lazy Bastard, because we got that one done. Achievements just flooding on in for me there. Alright, what did we get there? Create a space platform, launch a rocket, trigger an early... well, ignore that. Gotlap is distant memory now. Launch a rocket without building solar panels. Launch a rocket without laser turrets. 15 hours, 8 hours, lazy bastard. So now we can actually re-enable handcrafting. And we can stop tracking these, but now there is another insidious thing to keep tracking. And it's express delivery. Beat the entire freaking game in the next 32 hours. Forget 100. It's 40 here. We still haven't cleared the logistic network embargo. We can't do proper logistics until we research using another planet's science pack. And that is also what we need to in order to be able to start destroying biter bases. Nothing else, I think, is locked behind actions that we can or cannot do, right? I suppose there's Rush to Space, but we're already working on that. That's necessary, kind of. Well, not really. It stops me from doing piddle and purple science. Otherwise, the rest of this are kind of victory lap achievements, which we will get to. However, not tonight, or this morning as it now is. I'm feeling really, really good about that. Normally this would be the end of a 100% run, but no, we're in Space Age. We have so much more to do. When we return, set up automated defenses here. Maybe just keep a general ticking over so that the basic researches can continue. Yeah, just set up everything automated. I don't care if it's automated terribly. We're going to be away for some time. The most important thing is that the walls hold. And then we are going to fly away. But in order to fly away, we actually need to do a few things. We need to get space science operational. I need to take our space platform, which is over here, by the way, and make it fully functional. We need to do a lot more rocket launches is what I'm getting at. So I actually need more LDS, more rocket fuel, more blue chips, so we can have an automated platform for making space science and a separate ship that will take us around the other planets. Doesn't need to be fancy, just needs to get us from A to B. So I need to figure out how to build those. I'm not very good, nor do I particularly enjoy building spaceships in this game, but maybe that'll change when I run this. Anyway, I'm yapping. Of course I'm yapping. I'm a victor. I'm victorious. Good enough. I'm also very tired and kind of hungry, so I'm putting on my boots for tonight. I'll be back with some more of my favorite genre of games, space games, with some more Star Sector tomorrow, or actually later this day. Until I'm back from that, it is not a cheers and cheerio, because those who believed in me, all 28 of you that believed that we could rock launch within 8 hours. Wow. Yes, enjoy your points. Victory. 500,000 points flowing into very correct coffers. I'll bring them up on stream. Because what's the point in winning if you can't rub your fellow chatter's face in it? That's not rhetorical. Give me one good reason. Although maybe you can't come up with one. Where is my prediction outcome? I have a new scene here for Factorio, so go figure I didn't have this to hand. That looks a lot like having it to hand, though. Let's just trim that off and make you a bit more legible. So congratulations, Jimmy C. More than anybody, you believed in me. As you should have. You only get a modest payout because, come on, it's me playing Factorio. Of course I was going to win. I have never once failed Gotlap. Although I have failed this rocket launch a few times. Duffy Spectre Smurfati? Smurfati? What is the etymology of this name? Burlel, Ice Bear, Jasmine, Proto, Hindus, and Dingus. All betting on me. Modest results, but you gotta remember those modest results come from some people who really wanted to win out, including JJ Nitro. How could he stab me in the back like that after everything he's done? Basilius Wet, a bunch of other losers. Why even name them? They don't deserve the names that they were given when they entered this world. As for me, I deserve all I have and much, much more for my glorious victory, so until I'm back with more streams to bask in my own glory, it is a cheers and a cheerio.